France, vive le Tour!
¡Gana hermano! ¡Gana del Toro! ¡Gana UAE! ¡Qué final tan formidable de etapa, señores!
Well, hello and welcome to stage 4 of the Tour de France 2026. Here we are in Carcassonne, and we will be heading out to Foix, 181.9 kilometres in front of the competitors today. And as you can see by the amount of water being jettisoned from the caravan to try and cool down spectators and cyclists alike, it is furiously hot. It's been very warm so far. It's so warm, in fact, that the UCI has relaxed the feeding restrictions on today's stage. So, let's take a look at what happened on stage 3. UAE Team Emirates continuing to put their stamp on the tour. This time it was on the way to Les Angles. Tadej Pogacar like a rocket.
Pogacar opening up a gap inside the final 100 metres. Pogacar going for glory. The world champion going for his 22nd stage success in Tour de France. He won't be denied. And now there are no gifts today. He takes the glory.
With his 22nd Tour victory, Pogacar has equalled André Darrigard's record, but it was Isaac Del Toro who received the plaudits.
We both have similar mentality for the racing and same thinking. So yeah, and we both know what we are capable of from each other, and yeah, I can be really happy and proud how he is riding now, and yeah, he's a big champion.
Finally, Tadej, you look really happy in this tour. I don't know if I can say that you look happier than last year in the tour.
Wait the last week, then I get cranky.
Thanks to his best stage results, despite the tied time in GC, Tadej Pogacar snatched the yellow jersey from Jonas Vingegaard.
Moi, j'aimerais bien, évidemment, un baroudeur. Vous connaissez ma délectation des baroudeurs de l'extrême.
Exactement. Et regardez, l'homme que l'on...
So a couple of birthdays today, Abel Balderston and Nicholas Vinokurov.
Good morning from beautiful Carcassonne. I have to be honest with you guys, we searched for a place in the shade to say good morning because it's already extremely hot. Jens Voigt, Anders Milke, good morning to you guys. Actually, today, even if we are witnessing a very quick evolution of cycling and all the rules and the habits are changing quickly, I think it's going to be a breakaway day, but I don't know, because cycling is changing so quickly that I'm going to ask you, Jens, do you think it is the case?
70% yes, not 100%. I would even go that far to say today is a Alpecin Premier Tech day. If the break goes early, they will have Mathieu van der Poel in there. If it takes forever for the break to establish, they're not gaining enough time. They might switch the plan and go, that last climb is not killer hard. Jasper Philipsen might survive the last climb. After that, we have 35 kilometers left to catch anybody out there, and it's a sprint for Jasper Philipsen maybe.
We will see, but actually, as he mentioned, it's going to be also an important day for the sprinter, for the green jersey. And we've seen Mats Pedersen quite active in day 2, day 3 of the Tour de France. He scored points yesterday at the intermediate. So I think it's going to be also a very good day for him.
I think Mats
is very, very motivated for today. His green mission started yesterday. He got maximum points in the intermediate, and today he has to gain points on Philipsen and the other sprinters. This reminds me a little bit of the stage, his first Tour de France stage when he won in Saint-Étienne back in 2022, where he won from the break. Super hot, and he told me back then, I preferred to be in the break that day because it was so hot. It's easier to cool down in those temperatures.
It's going to be a quite spectacular stage 4 at the Tour de France.
And we've had spectacular Tour stages so far on each day. So how this one's going to outgun the past remains to be seen. And already we have seen Tadej Pogacar into yellow, Jonas Vingegaard in yellow and retaining yellow for the first time since 2023. And the two of them looking to do battle once again, although today, with just 2,700 metres of climbing, possibly not the day for their duel to be properly engaged. So it's Carcassonne to Foix that we take on today, 181.9 kilometres as we go through Aude and Ariège. Setting off, they move towards the first climb of the day, the Col de Meadows, that comes at 48.2 kilometres into the stage. Then there's the Col du Paradis, a Cat 4 and a Cat 3, those two. We've got Quilla for the intermediate sprint before the Category 2 climb of the Col de Cudon and the second category climb of the Col de Montségur. All that before the descent down into Foix. So a medium stage. Still 2,700 metres of climbing in it. Let's go and hear what Daryl Impey has to say about today's stage.
Daryl Impey, we've seen Netcompany Ineos be one of the most aggressive teams so far, but it hasn't amounted to anything. Bad luck yesterday, ruining the chances for Egan Bernal. What happened in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, he was fighting, as you know. We had Timon, we had a few guys who crashed, so most of the team out the back trying to help Timon. Egan by himself fighting for the breakaway, and then finally managed to get in the break, and then he punched it, but we had cars stuck behind other cars and couldn't get to service him. So, yeah, frustrating for Egan, you know, after such a big performance. But in hindsight, maybe it was a good thing, you know. He was there to support Timon in the end, but definitely a stage win was on the cards yesterday for him.
Another opportunity today for the team. You've got plenty of cards to play, and the fact that you have been so aggressive out on the road so far. What are the chances for a rider like Dorian Gordon, for example?
Yeah, on paper, you know, it's a stage that we pinned in the, you know, in our sheets before coming here. So, yeah, it's a tough road. I drove the whole course 2 weeks ago, so definitely a stage that will suit him. No doubt he crashed 2 days ago. Yesterday had a tough day, so we just got to rethink things and give him the best chance today. But yeah, we have multiple cards to play today, and our objective today is to go for the breakaway.
What did you learn from doing that recon?
Yeah, it's twisty, turny the whole day. It's really one of those energy-sapping days. I can't see somebody controlling for the sprint, so I think it's all about getting that right breakaway and then having the legs to win from that breakaway.
Do you think it's going to be another one of those breakaways, which is a large breakaway, and then sort of groups chip off the front of that breakaway?
Yeah, I mean, we could, you know, the time gaps are quite big already, but I wouldn't see any GC teams worrying about giving the jersey away now anyway. So we could see the jersey change today. You know, it's more challenging to control today, I think, than yesterday, really. So yeah, I think it's about teams using their resources. But like you say, like you saw yesterday, everything can change in this race, and nobody knows what's going on, so it makes it quite difficult to predict. But today, for sure, I can say it'll be a breakaway.
What did Dorian say to the boys in the bus this morning in the meeting?
Just keep positive. I think we know that we've come here to try and win stages, and we want to give today a crack. I mean, for sure.
They will just be hoping that they can get a little more luck, I am sure, because they certainly haven't had any so far. is underway. Carcassonne visited for the 6th time in the last 10 Tour de France. Has one of the most spectacular firework displays on 14 Juillet, attracting usually over 700,000 people down to this part of the country to watch the fireworks explode over the medieval walls of Carcassonne. But it is fast becoming a regular fixture on the Tour de France as well, as we say Tadej Pogacar there, all in the all-in-one yellow bodysuits for today's stage with yellow tyres on a yellow bike. Jonas Vingegaard will be wearing green today. Alex Boudin is in polka dots. Tim Merlier sits at the back, and we've heard down at the start line from our team on site, they feel it's going to be one for the breakaway. We've heard from inside one of the teams, Daryl Impey from Netcompany Ineos, saying he feels it's going to be one for the breakaway. But it's just so hard to tell with the calibre of GC rider that we have in this Tour de France, whether they will be willing to allow a breakaway to go. Romain Grégoire in the Tricolore, first full stage in France today, and those colours will mean that he will be applauded right the way through today's stage, and the public not encouraged to move away at all from today's stage, because we're not going near anywhere where there are currently wildfires occurring. Glorious ramparts of Carcassonne. Just been past the Pont Vieux, the old bridge of the Abbey, which was first mentioned back in 1303, then rebuilt in both the 17th and 19th centuries. Team UAE Team Emirates XRG are in the yellow helmets as the lead team currently in the Tour de France, and they put on a spectacular show in the last two stages. Alex Boudin into the lead in the King of the Mountains, has a 3-point lead over Nicolas Prudhomme. Raul Garcia is third. Alex Molinari, the man who was in polka dots yesterday, in fourth, with Brandon McNulty in fifth position. L'église Saint-Himer. For success remains content. It looks as though he's relaxing into the Tour de France. A lot of attention on him in the opening days, and a lot of pressure put on those young shoulders, just 19 years of age, of course, and he seems to handle all of the pressures so well in the run-in to the Tour. But I think those first few days saw it ramped up a little, and as we see Felix Engelhardt, the German champion, sucking some water out of the bidon. Beautiful bougainvillea in the background there, you can see, as we go over the Abbey of Our Lady. You're watching stage 4 of the Tour de France 2026. It's a 181.9 kilometre stage from Carcassonne de Foix. At the moment we are in the Départ Fictif. 6.5 kilometres to go on that. As we've heard from our team down on the line, it is already very hot indeed. The UCI have said that they are relaxing their rules on feeds for today. Hearing about EF Education Easy Post, the fact that they've got a truck here which just has the purpose of producing ice for the riders, and so much ice will be used through the course of today to keep riders cool before the stage, to keep riders cool during the stage, and to bring down their body temperatures after the stage as well. Let's go and have a look now at our predictor for the day. Well, first up, finally, we have a sole leader after 3 stages. Moreno Moser is in first place after he picked Jonas Vingegaard yesterday. Dariush still just 2 points off. We're going to have a lead change today. My favourite for stage 4, says Moreno, is Mats Pedersen. Not an easy stage to predict, but Pedersen could win either from a break or from a reduced bunch if someone decides to control it. It's not going to be easy for him. There are some climbs to overcome. He'll need to resist the climbers, but he needs to try because opportunities are not very numerous for him.
Rit 4 gaat gewonnen worden door...
Stage 4 will be won by Ben Healy, says Carsten Kroon. It'll for sure be a stage for the breakaway, although we thought that yesterday and we've seen what happened. So let's see what the DS car of Emirates will decide. But for me, it'll be a day for the break. We saw Ben Healy dropped early yesterday, but he did that on purpose. He saved his energy, he's fresh for today, and he'll win the stage.
En hij wint de rit.
Mads Pedersen will win stage 4. It reminds me a lot of the first Tour de France stage when he took back in 2022 to Saint-Étienne from a breakaway. It was almost 40 degrees. Today it's almost 40 degrees. And he can also win from a reduced bunch sprint. Let's just interrupt his sports director, Mickey Scher. Hey Mickey, I just predicted Mads to win today.
Good prediction.
What do you think?
I cannot speak it out loud, but it's going to be a good stage for us. It's one of the days that reminds me a bit of the Giro last year. So it's it's a good stage certainly for Mats in the break, and also maybe reduced bunch sprint. It's one or the other today.
Fingers crossed. Kom så Mads.
So let's take a look at the others. Another one for Mads Pedersen with Hannah Walker, Alberto Contador and Steve Chanel both going for Matthias Vacek, and then Jonas Abrahamsen is who Carl Friedrich Hagen has decided to go for today. Mathieu van der Poel for Jens Vogt. So with just over 5 kilometres to go until the stage proper kicks off, they're bunching up towards the front, and Florian Vermeersch from UAE Team Emirates XRG is just dropping back towards the car. We've seen a number of unfortunate punctures taking place in the last few days. Probably the most unfortunate of the lot, you'd have to say, was that suffered by Egan Bernal when he'd worked so hard yesterday to get involved out in that breakaway. In the end, just nowhere for him to go when he got a puncture late on when the race was on, and he couldn't close the gap, and he had to just go and rejoin the main peloton. Well, we're now going to get another bit of insight into today's stage. Let's go and have a chat with Tom Steels of Soudal Quickstep.
Tom Steels, the team have been relatively quiet to this point in the Tour de France. Another opportunity today, certainly for the breakaway. Having spoken to a lot of teams, they're really aiming to take the breakaway all the way to the finish line. What's the plan at Soudal Quickstep? Because you've got cards to play.
Yeah, but I think the first days I think Gillen did really well. He's still 10th in GC, which is good. But I think today is the first. Tomorrow was also already a chance, but I think the UAE they controlled. But today can be a real.
Nice to see one of your former riders here in Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, it's nice, eh? Yeah,
really nice.
We had some wars together, so yeah. No, but I think today is a real breakaway stage. I mean, it's all the time up and down, left and right, so that's nice. So let's see what happens.
Talk me through the riders. You speak about Dylan, you've also got Jesper Stuyver, you've got Pascal Eenkorn, for example. How do you envisage the day going? Because the fight for the breakaway is not going to be easy either.
No, it's not going to be easy. Oh, it can go quickly maybe with all the narrow villages, and the roads are not that big. So if teams get organized, maybe it can go early. And if it doesn't go early, I think from 30 to 60 with the 4 or 5 climbs, one after another, then the legs will speak if you have the legs to go in or not. It's the first climb is like 17 minutes. The last climb is also 13, 14 minutes up. It's a long time. So if you have the legs and the brake isn't gone, probably you will be in.
We heard yesterday that the Shimano Neutral Service ran out of bottles, out of water. Lots of teams also ran out of bidons too. It's really crazy. What are you trying to do as a team to make sure that you mitigate any issues for the riders?
Oh, make sure that everybody on the road has a radio, that they can call the riders, that they don't miss it. Because with all the public, often they don't see it, and if they miss a point, you have to wait another 30, 40 kilometers, and it can be deadly in this weather. And yeah, to give as much as possible from the car, but you know we are with 22, 23 cars in the car. It's a big mess. Especially a day like today, it's not so easy to come to the car if the pace is high. So they all depend on the guy beside the road. And then you have to hope it all goes well and they don't miss one, which is not easy because it's always on the right side. And there are a lot of riders who want the bottle, so it's not so easy.
Thank you very much. Best of luck today, Tom.
Well, it hasn't been easy on any of the days so far, but hearing those tales of running out of bidons, running out of ice, this is far from ideal when the weather is as perishingly hot as it currently is. Canal du Midi will be riding along. And Alex Boudin of EF Education Easy Post, who was the virtual leader for a while yesterday, just unable to get himself far enough ahead of Tadej Pogačar and Jonas Vingegaard to see it home and pop himself into the yellow jersey, but still will be, I imagine, relatively satisfied to be in one of the major jerseys on the tour. Instantly recognisable in those polka dots as we have another wonderful aerial vista of the medieval city of Carcassonne. A few years ago there was a decoration on it which was making those medieval walls rather more yellow than they are this year. Taking a look, one of the riders right up at the front, recognisable in those American colours, Quinn Simmons. He's been very active at the start of the stages so far, and as we've just heard from Tom Steels, they are expecting it to be another frenetic start today in a battle to get in the breakaway. The Aude River, central to much of the original transport around these regions, and the irrigation for the farmland, and also the watering of the vines that produce many fantastic grape varieties in this part of France. So, Remco Evenepoel has a flat tyre, so he's going to have to drop back. Now, I've been talking about just how warm it is out here. You can almost feel it just from parched land on the banks leading up to Carcassonne and here on the side of the road. And just to give us an idea of how hot it feels out on the road, let's go and hear from Jens Vogt.
Alrighty, here we are. That's the Kilometer Zero sign just behind me. Yep, there are some fans already out here. Tour de France, and we have another really hot day. 39 degrees on my moto, and I expect the Kilometer Zero attack just starting right back then there behind me when the riders pass the Kilometer Zero sign. And back to you commentators.
39 degrees already. It is going to be a very warm day, and if you remember Tom Pidcock, when he crossed the line yesterday, just turned around and said that he was quite literally feeling cooked, and that wasn't just a euphemism for the fact that he hadn't had any power to approach the finish line. It was, that's how hot it had been out on the road. So it is a warm day in the south of France, and these riders have got 181.9 kilometers in front of them when they go past kilometer zero, taking them here from Carcassonne through to Foix. And with that in mind, with the last 500 or 600 meters of this départ fictif yet left to run, let's go and join our commentary team for today's stage, for the initial parts anyway, and that is John Mould and Declan Quigley.
Thanks, Jono, and we look forward to hearing from you a little bit later on in the proceedings. Yeah, everyone's bien cuit today, to say the least, as we head out of the extraordinary medieval castellated dwelling point that is Carcassonne. They wrapped it in tinfoil years ago, didn't they? It looked absolutely magic. Almost an ever-present in recent years. Romain Grégoire in the national champions colours of France, getting set to begin this fourth stage now. Already day 4 of Tour de France 2026 out of Carcassonne. 13th time. Brother getting set to pull in the flag and set the riders on the way. 102 riders still involved. Now we're underway. And I suspect there's going to be a little bit of a scrap. John Mould alongside me to review proceedings, and it will be fascinating to see just how long this battle for a breakaway goes on. Quinn Simmons, not unsurprisingly, has taken those Stars and Stripes colours right to the front. Lidl Trek expected to be in the break today, but with which rider or riders, and indeed how big will that breakaway be, and indeed will the break make it through to the finish line? We thought it had a pretty good chance yesterday, and then UAE Team Emirates XRG had different ideas, and then things changed along the way, and it came up with a great opportunity for Tadej Pogačar to take his 22nd career stage success. He's got the overall lead by the narrowest of margins, level on time with Jonas Vingegaard, his big rival. Will they sit back in sweltering heat here in southern France and watch to see who can eclipse them today, potentially take over the overall race lead? Well, it's Grégoire who is trying to rub paint off the bumper of the race director's car in the closing moments of the neutralised section, that has put himself to the fore in the early stages. But I think we could have a long old scrap. John, this is, I mean, this is always going to be one of the more entertaining parts of the day. I think it was interesting to hear Tom Stale say, well, something you had been alluding to actually within the last couple of days, is narrow roads mean an opportunity for the break to go early.
Yeah, finally, that's where the peloton can really close things down. If there's 2 teams or 3 teams who want a breakaway to succeed, it's actually up to the peloton when they finally go. As you can see now, 2 lanes wide. There is some narrower points, and that just allows when a breakaway goes, the peloton then almost blocks the road with teammates from multiple teams actually across the road, and then that allows that breakaway be established and the gap goes out.
Isaac Del Toro absolutely ticked up yesterday. Warm tribute played once again by Tadej Pogačar to his comrade in arms. And Isaac Del Toro has that white jersey.
His protege, or what is it? It's like it really is. They have a really nice relationship there. I think Tadej really trying to help him grow as much as possible.
It's a remarkable generosity and largesse being demonstrated by Tadej Pogačar. I mean, many lesser mortals might actually view Isaac Del Toro as a potential rival, and we have seen a little bit of conflict in that team in recent years, particularly I suppose with Juan Ayuso, who didn't necessarily gel particularly well with the team, although we saw quite an interesting, very friendly interaction between Ayuso and his team in the last couple of days. But there seems to be a completely different atmosphere about with Isaac Del Toro, and at the moment it's absolutely an entente cordiale between those two riders.
Yeah, the one thing here is Isaac is 22 years old, so I think he's really committed to learning and taking those chances. Last year he had an opportunity to go to the Giro and go there as a leader. Juan Ayuso, obviously with the team before, he only a year or two older than Isaac, but there's always a bit of competition. All these riders, they want to win races, and if they have a chance to go somewhere else and get those opportunities, then I don't think there's any hard feelings either. It's a really hard thing to manage.
Alex Kirsch up the road. Mads Pedersen fancies a little bit of that as well. The pick of at least a couple of our experts on the ground ahead of this one. I had a look at him myself today as well. I thought Mads Pedersen looked absolutely fabulous yesterday, didn't he? He seemed to be getting over the climbs better than almost any other sprinter. I think Jasper Philipsen would probably be the obvious other sprinter who seemed to be climbing reasonably well yesterday, but Mads Pedersen has come into this Tour de France in absolutely flying form, and a few cracks already appearing in the early stages here. So will Pedersen manage to make it into the break? And if he does, will he have his climbing legs on? And if he does, are we going to see a big break go, or will it be a smallish one?
Yeah, I think it could be a big break. And like we saw yesterday, then the stronger riders over those final two climbs of the day then break away from that breakaway. It's really tough, actually, because Pedersen's in that early move. And what you have to think about, if you get in a breakaway with Mads Pedersen right now, you know, we all know, everyone's talking about what good form he's in. Do you then ride with him? As soon as you get in a move, you think, well, there's no point in me being here. He's going to beat me. So then, so that's the problem. The big favourites usually almost have to let that breakaway establish and then try and jump across. We saw Mads Pedersen do it yesterday, and that's how he got there. Because once it's established, then he has to make the big effort and get there. Because now, if you look at the EF Education Easy Post rider on the back of that group, he's not going to contribute because he thinks, well, I need to sit here.
Vacek in there with Mads Pedersen at the moment. Multiple representation in the break as well is the next sort of tactical master stroke, if you can manage to achieve it. And Movistar, Lidl Trek, and perhaps one or two others have managed that with this early move, but not quite established. Let's remind ourselves of what we've got today. We're heading on the road to Foix, sweltering heat as we race through the Aude region, the Aude River, dominating the landscape and the geography around here, and every craggy outcrop and every mountain is an opportunity to assert authority and to create a defence. Yeah, 4 classified climbs along the way. The last of our climbs is a Category 2 summit, and that comes with 35 and a bit kilometres from the finish line, and that's a sort of a deliciously long spin from the final hill to that finish line. There are one or two little drags along the way between that final hill and the finish line, but fundamentally, for those that aren't necessarily brilliant climbers, there's a bit of distance between them and the finish line, and if you are a sprinter, you do manage to survive to that point, you'll be rubbing your hands in glee. Still early days. 4 categorised climbs, as I say. The Cat 4 Col de Bedo will get things underway. And that's 137 kilometres to go is when we first reached that point. Then we've got the Col du Paradis, a Cat 3 climb of almost 6 kilometres. And again, it's probably worth reiterating as well, is the categories of climbs in Tour de France don't really compare with the categories in other bike races. So if you're watching bike racing sort of week in, week out, year in, year out, you kind of adjust your head to what you imagine a Category 3 or a Category 4 climb looks like. They tend to be altogether more arduous and more demanding at Tour de France level, and get up to more category climbing in Tourmalet, which we're looking forward to in a couple of days. Well, that's just almost beyond belief. Have a little look around the company, Ineos.
Yeah, it's classed on how hard the hardest climb is of the whole race. So, of course, then it goes all the way down. So, yeah, some races, even other races, you could have one really high mountaintop finish, and then it changes all the rankings all the way down. But every race is different, as you said. And yeah, sometimes there's unclassified climbs, and I think they're the worst. Unclassified climbs, and if you go and look at that as a sports director or as a rider, and sometimes they could be 4 or 5 kilometres long and around 4%, and they're not even classed as a climb. And yeah, when you go and dive into Velevue or the road book and you spot those things, it's not the best for morale.
As a director sportive, I mean, how much of your time is spent going through the route? I mean, presumably hour after hour after hour to try and figure out exactly where the pitfalls are and where the opportunities and the challenges and exactly how it's going to play out.
Yeah, a lot of time. I'd say, yeah, I can't really explain how many screenshots I've got of VeloViewer and Google Maps that all over, normally all cover your desktop when you're making the presentation and you're diving into the stage, trying to show the riders those key points. You try and pick the ones that are really key, but you really have to be on top of it. And some riders really just dive in themselves, and if you haven't looked at it in as much detail as them, they sure tell you that you've missed something. So you really have to have a good look. You can pick where you need to be. I think that if anyone looks at like a road book or of course with VeloViewer, it's easy to pick those key points, the climbs, the sprints, or the cobbled sections in the classics. They're obvious, but it's those little things, like we talked about Tom Steele's earlier, looking for those smaller roads where you think that's where the breakaway can go. So then you have to really make a big thing about that. Let's say after 40 kilometres we go into a really small road, so then 5k before that, that's where riders really need to be active to make sure they're ahead when they go into that section. Because if you're behind and the peloton blocks the road, there's no chance. The breakaway establishes, and that's your race, your chance of getting in the breakaway pretty much over. So it's all those little things, and luckily the race organisers and VeloViewer put in a lot of the hazards. So they mark that as red, amber or yellow hazards. So that all helps as well. So with you don't have to dive in completely. In the smaller races you do, because they don't have the same capabilities. So that helps us as director sportifs, at least. You don't have to worry too much about the safety report that you would have to dive into.
Yeah, we should probably explain actually. VeloViewer is a website, veloviewer.com, and there are, you can actually sort of sign up for it as a member of the public, but you don't have quite the same access to information that the professional teams have, and it's an extraordinary resource that's been made available, and only in recent years. And Ben and his team have put together a website and a system, a piece of software, a mapping software that gives you every available scenario, every single ripple in the road. You can connect that up with Google Street View and Strava and get all sorts of metrics and extra information. And yeah, I mean, it's the level of detailed analysis that's available is just on a different scale to that which prevailed a few years ago. And as you say, all of that information is available to all professional bosses, directors, and of course the riders themselves. I mean, when you're actually in a meeting, how much are you expected to direct the thinking around tactics, and how much of it is a collaboration between yourselves and the riders? Or we hear about the idea of riders sticking the hand up in the bus and saying, yep, I'm up for the break today, or I really want to be the one to sprint. I mean, how much do you sort of have to direct the riders and say this is what we want to do, and how much do you actually let the collective decide?
You definitely work as a team. You listen to, of course, the road captains, the riders on the bus, and to be honest, if a rider puts their hand up and says they want to do something, the ownership then is on them. So it's really, really nice when a rider can say, yeah, I want to be in the break today, and suddenly they've said in front of their peers, in front of their teammates, that they want to do something. And of course there's that little bit of extra motivation, because when they finish the race, if they haven't done it and they've said they're going to do
Everybody's looking up.
there's a little bit more pressure, even in the back of their minds. It just makes those little bit of difference. So yeah, I love it. If a rider comes in a meeting and says, yeah, I really want to do this today, and it fits with the overall plan, especially in a Grand Tour or stage race, you have to always remember the goal of the whole race. So if you're riding for general classification, it has to always fit with the long-term goal. If it's not detrimental to that long-term goal, then of course it can happen. We've seen so many years. This is at this year's Tour de France already. Del Toro's won a stage in previous years. Wout van Aert was winning bunch sprints while they were fighting for the yellow jersey. So it's manageable, and it's I'd say it's always a team effort in my opinion. But the sports director, all the sports directors, and that performance team of each team, they do have that final call. So it's about the sports director taking all the information in, getting the input from places, and then saying, okay, let's go ahead and do this.
I wonder if things are as expected for Lidl Trek.
Happy to let also a quick credit go. Okay, so it looks like it's mine already. I'm happy to let a big break go.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So that was one of the riders first. So they've had a conversation. Obviously, you ask your former teammates or friends in the peloton, go and speak to UAE or Visma. What's your plans today? And they've obviously said, oh, we're happy for a big break to go. So the rider has said it, and then the sports director has repeated it, just so everyone else can make sure they hear it. So it's like we talked about communication. It's a lot easier for the riders to hear the sports directors in the car, just because there's less wind when you're talking. So it's always nice to repeat if you can hear it clearly for the rest of the team.
So that's two teams that are happy to let the big break go, and 21 teams that want to be in the big break. So that doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to go anytime soon, because the attacks are still coming hot and heavy. And presumably as well, there are riders that put the hand up every day and say, I want to be in the break, or I want to sprint, or I want to be the man. And then there are other riders who almost never do, and you have to be cajoled. So you have to, I suppose, take into account the different personalities as well.
Yeah, everything is really prepared before you go as well. There's enough time to really pick out those stages, especially in a Grand Tour. Maybe you look towards the later end of the week with some riders. Some riders have that feeling. There's not many times, especially at the World Tour and Pro Tour level now, where it's not a huge shock. There's always a good amount of preparation, so you're not caught completely off guard.
Few disinterested spectators at the side of the road. The size and the number, indeed, of spectators at the side of the road is going to be much bigger, isn't it, than it was yesterday? Still, though, we do have sweltering heat. Tough enough, isn't it, for the representatives of the police force on the left-hand side of the road. We'll see plenty of them through the day, guarding the side roads and ensuring that these riders have a completely closed road opportunity to express themselves today. Mats Pedersen driving on the front and trying to create the splits. This one looks like it's a little bit more daylight than we've seen. Just 7 seconds back to the peloton. Riders still trying to clip across. It's that tantalizing 7 to 10 second gap that a rider thinks that he can do almost anaerobically.
Yeah, that's a big group up the road. Bodan missed it. So this is the problem. And then you here see one Niels Pollitt from UAE then trying to close that counter-attack down. The big issue now is out front, because there's a lot of teams a lot of riders with teammates, but that is a very large group to have cohesion, especially at this point where you really want to establish that breakaway and that gap. And as you can see now, that big group is almost sitting up. There's counter-attacks coming across, and I expect it, unless that group goes away and splits again, it's likely could come back altogether.
Yeah, it comes point. I mean, we are expecting that it could well be a relatively big break, and then we have the race after the race, so to speak, when a large group of riders establish itself, and we get, courage aux pompiers. We need to pay tribute indeed to the members of the firefighting units, and indeed the police, and all indeed the various different support network around this region, and indeed in other parts of France, because as you can see there, temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. I have 39 degrees Celsius written on my pad here as a prediction for the day. It's clearly hotter, totally exposed. Went through one little tree-lined boulevard, but now they're back out into the open roads, and it's hot work for these riders. It's only set to get hotter for a while yet. First of those climbs, as I will remind you, 3 and a bit kilometers. And that starts with 137 to go. So we've still got 30k before we start to get to the lumpy bits. That was, I mean, Thomas Dale said if it didn't go early, then it'll probably go when we get, or at least it will establish itself when we start to get to those climbs. We'll see. There's not much you can teach him about bike racing, that's for sure. Did it as a bike rider, and he's been a long time in the team car for the Sual Quick Step squad in its various guises. Various different sponsors and brands. And look at that peloton, stretched thin. Just a reminder, 182 riders from the 184th began this Tour de France, still involved. We have to report as well that unfortunately Arnaud Delis climbed off on the final mountain yesterday. The battle was just was lost at that point, and he wasn't going to do himself any good physically by persevering. He was inevitably at that point going to finish outside the time cut. So unfortunately, coming in sick to his second successive Grand Tour after his early departure from the Giro d'Italia, Arnaud Delis got himself fit, picked up another illness just on the eve of Tour de France 2026, and the Belgian rider is out of the race. So huge disappointment. We wish him well in his recovery, and at least it wasn't a crash or any other misfortune. And yeah, he'll take some vague solace and consolation from that in days to come. Hopefully it'll be a swift recovery. Brian Smith, we're going to hear from him later on. He's pointing out that Torsten Trein is the best placed rider in that break at the moment. He's already over 5 minutes back. We're hearing that the big gun team's not that necessarily concerned about GC right now. So in terms of the composition of the group on GC, looks like an opportunity for them. .34 riders clear of the field in this early skirmishing. The race for the race. Bike racing's an unusual thing, isn't it? And there are so many different elements to it, so many different phases of the competition, and they're quite distinct and different. And this is the opening phase where riders try to create that opportunity, and they're still leaking out of the front on these wide open roads now. So many parts of this peloton and teams in this peloton not with enough representation. This is the point where riders are starting to counter-attack, and then teammates of riders up front will also try to latch on.
Yeah, it's a very large group, 34. You can have a full of riders who won't be contributing, and the problem is you just see those counter-attacks keep coming in that peloton. Now the gap up to 30 seconds, but at some point the elastic will snap. But I'm really, I just don't know. With a group of 34, you're probably talking 8 riders are actually pulling through at the front, and the rest, if I was there, if at any case, even if I'm going for the victory, I'm sat on here in a group that large.
Yes, because of those 8 riding through, they'll presumably mostly have teammates behind, or else they'll have multiple representations, so they'll see huge advantage in riding right now.
Yeah, and if you're riding, you have to be really confident that you can do you can do something, and you have to be confident you can go for a result as such. And this is, again, you can just see the little hesitation now. Vacek will follow, go around Quinn Simmons, but who's going to go through behind him already? The little bit of stalling is happening. See a group trying to go across.
Michael Matthews in there, as indeed is Mads Pedersen. Multiple representation for the Little Trek squad. And that's why we're seeing the likes of Quinn Simmons and Mateusz Vacek thundering through. Still finely poised. This could go either way at the moment. It's a huge and unwieldy group. And at some stage it's going to be almost as big or bigger than the peloton. I mean, at some stage does it ever get really concerning for the GC teams that that's just enormous and that they could go on to an absolutely massive advantage at the end of the day?
No, the one thing with a big group, again, it's not going to be full commitment. Normally like 8 riders is actually better in a way, because all of you have to share it then and you keep the speed high. Whereas it gets to what we're at now at 34, there's always riders going to be sat on. And then if you are on the front, unless you're completely committed for your teammates behind, which would happen at this point, you're going to get into that break and go, okay, I ride everything for my teammate. But it's still, the gap shouldn't go out massively.
Still early days in stage 4 of Tour de France, but this looks a teeny bit like we might actually have our break of the day, and it's pretty huge. It's well over 30 riders up the road on the hot roads from Carcassonne to Foix. The tar is melting, the riders are melting, and the gap is fast expanding as Victor Campenaerts and others have decided that they're, I think, happy enough with this one, and they will want to ensure that that one just disappears up the road. Best placed rider, as far as we understand, is Thorsten Train. He's just over 5 minutes down on general classification, the Uno X rider from Norway. Sean Quinn as well, handily placed, the American rider, just over 5.5 minutes down. Those two riders potentially could benefit massively today. Could we have a change of general classification leader? Could we have one of the lesser lights in the peloton gaining big?
Okay, Antonio, watch out back. Look behind you. So don't close this break because it's flat at the end. It's okay for us.
Antonio Taberi doesn't want anyone to chase, especially not teammates.
No, that was you can just turn around and see one of your teammates coming across. And you just almost in a bit of a panic there and a worry. You made the effort to get in the break, and you just don't want it coming back. You're happy with that situation. Just quickly going through, looking at who's in the breakaway. Mainly just concentrating on what teams, in a way, actually, who have missed it, who would like to be there. Of course, UAE, Team Emirates and Visma Lease Bike not involved, so they're happy. Of course, Decathlon, CMA, CGM also not represented in the break. Of course, they're still looking after Pulse Sexas, but maybe a day for an opportunity for some other riders. Also, XDS Astana not involved or represented out front. And the other team who have missed it is Tudor Pro Cycling. I think Tudor would have been happy to have one rider there, maybe Trentin or the likes of Alaphilippe or Michael Storer. But it looks like it's now pretty established.
Yeah, it looks as, I mean, the Tour de France are reporting that Jasper Philipsen is in there. Can we get confirmation of that? Mads Pedersen certainly is.
Philipsen's there. I've seen him. There's some good. There's Biniam Girmay, Philipsen, Michael Matthews, Jasper Stuyven. I'm pretty sure he's there for Soudal Quickstep. That's his teammate Pascal Encorn just on the front, and then Biniam, and then Kevin Vauquelin for Netcompany Ineos as well.
Kevin Vogeland looking for some good news after puncture-blighted first 2 days of racing. Punctured lungs as well, a little bit in a virtual sense as well on day 2. And he's been recovering, scrapping, trying to stay in the fight. Disappointing start to Tour de France for him. He went in with general classification hopes now, perhaps limited at this point to a bid for stage honours. He won't be afraid of the climbs to come. The form is in it. He's definitely a man to watch out for. So this group is starting to disappear clear of the rest. 34 riders up the road. Niels Pollitt waits for full clarification that they're entirely content and satisfied with this one. And the leading team overall, and the team of the overall race leader, Tadej Pogacar, have set up on the front for what will be a bit of a promenade for the next short while at least. And then they will just try and pin this group at a manageable rate, but with full understanding that if this, if either Sean Quinn or perhaps Torsten Trein, who's the best placed rider in this breakaway, manage to take more than 5 minutes today, they won't be too disappointed about that. They'll know, and indeed Tadej Pogacar will know, that there's little or no chance that they will not be able to overhaul them in the mountains. I suppose it depends on the amount that they give them, of course. We think back to Roger Valkowiak in the 1950s, taking a huge amount of time in an early break and going on to win the Tour de France, for which some in France never forgave him. He was mystified for the rest of his life that he was almost treated like he committed murder by going and actually winning the Tour de France. But Valkowiak, he's for many years in Tour de France history, he was a lesson for the teams, wasn't he, in their tactics, that you can't give even lesser lights, even riders with minor reputations, too much rope, because if there's any opportunity, they'll be sure to try and take it. At the moment, that's just edging out that advantage. Try and get tabs on exactly who's in that move, but suffice it to say, Soudal Quick-Step feeling pretty good about things at the moment. They've got multiple representation in the move. They haven't, though, got Tim Merlier, as far as we understand. Big engine Pascal Encorn has made it in, and breakaway specialist, a man who was on great form in Tour de France, in Giro d'Italia, Jesper Stuyven. Classic superstar that he is, and a man who's taken some very significant victories in his career. He's made it into the move. I wonder how Jesper Stuyven feels about an opportunity at 34 to take a first career stage success. Best of second place so far. I wonder what he thought ahead of today's stage about the opportunities that would present themselves. Jesper Stuyven.
Jesper Stuyven, great to see you again. We saw each other in the Giro. That was hot, but this is warmer. How are you dealing with it?
Yeah, it's heat management, I would say, and everyone is trying their best to stay cool and get enough bottled and ice. I don't think it's ideal, but I think we're all on the limit, trying to stay cool and managing our efforts. But it is what it is, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna settle down a bit.
Has there been any talk within the riders' CPA about shortening the stages?
Not that I know of. Honestly, we have not much to say. It's the organizer at the end who decides, and we don't really have a voice.
Finally, Jasper, today, how excited and how motivated are you for this one, and what do you think about the course?
I think it's a challenging one, and a lot of riders will have targeted today, so I definitely try as well. But it's we could see yesterday that trying an attack it's not like in 30 degrees or 25 you really have to recover from your attack. So you need to choose them well and also gamble and accept that you can't jump on everything.
Good luck today, Jesper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pick your moment, pick your move. He's managed to do it. He has. He's amazing, isn't he, at figuring out how to get into this move. Brian Smith's alongside to watch. You've been watching along with great interest, Brian, and sort of working out the permutations, figuring out and charting exactly who's in and who's not, who's created opportunity, and only a few teams are not represented in this move.
Yeah, 100%. UAE, Visma, Decathlon, Astana and Tudor Pro Cycling. I'll just go through quickly all the riders that are there, if you haven't done so already. Red Bull have got 2 riders, Nico Dines and Jan Travnik. Lidl Trek have got Pedersen, Simmons and Vacek. Sean Quinn, Stenhouser, Valgren for EF. Stannard and Van Mechelen for Bahrain. Voikelin from Net Company. Einkorn and Stuyven for Sudan. Alpecin have got De Bruyne, Philipsen and Plancart. Matthews there for Jaco Lula. Train, who's the best placed at 5 minutes 6 seconds at Uno X. Gourmay Frigo for NSN. Castillo, Garcia and Oliveira for Movistar. Zimmerman is in there for Lotto Intermarché. Izagiri and Kirsch for Cofidis. Hermans and Van Moor for Pinarello. Gregoire, the French champion in Costure for Groupama. Delettre for Total Energies. Van de Broek for Picnic Post NL. And Molina and Nicolau for Caja Rural. So we have a large breakaway with 34 riders, which is very significant. And I think with the best place just over 5 minutes, Declan, this looks as if it's going to go all the way to the finish. Don't think the 34 are going to come to the finish together. So it looks as if we will see 2 races in one.
Yeah, I mean, it has the look of a breakaway in the final week, doesn't it? A few years ago, this is the sort of thing you would see regularly on the final week. But I mean, the Tour de France and professional cycling completely upended. GC fights on day 2, where we didn't imagine them. You know, team time trial on the first day, so much going on, and already a general classification that is clearly established. There's huge gaps and gulfs all over the place. Now a big opportunity.
Yes, indeed, and I think we've started this year's Tour de France like possibly no other, with the team time trial, and then yesterday, and I think yesterday I thought was a good stage for the breakaway, but such was the racing yesterday, Declan. It seemed to kind of nullify everything, and when you get halfway through a stage and the breakaway did establish itself and it's only 2 or 3 minutes up the road, I tell you what, UAE team members decided they just rubbed their hands together and thought, well, that's doable. Maybe 4, 5, 6 minutes wasn't, but that's doable, we'll take this. And you dangle the carrot of a stage win in front of UAE team Emirates and you know they'll go for it. There's no doubt about that. So, but there is an argument, I guess. Will you use your team? It's like a Grand Tour's like you start with an hourglass, and the more times you can put it on its side, the better. You're not only using your team, you're losing a lot of energy.
Just under 3 minutes advantage, and it simply couldn't happen 2 days in a row, could it? I mean, it was such a fierce fight yesterday, and so many riders were exhausted at the end of it that, well, obviously we were going to see a fight for the breakaway today, but the GC riders, the GC teams, they were always likely to say, look, it wasn't worth it doing that 2 days in a row, so this had to be for the break, did it?
Yes, I think the consensus was it's a good day for the breakaway. Pogacar got his stage win, and he's got the race lead, although you know they're on the same time as Jonas Vingegaard, and so I think they'll be totally happy with that. They put Niels Paulot on the front of the peloton just to kind of try and control things. I think this will be well in control. Whether they give it to Torsten Train, I don't think they would worry too much about that. Of course, we saw and we heard from Pogacar yesterday, although he only has it by the fact of stage places in stage 2 and stage 3. He did say that he got an opportunity to wear the yellow jersey. Of course, he's going to take it and he's going to honour it. So there is a question to be asked: is he happy enough with Torsten Train? And Torsten Train is an interesting story himself. I can remember covering the Crow race a few years ago when he was just back after having, I think it was testicular cancer that he had. He came back and got a contract with Bahrain. And you've got to remember a couple of years ago he held the lead in the Vuelta. So, this is a big opportunity for him, and they could get enough minutes for Torsten Train and Uno X. What a story that would be to take the yellow jersey today. Although we're kind of speculating. And
it's a bit early, but you'd never know. Yeah, he'll be thinking about it. You can be sure.
Of course, the whole team will be thinking about it, and there's no reason why you would invest so much and let's see how they do, because there's 34 riders, there's a lot of riders in there, the few sprinters that are in there thinking of green jersey points and maybe trying to get to the finish. Interestingly enough, that Phillips has decided to kind of join a couple of his teammates in there. So there's multiples, but you have to really kind of think about this one and be in the UE team car, because they had that wasn't easy yesterday. I have to say that. You could see that Tim Wellens, he's pulling face. That was hard, but they have got the firepower to be able to do this on a stage of 181.9 kilometres. And I have to add into the fact the temperature now is 40 degrees, and we've been talking about this, and I actually heard from one of my old soigneurs, Daniel Vassina, who's still working with World Tour. And he told me the difference between working back in 2015 in the Tour and now, a lot of the cars have got electric powered cooler boxes, because that was always a problem back there, is you were having to stop, refill and all this sort of stuff. But they do have electric powered ice boxes, which keeps the ice obviously cold as what you want. It doesn't melt as quickly as it normally would. So that has been an adaptation, and you've already said about EF Education just having a truck for that ice. But it is chaotic. Everybody puts their hands up. You really have to keep calm in a team car behind, because you want to get up as quick as you can. And you've already mentioned the UCI have decided that in a couple of the feed stations it's bottles only, but they're allowing to hand up musettes with multiple bottles in it. So it's keeping cool. But in these temperatures, I think UE Team Emirates have to think, do you want to kind of burn the team a little bit, or a few riders in the team with still a long way to go and a few days of controlling? Or will you allow this breakaway to gain 7 or 8 minutes and allow someone like Torsten Train to get in there? Although we're talking about Torsten Train, Sean Quinn isn't that far behind as well. So the both of them will be thinking about it, because Sean Quinn is only a matter of 20 odd seconds behind him, 28 seconds. So yeah, it could be a big day for a couple of teams here with the yellow jersey. And I think if I was UAE Team Emirates, I wouldn't be burning out my team today just to keep a hold of that yellow jersey, because there's nobody, in my book anyway, there's nobody really in there that has any threats in the long term when it comes to the finishes of this race for the general classification.
Yes, they don't necessarily have to write that. I mean, you could give Torsten Train or Sean Quinn, I mean, Tadej Pogacar or Jonas Vingegaard level on time. They could potentially give them as much as 10 minutes and still
even double that. To be honest with you, they
still win the Tour de France.
Yeah, in the grand scale of things, you got to weigh this up, and I think for UE Team Emirates, Uno X are going to ride, right? EF Education are going to ride, right? And that's going to save up even just using one rider here, like Paul at the front, the big German rider. Potentially a stage win tomorrow for the sprinters, so they'll be looking at it. The next day is second category, hilltop finish, mountaintop finish. So again, if they can relinquish that control for a couple of days, then I would think that would be the key to that, and give it away. We have to take the conditions into consideration here, and you don't want to burn your team out. Like I say, it's like having an hourglass. The more you can put it on its side throughout, the more you'll save towards when you really need them, because it is about energy preservation. Anybody that's ridden and finished a Grand Tour knows it's about energy preservation, and you already alluded to this could be in the last week, big breakaway going away and having to control things. I don't think UE Team Emirates really want to control things as much to keep a hold of this yellow. If they lose the whole yellow jersey today, I don't think it'll be a disaster.
The way it looks at the moment, the gap still continuing to rise. 3 3/4 minutes for our 34 riders clear of the field. Almost everyone has some sort of representation in there. 23 teams in the bike race, and 5 teams haven't quite made it in. UAE, Visma, Decathlon, they all have considerable skin in the GC game, but a couple of teams who aren't represented that might be a little bit miffed about it, Brian.
Yeah, look, it is a little bit of a surprise. a couple of even Net Company. You could see that when the group was going away, I think it was Tobias Foss came up and towards the front and was trying to kind of think about it. They only have one rider in here. They only have one chance, I think, and that's Voikelin. So no surprise that UE, Team Emirates, XRG, Visma Lease Bike Decathlon have missed out. But for Astana and Tudor, that's a big blow for them, especially Astana, because I think that for Astana, the likes of they've got Mike Tunison, I think Velasco, birthday boy Vinokurov sharing his birthday with my good self. Ballerini, thank you, Declan. Ballerini as well. Higuita. There's a few riders in there that I think this stage would have suited.
Well, we wouldn't have given you any homework today if we'd known it was your birthday. So yeah, you kept that one quiet.
Yeah, when you get to my age, you keep them all quiet.
You don't want to get that many bumps. Yeah, birthday boys, few birthdays out there. Nicholas Vinokurov missed out in the break, but he's 24 years of age. He'll have a bit of cake this evening. Abel Balderstone as well from the Cahors Rural squad. They're 24 and 26 years of age, respectively. Last birthday boy to win at stage of Tour de France, Eric Zabel, back in 1995. And it's actually Eric Zabel's birthday today. Coincidentally, he's 56 years of age. Tapping through, plenty of teams with multiple representation. You've mentioned the likes of Net Company Ineos, who had this one zeroed in, targeted. They recce'd it. They've had a good old look at the stage, but they've only got one rider in the move, and that's not really as much representation as they would have hoped for. A couple of other teams, though, feeling pretty good about it. Lidl, EF Education, Lidl Trek, EF Education, Easy Post, Alpecin Premier Tech and the Movistar squad, all with 3 riders. So we're going to certainly see those riders tapping through with vigour and commitment.
Well, that's the thing, Declan. It's although you've got multiple riders, and the onus is on you because you have got multiples. The onus is on you to do the work. I was in a situation in 2015 in the Tour on Mandela Day, and the numbers were announced over Race Radio. There's 24 riders in the breakaway, and we had one rider in the breakaway, and that was Steve Cummings, and we won on Monday, right? So just because you've got one rider, the likes of Michael Matthews is there alone for Jaco Alula. He's still very capable of winning. He's still rolling through. He's an intelligent bike rider, and he'll know the numbers are not with him, but he still has got that chance.
Musettes collected at the side of the road, as Brian has mentioned. The UCI decreed just today, indeed, that at the water bottle zones, there are specific feeding stations where you can collect musettes and everything, and there's other bottle zones along the route. But they've changed the rules, tweaked them a little bit today, and they've said that you can collect the feeding bags, or the musettes, at the bottle zones. And chatting to John Moulds a little earlier, he's gone away to have a sandwich, a baguette, or whatever it is that he's going
Welsh
to
cakes.
refuel it. Milkshake, I think that's the way to go.
No,
yeah.
Welsh cakes.
Oh, Welsh.
That's where they eat in that part of the world.
Oh, they put in the
like
the
fruity
musettes, yeah.
scones.
Scones or scones? But at any rate, he was saying that sometimes it's easier to grab a feed bag, and you can put a bottle in there, and you can put an ice bag, and you can put lots of other little bits and pieces in there. So the specifically bottle-only zones, it does certainly suit the teams in some ways to be able to give those out, give a musette out as well. So it's I think a useful, nice little tweak to the rules that the UCI have made overnight.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to hand up 3 bottles. I think 3 maximum, because the bags anymore, and sometimes we've seen them break, the straps break and things like that. But if you go by someone at the side of the road, especially if you should have 2 staff members at the side, and if that's the case, then if you get multiple riders and you're holding up bottles, well, we've seen a lot of riders miss bottles, and if they get one, well, if you put it in a musette, you've got an opportunity of getting more bottles, so you get 3, and if you can get multiples of 3 bottles, then your quid's in. It's a lot easier to do that, because we've seen I think Tom Pidcock mentioned it yesterday, that there is a bit of a battle behind in the team cars, and you get 23 team cars all trying to come up at the same time as well. So it's constant. It takes time, and if you get 23 team cars all trying to come up, and you know it's all in order. You put your hand up, you get called. You have to stay in that order, and you have to be patient. It could be 10-15 minutes by the time you get that bottle. So, and then you have to get back up, and it's, you know, the best place to be in a day like today is the breakaway, but unfortunately the breakaway is 34 riders,
18 cars. Yeah. It's almost like a brand new race. It's a completely separate race in one.
Ideally you want a group of about 15, no more, because a group of about 15 the cars can actually go up alongside, but if it's any more than 15 they have to drop behind the commissar's car and get up, and if you're on your own in the breakaway you're doing it yourself. So the ideal situation of 15 riders in the breakaway, but we would get more than double that.
Yep, stabilised slightly. Come back from 3:45 back to just 3.5 minutes. So see what's happening there. Nice solid job being done at the front at the moment by Niels Pollitt. Benjamin Thomas tapping along the wheels on a hot day. And even if this could be a slightly easier day for the riders in the break, they'll have suffered significantly over the last couple of days. And the Cofidis man, I think, will be just enduring this one, getting through it. It's still having an effect on their energy levels. George Bennett just in front. Big push for him in the break. Nicholas Vinokourov one in front as well, the Kazakh national champion. It's his birthday today. He's 24 years of age. He's in that main peloton. Up front, though, is Michael Matthews. He's cruised across and into the move of the day. One of several sprinters in there. Michael Matthews has endured a difficult season, but he's given himself an opportunity for stage success. We caught up ahead of today's stage.
Michael, if 3 months ago when you were in a hospital bed after that horrible crash, you would have been told that you would have been at the start of the Tour de France and actually even performing well, what would have you answered?
Well, I would have thought it was a dream, to be honest. Yeah, basically the doctors and everyone was telling me that it could even be season finish this year. So yeah, that was obviously a difficult time to go through. But yeah, being here on the start line with pretty good legs, yeah, is definitely something I didn't think would be possible. But so much work went in between then and now, and yeah, hopefully all that work can pay off this 3 weeks.
I think, as you said, being here is already a kind of success, but I guess as a champion that you are, you probably want more, and how would you identify this more?
Yeah, I'm obviously never satisfied unless I'm winning, but yeah, I think at the same time we understand how difficult this sport is and how high the level is at the moment, but so I understand there is, yeah, I'm on a little bit the back foot from my preparation for this race, but yeah, obviously if there's an opportunity to take it, I'll go 100% for it. And I think the first few days have been good. Triple T, I was good. Stage 1, I was a bit off. I think still a bit, went probably a bit too hard in the Triple T. And then yesterday I bounced back quite well. So let's hopefully my bad day was stage 2, and I can keep working from there.
And this stage, what kind of stage is that for you?
Oh, a few years ago it was definitely something that, yeah, would be really, we would ride all day and make sure it was a sprint for me. But yeah, nowadays, with the racing changed, with my preparation, we've got to race a bit differently. So hopefully, yeah, it can be a reduced bunch sprint in the final. But with the way racing is going, like yesterday, 100k of attacking, everyone was on their hands and knees once the breakaway went, and yeah, I think a lot of guys finished really tired yesterday. So let's hope my legs are good today and I can do my thing in the final.
So the breakaway is an option if you manage to.
I think it always needs to be in the back of the mind for sure, because you, if the break goes away and no one's chasing, then it's a stage win possibly gone out the window. So you always need to be ready for both scenarios.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Four-time Tour de France stage winner Michael Matthews bouncing back after that horror training crash earlier this year. 2 broken wrists. Well, it was just an open arm fracture, cut thumb tendons, sinus fracture. requiring stitches to the face. He was off his bike for an extended period of time. No exercise of any sort for 3 weeks, then a bit of the home trainer for about 4 weeks. I think he was wondering if he'd ever get back to professional road racing. And here he is in the break of the day, looking to extend his Tour de France tally of stage wins to 5 today. He's linked up with some class sprinters today. It's going to be quite the battle. His birthday boy, one of two, as we've mentioned. Nicholas Vinokourov, he too has been in the wars. He was one of those 3 riders in the Astana squad who crashed on the day 1 team time trial. And a happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to his twin brother Alexander, by the way. Another, he's now former professional road racing cyclist. He's an assistant team director with the Astana squad. No doubt we'll find Abel Balderstone at some stage as well. Meanwhile, Kevin Vogeland can't keep cool enough. Smiling though, and that's good to see after the couple of days that he's endured. He's put himself in with a chance today.
Yeah, he has. Everybody's got a chance today. You have to think big, large breakaway. This is about preserving energy now, doing your little bit, ducking and diving, and you know, such a quality breakaway. If we go through some of the riders that are in here, it's like their own. It's like starting their own wee road race. With this group of 34, there's a real mix of talent here.
Multiple team representation. 140 to go. And 34 riders clear of the fields. Their advantage, though, has kind of, you know, they've stemmed the flow there a little bit. Are we surprised to see that they've decided to set up and settle in at 3.5 minutes? Will there be further opportunity for these riders to extend their lead?
Well, that's what we don't know. You know, that was always the question yesterday. We don't know what the tactics are of UAE Team Emirates. That happened on the roads. Of course, they would have discussed it, but you're not going to invest. I think if the gap was 4 or 5 minutes yesterday, it was 2 to 3 minutes yesterday, so that's why they decided to make that decision on the roads. Yeah, De Letter is the only rider they've got here, but like I say, it's, you know, there's times where as long as you get one rider in this breakaway, you get a chance, and that's the way you have to think about it. And that comes across in what the team manager is trying to inform these riders. Just because there's multiple riders, and you know, on the flip side, you have to, when you've got multiple riders, you kind of have to do maybe a little bit more. So now we're in a phase where you have to kind of duck and dive, and you know, they're not pushing as hard. They know that they've got at least 3.5 minutes. The big question is, who really fancies having a crack at this stage? I cannot see anybody in this peloton thinking about the stage, Declan. So it's all about UAE Team Emirates today. Do you want that leader's jersey? Do you want to keep it? And I think listening to Pogacar yesterday when he says, well, if I've got that opportunity of having the yellow jersey, it's such a prestigious jersey, I want it, you know, and I want to keep it. But you have to weigh up what's coming up in the next couple of days. If they can give it away to another team, then that might be the best thing to do. We were talking about this yesterday. Do we allow the breakaway to have their day and try and, you know, keep friends, or do we want to be dominant? But like I said earlier on, dangling that carrot, and that carrot might not have been there if it wasn't for Visma Leasebike that wanted to control the breakaway. If they'd have let it go out yesterday a little bit more, then we might have been talking about a different finish yesterday. So ultimately a rival team kind of helped another team to get into this yellow jersey. But I have to say, yeah. So look, this is what fascinates me that all the time, that I come in every day like today, and you look at it, you do your homework, and while you and John were on, I was listening to race radio, and I was trying to compile who was trying to get in the breakaway, who was there, and all the scenarios, and find out. And I messaged you guys because it's very important, because I've been in that car situation where you want to know who the best placed in the group. Sean Quinn it was initially, but then that other group went across, and then it was Torsten Train. And even for the Norwegians, they're still in the World Cup, so they've got everything to shout about. But there's only been
themselves to glory today and elsewhere. Yeah,
exactly. There's only been 2 other yellow jerseys, Hushoff and Christophe.
Blistering heat in southern France as they race through the Aude part of France from Carcassonne to Foix. Popular destinations, particularly Carcassonne, 13 times a stage host city. And Foix as well has been popular in recent years. Remember some significant victories. I have a fond recollection actually of Warren Barguil. Was it Warren Barguil? I think he took a victory. Certainly Rigoberto Urán was there. He was stuck in a big gear around the final corner. I took a photograph of a dog in a little warehouse, in a first floor warehouse. That is one of my favourite photographs that I've ever taken at any rate. So it's funny, you have these little memories of locations dotted around France that are connected to cycling but are separate, and that's, I think, the experience of anyone who goes to watch this race. Got an intermediate sprint along the way as well. Got 2 climbs, then the intermediate sprint at Quillan, about which I've got a story as well. It's a sleepy little town in the Aude. Not much to discuss about it, apart from the fact that it's beautiful, it's pleasant, there's a lovely atmosphere. And that I had a bag stolen there a few years ago in a cafe and lost a passport, computer, Kindle, iPad, house keys. It was a full house, end of holiday. Had to go to the consulate, get an emergency passport, head home, try and get a quick replacement passport, because I had another engagement outside of the European Union a few days afterwards, so it was all a bit rushed. So that was a very, very brief visit to Quillan, and certainly a memorable one.
Well, it was 2017, stage 13, that they won in Barguil, and it was actually Bastille Day.
Yes, yeah. Through the final bend, I think it was a short ramp up to the finish line of about 200 metres, and Rigoberto Urán was stuck on a big gear, but he still managed to come up with a good result, I think. Yeah. That's Foix. Who's going to have a story to tell? Who's going to have a memorable success, perhaps, for the F Education EasyPost squad? They can avenge that defeat with 3 riders in the break today, and Sean Quinn potentially going to vault up general classification. If it were, no problem for a Caja Rural rider, at least one of them, and this is just one of the stories of the day for that squad. A little bit of a kerfuffle. Bit of a log jump, Joel Nicolau. Oughtn't to be too much of a panic getting into a main peloton with a huge cavalcade still involved. Mind you, half of that cavalcade's just disappeared up the road, hasn't it?
Well, this is the cavalcade up the road behind the breakaway, so Nicolau should get back to the breakaway quite easy. And you can see, the other team cars, they try and kind of help where they can, just try and get the rider in the slipstream, because it's kind of one of these kind of unwritten rules that you don't want to make enemies. You kind of look after riders that are potentially in difficulty because of a puncture, or because your rider could be in that exact circumstance. So, yeah, it was interesting to hear from Net Company this morning regarding the Egan Bernal situation yesterday, that there was cars everywhere. They're trying to get Arensman back, and it was just absolute chaos yesterday. It maybe did Egan Bernal a bit of a favour, to be honest with you, because the breakaway wasn't successful, but Yeah, sometimes you can really try and get unfortunate punctures, but I think for Nicolau, he'll get back okay. But yeah, looking at the time gap, 3.5 minutes, they're kind of holding him at that. Normally, you know, that would mean that keeping them in a tight rope, UAE Team Emirates want to keep a hold of that jersey. So there is questions for that team to come out throughout the day. How many riders do they want to use? Are they quite intent just using Niels Pollitt yesterday? They used him yesterday, of course, and now it's another day. And again, I reiterate, you have to really look after not just yourself throughout the 3 weeks, but your whole team as well.
There's a Terminate Gorge carved by the River Sue into the limestone. Wild and rugged landscape, isn't it? Wouldn't mind a plunge in there right now. This is a clues, they call it in geology. Waters through the millennia, carved through the rock, thousands of years. Indeed, those gorge played a major defensive role for the Chateau des Termes, one of the 5 sons of Carcassonne, in 1210 during the Albigensian Crusade. Albigensian, indeed. Saw the Terme Castle as well a moment ago, 11th century construction. They rebuilt it again in the 13th and 14th centuries. I think they didn't go back. This is Terme. Got a climb to do. And will we see a contest for this climbing classification? Well, the EF Education Easy Post squad currently lead that, so plenty of points out on the road today. No sign of Alex Baudin. He did have a little bit of a cut to try and get into the break of the day. Didn't work out. He'll be happy enough that he's got 3 teammates in this move, and no doubt they'll show some interest in scoring the points. Could be a Mountains jersey on offer today for one of the riders in this breakaway. And of course, remember that you can follow on Multiviewer. With HBO Max Multiview, you can take control of the Tour de France, choose what you want to follow, the main race action, the climbs, the sprints, extra camera angles like team cars. You can see drone views. Watch the Tour your way live on HBO Max. Really is a blizzard of information. If you like your data, it's a great way to follow this race. And so many people, of course, are watching these events in multi-screen situations. Speaking of multi-screens, scan the QR code. Further details available.
Just touching on this King of the Mountains, because we're inside the last few hundred metres. There's only 2 riders in this breakaway that have actually scored. There's actually 3. Keep an eye on the Movistar rider of Garcia, Raul Garcia. 144, so he's the rider on the right hand side here in the blue. So he has already scored in this competition with and he's on 6 points. Van Mechelen of Bahrain, he's on 4 points, and Frank Vanderbroek is on 2 points. So they're the riders that could possibly be stealing that jersey away from EF Education Easy Post. So we may see maybe 1 or 2 of the EF Education Easy Post riders trying to take the points away, thinking of that.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out. A little way to go to the top of our first climb of the day. The riders still trying to establish and create as big a gap as they possibly can. He's got a punchy style, hasn't he? And he looked in great form yesterday. Raul Garcia, the Spanish rider with the Spanish registered Movistar squad. He's got 6 points against Alex Baudin's 12. Watches with well, no interest whatsoever in that one as the Alex Molinар goes up. Is it Molinar that's gone up to pinch that? Molinar, of course, has scored in this competition as well. He has 5 points going into that one, so a few points gained for him there. Little Trek feeling pretty good about things. Lined up second in the peloton.
That's one combination to the front. We're not going to show behind, so onward. For information from the peloton, Pollitt is putting a pretty good pace, huh? So people in the back are suffering, let's say.
That's fascinating, isn't it? UAE just won't let the elastic snap too easy.
No, for the moment anyway, it looks as if they want to keep a hold of the yellow jersey. The way that Pollard is pulling at the moment, but it's how much they want to invest for the rest of the race. If Pollard can keep this up, then it's doing, yeah, a lot of tired legs towards the back of the peloton, but he's also tiring himself out. So it does look, for the moment anyway, that UAE Team Emirates XRG would like to keep a hold of that. And it's no real surprise after his interview yesterday. But let's see how this develops. If these guys in front, especially, you know, the guys that are up there in the general classification, decide, you know, they kind of keep pushing along here. But as long as Nils Pollard does this, the more that the yellow jersey, and of course we have to take into consideration the stage places, because that's what separates Vingegaard and Pogačar at the moment. And if Pogačar finishes 4 places behind Vingegaard today, then Vingegaard will take the yellow jersey.
Remco Evenepoel looking pretty relaxed at the moment. Florian Lipovic as well, handily placed in general classification, has looked equal to everything that's been thrown at them. One wonders whether there's potentially an element of hubris about UAE Team Emirates XRG in driving the pace such as they are, and indeed in how they raced yesterday. Could potentially they be using up their support act, their support riders ahead of the big climbs to come? Or conversely, I suppose the flip side of that is this part of the softening up process where they're trying to inflict wounds ahead of the big push to come. Jens Vogt is out on the bike at the moment. I think it's tough for the bike riders. I suspect it's tough for Jensi as well. Let's hear from him.
Just to give bottles to riders in the front group, but entire cool boxes will be changed. They get 20, 30, 40 new cool fresh water bottles in the car and drop off the old ones, the empty ones. So a lot of logistics go into the hydration plan for today, and a lot of manpower is needed. A lot of people needed to be on each uphill bit to change bottles in and out with the team cars coming by. So teams have to plan really, really carefully every day with the heat we have out here. Back to you, commentators.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of embrace the scope and the scale of logistics required at Tour de France level. I mean, any major stage race at World Tour level is a difficult prospect, but as so many extra personnel, of course, are drawn in from the team. Virtually no other racing. Of course, Tour of Austria is on at the moment, but it's pretty quiet in the UCI calendar at the moment, as you might expect, because all eyeballs in world cycling are on the Grand Boucle, the biggest race of all. Alex Molinар fancied a little bit of this. Cat 4 Hill, of course, is just 1 point on offer at the top of the climb, so he's added to his total. He's moved from 4th to 3rd, and he'll have 3 further opportunities during the day to extend his total and maybe just close the gap to Alex Baudin, which sits at 6 points. Baudin back in the main peloton, still in the lead of the King of the Mountains competition.
You also have to take into consideration you cannot go on the race route as well. So there's logistically, you know, to get to the feed stations and things, you cannot use the same route as the race. You're not allowed. So it's this huge logistical nightmare for everybody, and it's on a daily basis. And especially when we go through areas where there's kind of limited number of roads as well. So you have to do a lot of you know, routing around.
Rooting around this group at the moment, Biniam Girmay has managed to find his way in. He'll be grateful for the assistance and the help of Marco Frigo, his NSN teammates. The 34-rider breakaway working hard to try and establish their advantage. They're not getting it easy, are they? Mats Pedersen, the prime instigator in this move. A world road race champion. Looked really good yesterday. Certainly the most prominent of all of the sprinters. Van den Broek as well. Slightly different style of a rider, to say the least. Just the sole representative of the Picnic Post Donnell squad. Vacek, though, That's the extra luxury of indeed, isn't it, for the Lidl Trek team, that they've got 3 riders in this move, so they can send Vacek back on bottle duty. That means they can keep riders in the rotation. And yeah, I mean, it's a relatively large group, a large cavalcade behind, so it's not quite as easy just to drop back, collect bottles as it ordinarily would be were this just a 3, 4 or 5 rider group. Flip side of that, of course, is they've got more riders to stoke the fire. EF Education Easy Post squad, Sean Quinn looking towards a general classification advantage. Michael Valgren, well, he's a great raider from the breakaways.
Yeah, he came back after a real nasty injury and won that stage in the Giro d'Italia. So yeah, he's another rider that is looking for the breakaway, looking to try and get some success. He's won some good races in the past, but one thing he hasn't won is a Tour de France stage.
Yeah, I mean, he, again, another rider who wasn't sure he would ever be a pro bike rider again. It was a long, long road back, even longer indeed than it took Michael Matthews. So for Michael Valgren, he's having a fabulous season. Stage win in Treno Adriatico, as you mentioned, and then repeated the alchemy on Italian roads in the Giro d'Italia in May. And he's, you know, you come into a season with good form if you can stay fit and healthy. You know, you can, and manage the form, then it's easy. It's slightly easier, isn't it, to have a really good, consistent season. But if you find yourself chasing the form from early on, well, you often end up with all sorts of peaks and troughs, and it's not quite as easy to find that consistency. Tell you what, consistent ride being done by this map. Niels Pollitt. It's not quite 1 against 34, but it's 1 against sort of 10 or 15, isn't it? And at the moment, he's keeping them on a really, really tight leash.
Well, we saw that yesterday, Declan, with Tim Wellens doing a long, long pull, and EF Education sports directors were saying, look, it's only Tim Wellens, but what a terrific job he was doing for the team. So this is still a long way to go. We're inside 130 kilometres, and this is a strong pace. We've already heard that from the team cars behind. Yes, you have to ride this strong if you want to keep a hold of the yellow jersey, and it seems to be that is what they want to do today. But I don't think it would be a great surprise to anybody if they lost out. But, you know, they want to invest.
All good at the moment for the yellow jersey. First time we've seen it today. One UAE on the front. The rest of his team nestling slightly further back, but towards the front of a much reduced peloton, albeit still about 150 riders in that group, as we make our way by degrees, by lots of degrees Celsius indeed, you might say, all the way to Foix today. France is on fire in many regards, but should be a clean run. There's no danger at all, just in case you have been wondering about that. There's been so much talk indeed about spectators not invited to the finish of yesterday's stage. That's not the situation today. It is a clean run for the Tour de France, albeit I suppose some minor shadow over proceedings is the fact that the local prefectures or the local regional bosses have been given the go-ahead that should it be decreed, or should they see the necessity, they are entitled to shorten or indeed change the timetabling of these Tour de France stages. That's something that the organisers ASO, they'll be thinking about consistently in the background. For these riders, though, they just, and indeed as Jasper Stuyven said in his pre-stage comments, there's not a lot they can do about it. For the most part, they just have to. It was almost a weary sort of comment, wasn't it, from Stuyven, as if like we have no influence over. There was this mildest sarcasm about it, or frustration.
We have protocols in our sport, yeah. But I think there's only been one time, might have been two. Tour of Oman might be one, but I remember covering the Dubai Tour when it first started. And I think it was one of the first stages. It was over 40 degrees, and they decided to kind of neutralise the race because it was the heat through the desert. But we normally get it for extreme kind of rain and snow and things like that, but the heat side of things, that we don't have maybe a temperature that, if it goes above a certain temperature, that we decide to kind of neutralise the race for the health of the riders, because I know from racing at extreme temperatures it isn't healthy, but unless there's procedures put in place and unless there's proof, and I think it's down to the doctors within the teams and things like that. But yeah, we heard from a couple of riders, and you mentioned Stuyven there, well, they don't have a choice of what's going to happen, so maybe it's something that we do look at for the future when we get to a certain temperature, because I know I spent a lot of time in Phoenix in Arizona, and they used to close the runway at certain parts of the year because the tarmac was melting. So yeah, I think maybe we might have to look at a kind of temperature, whether it's a 40-degree cut-off, or we'll have to wait for the people that have got that influence to make a decision on that.
Yeah, these temperatures, not unheard of course, back in your day, far from, I won't say unusual, but just a little bit more consistently high these days, aren't they? And yeah, it's just something that we're aware of the health implications for the riders. Now, Hannah Walker has been speaking to Mark Crieff ahead of today's stage. Wonder what the business have planned.
Mark Crieff, the bus has taken one for the team. No bus this morning. What's happened?
The airco started to not work anymore yesterday during the drive back. It was already a long drive yesterday after the stage. It was 2.5 hours, and in the end it was quite warm, I can tell you. And this morning it went to the garage. Luckily we were close by with the hotel, so we did everything from the hotel. The organization also helped with the police to get an escort to the start with the riders, because all the roads were blocked. So in the end we made it in time, so all good.
What have you done for the riders to help them make sure that they still stay and remain as cool as possible pre-stage?
Yeah, that we could stay in the hotel. It was there was a nice airco there. It was nice and cool. Perfect. Yeah, so we did everything in the hotel, all the preparation. We did the meeting, yeah, all the stuff we took out of the bus so they could prepare normally. And yeah, we stayed there as long as possible, and we were just in time for the presentation.
Adapt and pivot. Talk to me about yesterday's stage. Were you happy that the yellow jersey was no longer on the shoulders of Jonas Vingegaard, with everything that comes with the yellow jersey and the added pressure, but also the added pressure on the team? It is the biggest prize, the biggest jersey in cycling, though.
Yeah, it's the holy grail, I would say, in cycling. It's something where we are proud of, and we were proud of to wear it. But in the end, yeah, the race situation also made that we are not having it anymore. And of course, you have, like what you say, you have, like, after the stage, you have the podium ceremony, you have the doping control, you have the press where you have to speak to. That is now not there anymore, and in that case, it's yeah, it's okay that we don't have it anymore.
You think they didn't like the yellow jersey sometimes, the way they talk about it, but it does make sense, doesn't it? Matt Stevens been watching with fascination and interest. It's hot work out there, it's hot work in here as well, but yeah, it's a big old break out there now, isn't it, Matt?
It is indeed. It's packed with some very, very interesting riders indeed. No pure climbers in there, but it's just it's a proper mixed bag, as you'd expect. With 34 riders there, it's very representative of a pretty balanced mini peloton. I don't know about your thoughts, Bright. It is a fascinating mix. Who's your real standout riders, Brian, from this move, should it stay clear? And all things being equal, it should, but a lot of the rules that we're normally used to in the Tour de France are out the window after yesterday, Brian. But what are your thoughts on riders that could shine? If they need to be strong, but with the amount of riders here as well, there's going to be a lot of riders who want to maybe open this up a little bit early.
Yeah, no, they have to. I think we called that a little bit earlier, that this is not going to finish like, 34-man sprints. There's so many, and like you say, and you guys will be talking about this in TNT, there's such a mixed bag in here. First and foremost, the green jersey sprint is coming up, so there's a few sprinters in here. Nice to see this man here, Jasper Philipsen, getting himself involved with the breakaway and looking at. I think he's realised if he wants to try and get green, then he can't just allow these breakaways and Mads Pedersen. It was always a given that Mads Pedersen was going to try and get in here. But for the riders that are here, like, we know that Jan Tratnik and Nico Dines for Red Bull have won Grand Tour stages. not too sure what kind of form that both of those riders that are on. Michael Valgren, well, he just won his first Giro stage win, his first Grand Tour stage win.
Very popular,
in
wasn't it?
magnificent form. Looking through, I've been quite impressed with Vlad van Mechelen. He had a good stage in the Rhône-Alpes race as well, that preluded this one. Bit of pressure on Kevin Voigtelen as well to deliver something here. Jasper Stuyven is an interesting one. I think Jasper Stuyven is a strong card to play. Michael Matthews, well, we said he's not quite on that form at the moment, but he's got the intelligence to try and deliver something today. I think Pablo Castrillo is a real dark horse in this group. Of course, he came to fame winning 2 stages of the Vuelta a couple of years ago. Hasn't really done the same since he's gone to Movistar, but definitely something, a rider to really look at. They've got 3 riders, Movistar, so you know they do have the numbers, but it's just not having the numbers that's going to guarantee you're going to win the stage today. Jörg Zimmermann is another rider, Lotto Intermarché, that can deliver in this sort of level. There's so many good riders here. The French champion, Frank van der Broek, he's already been in the breakaway today, but I think looking at the riders that we've got here, if I was to pick one rider, because you've got to remember, Matt, that there's a few targets in some of these riders' backs because of what they've done in the past. So if Pedersen goes, they're going to be on him, and I think if Stuyven tries to go, but if it comes down to it, doesn't matter what target you're on your back, if it's hard enough, then there's nothing you can do. But I think with Movistar, this could be a big stage for them today with Oliveira, Garcia and Castrillo. And I think Castrillo could be a rider. He just won the Time Trial Championships of Spain coming into this race, and I think he is really kind of one to watch in this breakaway. But what are your thoughts on, because I've been kind of talking about it, and I was a bit kind of worried about UAE Team Emirates putting Niels Paulus on the front and keeping it 3.5 minutes, because I don't think it would be a bad decision not to keep a hold of that yellow jersey. And of course, like, you know, it's the golden fleece, it is what they want. Pogacar said afterwards that they you know, if there's a chance of having that yellow jersey, it's another day in yellow, it's another day. He's always thinking about history and making history, but I don't think it would be a bad thing to give it away today.
Well, to answer your question, right, you do wonder whether they're just looking at the riders in the move. I've no doubt you talked about it already. Torsten Klein is the best placed rider at 5:06, and maybe they are happy to give the break their lead but don't want to concede the jersey, knowing that tomorrow they'll have to do a little bit of work, but then it'll be controlled by the sprinters teams, and then of course we've got a big GC day. So it is an interesting one, but it's been kept on a tight leash, and the door is still technically open, isn't it? That was a good shot, straight in the hole there for the fan there, who made up a little tent. There's a bead-on collector. But no, I mean, they don't need to ride as hard as this, and we were talking about it early on. I think a lot of the conventional wisdom that we're used to, when you look at a stage, although we couldn't predict necessarily forensically, you'd have a pretty educated idea of what was going to happen. And yesterday that was thrown out the window. And I guess it's because the Tadej Pogacar, being the champion that he is, with the ability he has, he perceives the racing differently than a lot of us mere mortals, including commentators and DSs. And massively unexpected what happened yesterday. But Remco Evenepoel said after the stage, or this morning, whenever it was, that, you know, he was ashamed for the breakaway, but if you feel you can win, then you shouldn't let those opportunities slip.
But Matt, UAE didn't. It landed on the plate yesterday.
Yeah, the door was kept open, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh no. The door was kept open. They didn't ride till quite deep into the race, and also the way the race unfolded as well. 60k before the break actually went clear, and then Visma should have just. I guess we're looking retrospectively now. When I say should have, I don't mean that. It's just that if the break was going to succeed, and Visma wanted to ensure it succeeded, they basically just stopped riding and let it drift out to 6 minutes, and then it's not going to come back, is it?
No.
But they kept the door open, didn't they, for then for it to be picked up. So just kept passing the baton on, keeping the space high, and then Tadej's looked at the situation of, no doubt it was Tadej who made that call himself. It's a tough finish. It's only 2 minutes. Right, let's take the stage, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, that was exactly what happened yesterday. All the riders attacking, nullifying everything, and eventually the break went away. Visma came up and they just said, OK, thank you very much, we'll take it on from here. And, you know, that was very clear when they came to the front in the end. But even today, and you mentioned Pogačar, yeah, he's a big champion and he knows what he's capable of, and he's got a very strong team, but I still think you have to look after your team, and you can't go every stage. You know, having ridden the Grand Tour, you get into the last week, you're going to need all resources, and if you can save your team a little bit, then in that last week they've still got something left. And okay, they're only using one rider, but we heard from the team car that he's riding quite hard, and that's one rider that is going to have to recover. I know the sprinters will probably control things tomorrow, and then we've got a GC day, but to give them a little bit of even Niels Paul, a little bit of kind of time off, allowing Uno X to possibly, and you can't forget Sean Quinn as well for EF. So giving it away to one of those teams might not be a bad thing, but like we've said all along, is that kind of golden fleece everybody wants, and once you've got it, you don't want to kind of give it away. But you know, we've seen things happen in the past, but by the looks of things, they want to keep a hold of that jersey.
It certainly does at the moment. Maybe the plan is the break it's going to take the glory. They can battle it out, but we want to keep the jersey on the shoulders of Tadej Pogačar to fully honour it, rather than just giving it away. That's not in Tadej Pogačar's, all the team's DNA, it appears, and it's become quite clear. And I respect that, but as I say, it's but in order to do that, you are using one of your most important resources very early, and that has been a consideration in the past. We talked, I know I just came on the end of the conversation about how long a rider needs to hang around at the end of the race with all the protocol duties if you have got a jersey, but there's also the if you lose the jersey, give the jersey away, you can actually take the pressure off your team a little bit and use them more wisely, because you know, Tadej Pogačar is an incredible rider who occupies a particular rarefied atmosphere, way and above everybody else, it appears, for the last couple of years. But his teammates, despite their depth and strength, they are slightly more normal human beings, aren't they? So, and you do wonder what these sorts of efforts will actually do to the team. But it's certainly interesting. It gives us a lot to discuss. And just as we're saying that, Brian, with 1,500 metres to go to the top of the climb, Niels Pollitt, with the engine that he's had, or that he got, should I say, it's down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, you could tell with the breakaway there that
they're feathering it, aren't they?
Yeah, they've really settled down here, and they've realised that they're not going to get much more, so they'll just, you know, play with the time gap, knowing that they're only going to be given just over 3 minutes, so they know what they're doing. For some riders in the breakaway, especially Torsten Train, he'll be hoping that gap opened up and he's got that opportunity. But you are dealing with an hour and a half after a stage that if you don't have podium or interviews, you can get quicker back to the hotel, you can get, you know, a lot of things are quicker. But looking at the way he's kind of waving about the Mexican flag the other day, and you know, all that sort of stuff that goes with it, I think he's quite happy doing that as well.
He is,
we just heard from Visma Leasebike as well about their buses. The AC's kind of broken down a little bit, and they were allowed to stay in the hotel. So they're already kind of thinking about a plan B, stay in the hotel as long as possible, use the air conditioning and relax before the start. But Pogačar, he doesn't really kind of think about all these other extra things that he has to do. He just takes it in his grasp. But that's him. But he has to think that, you know, how does his teammates think about it? How does his teammates think about, you know, riding hard on the front? They're going to have to do a little bit tomorrow and more the day after. But I think he's quite happy doing whatever he does after stages.
Exactly. No, he certainly got used to it. The amount of time, the amount of days he spent in the yellow jersey. I don't have the stats to hand, but it's pretty incredible. off the back of that 22nd stage win yesterday. It was the earliest stage win Tadej's ever had in the Tour de France. Previous to that, it was the earliest was stage 4, so he's now rolled that back, and his earliest stage win is stage 3. And I know it's 13, 14 stages away, and he says he's not thinking about it, but he's, the way that he's riding at the moment and his age, and given the appetite that he has, if there are opportunities to win a stage, and given the races that he's ticking off, given the talent that he has, Brian, he's got to be at some point thought about, do you know what, I can actually not only be the greatest Tour de France rider of all time, the best rider of all time, full stop, but I can break all the records within the Tour. Win the Tour 6 times, you've got to win this one first, break that record, and be the rider that has got the most stage wins. And I think because he can, he wants to, and he's honouring the sport in doing that. Imagine having that sort of receive the sprint for the top. Georg Steinhauser looks like he's going to take this one. This is it's the 3rd category climb, so it's 2 in 1 over the top. It's getting very cagey as we head towards the top. And Mecklin is also there as well. Remember, he was in the break yesterday. It looks as if Steinhauser is going to take this one, or is Van Mecklin going to come round him? Or Molenaar is there as well. Ooh, it looks like it is going to be the man from Carrera who just takes the points over the top. So 2 in 1 points on offer there.
Well, he did that in stage 2, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's quick, isn't he?
He was beating some good finishers. So yeah, hats off. If you remember on that stage where he was up the road in that small breakaway and putting away Engelhardt, the German champion, who isn't a slouch, come a sprint like that. So yeah, that's what Steinhauser was trying to do there. Stop him taking the maximum points, but you couldn't stop the faster man. But just looking at Pogačar, he's amazing bike rider, but it seems to me as soon as he pins numbers on, he wants to win it all. He wants every race, he wants to win.
He certainly does want to win as much as he can. 1 kilometre to go for the peloton. Molenaar from Carrera has taken the points over the top of the 2nd categorised climb of the day. That is behind them. 117 or 116 k's to go for the front of the peloton. In terms of the profile, we've got now a long descent over the Col de Paradis, and it certainly isn't Paradis out there at all. It is very hot indeed. They've changed the rulings on how many feed zones there are, and riders can actually take a little bit more from the side of the road given the ridiculously hot conditions. But yeah, we drop off the top of this climb and we have a nice 20 kilometres. It's about an 8k descent, then a slight plateau, drops again, and then gently dropping in the valley road. And so we've got the best parts of some fast kilometres coming up, but then flat, and then that takes us through the intermediate sprint at De Quilon. That's with 88.5 kilometres to go. As you see, Tom Scoins making sure he's fueled up. He was the rider earlier on who was giving some information to his teammates in the front, really interesting information, telling them that Pollitt was riding, telling everybody in the front that they're setting the tempo that's hard enough to make riders suffer, and it is. He is a big engine that's used to doing this and has actually shaved off the best part of 30 seconds on that climb as Ben Healy drops back to do the same thing. So we've got a nice descent now that leads into the only intermediate sprint of the day for the points competition, and then we take in probably the hardest climb of the day, the Col du Coudons. That tops out at 77 k's to go. It's a long climb by that one, isn't it? 11 k's at 5.5%. Certainly not brutally steep, but long in these conditions.
That was interesting there. Did you see that full ice pack there that they're handing up now? So that is something I think EF Education, I believe that they've got a truck kind of making this ice or something like that in the Tour this year.
Again, it's I saw that earlier on. Michael Volgren, they're basically the kind you buy in a supermarket, fill up the tap and you pop out the ice cubes and put in your drink, but that's laying the whole thing to the surface area, rather than like the tights that they're using, which goes in the nape of your neck, spreads over the top of your back, which is a great idea. And the thing about those as well, we saw Volgren put one down his own neck and then roll up 2, put them in his pockets. He gave one to Vacek, gave one to Pedersen as well. So again, a very simple thing that you can buy at home is now being used on the roads. And there's a lot of improvisation in this sort of weather. They're not allowed to wear ice vests in the race itself, but they are allowed to stick things down their jerseys, and that is a bit of a development. If that's the case, Brian, it just shows they've obviously planned ahead, looked at the conditions, and it is massively important. We talk about the importance of fueling and keeping cool, but when we're touching 30, 35, 36 and up to nearly 40 degrees, there's a massive effect on performance. So you really have to you know, tackle that and be proactive and just make sure you have that in place.
Yeah, we're talking about that we do have protocols in place in cycling, but it's a lot in the kind of low temperatures, you know, the freezing temperatures, the snow and rain and various other things. We don't have a cap on temperature when it comes to kind of heat. I don't know if you know, the UCI have done any kind of testing and things like that. We're hearing from Trentin that it's not healthy with the racing in, and you know, limited on the bottles and various other things, the hydration. But yeah, we now have in our sports, we get heart rate monitors, power monitors, core temperature monitors. I know that a sweat monitor and kind of hydration is being developed at the moment. So yeah, it's we're trying to kind of look and monitor everything, but I don't know if there's going to be a kind of cap on maximum temperature in the future.
Yeah, we shall see. Well, Molinari is clear. He took the points. It's clearly carried a little bit of extra momentum. And this is a long, gradual ascent. It looks like he's pressing on here, keeping that advantage. There's confirmation of the points on the Col du Paradis, the third category affair. Molinari taking 2 points. Dutchman riding for the invited team here, Carorel. They've had a good start to this race. They've been very aggressive. They've actually worn a jersey in this race as well, the King of the Mountains. They've actually, I've been impressed while we're focusing on Molinari out in front. They have really impressed me. They've been in all the big breakaways. They've worn a jersey, Brian, and there were a few, I think it's fair to say, eyebrows raised when they were initially picked. But so far, okay, we're only 4 days in, I think they've really showed their worth.
You can pick that up with John Moult next as well, because I think it was between Unibet Rose Rockets and Caja Rural, so I'll get him to comment on that. Because
but, I mean, the fact that, okay, they're in the race and they're showing themselves right now, aren't they? I mean, they're in it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I agree with you, totally agree with you. You've not been in a tour since 1989, the La Hareta days, and they've come back here. And yes, last year they were ranked above Unibet Rose Rockets. I think it was between them who got the last invited place. The fact that maybe it started in Spain this year, in Catalonia, maybe made a difference, but they were ranked above Unibet Rose Rockets. But you got to take into consideration, which I don't think ASO looked at, that Unibet Rose Rockets signed some good riders, some better riders over the winter. But they're here, you know, they're flying the flag, and they're kind of stepping up to the mark, as you say.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, Molinar's moved up to second place. Bourdin still leads. He did try and get across to the breakaway, the man from EF, but that late counter-attack was actually brought back by the UAE team member. It's XRG-led peloton, and this is a little break we've got. They're pushing ahead for this. Steinhauser, Rob Stannard is there as well as Alex Molinar. Now, Brian, looking at the composition of this group, when I first came on air with you, we touched on the fact that this could open up early. This is quite interesting. This could be quite an interesting split here, because they are driving and they're moving clear. You wonder what sort of reaction is going to happen behind.
What they've got to realise that Mads Pedersen wants the points here, so I'd assume that Ludo Trek will want to knit this back together. He wants maximum points. They have to consider this.
The beautiful side of the Tour de France peloton dropping off the highest points of the race so far. 622 metres, the Col du Paradis. The highest point today is the Col de Montségur. That comes at 35.2 k's to go. 7 kilometre affair, that's 6.6%, and that tops out at 1,059 metres before the bumpy drop into Foix. The gap still holding steady at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. But Brian, I do agree. In the way that you'd think that Vacek and Simmons will try and pull this one back. All that's going to do is draw the other sprinters back into the fray, but Mads Pedersen has got himself into this move. I think for the stage for that team, unless it opens up early on, you would maybe favour Vacek and Simmons on this slightly hillier terrain. But if Mads Pedersen is on 100% form, you can't rule him out either. But as you say, objective number one is trying to score maximum points off the back of his success yesterday. Because
that's what you have to consider.
Exactly, yeah.
When you do a move like that, you have to consider what the other team's going to do, and it's very clear to me that Lido Trek will pull it all back together. So the three in front, for me, maybe a little bit of a wasted effort. They should have thought about this a little bit more, because they'll know that, you know, for that green jersey sprint point, that you know, Mads Pedersen will do what he needs to do. He's done it in other races, so they'll do what they need to do. And I think after that, then they might be kind of released to do what they can, because for the three riders that are here for Lido Trek, very difficult to control everything. And like you rightly said there, looking at the way this is kind of planning out there, yeah, Mads Pedersen is still one of the favourites to win the stage, but Vácek certainly for me is a rider that can deliver.
Yeah, just getting some Hymo of riders. That's also the other interesting team to try and pull things back for the sprints would be Plancart and De Bruyne for Philipsen as well. You know, to a couple of teams combining, you know, Alpecin, Premier Tech stick one rider on the front with a rider from Lidl and bring it back together so they can battle it out. And Girmay as well, of course. He's got Marco Frigo, although you'd imagine maybe Frigo pulling a few turns. He's a rider that could function well at the back end. I'd imagine that Girmay might fall away given that very, very difficult final climb. But I think the reason Girmay and Pedersen and, of course, Philipsen are here is for this intermediate sprint. It's a little way off just yet. It does come at 88.5 kilometres to go as we see the peloton being led with these stark shadows, the sun high. Looking at Le Chateau des Arcs. Clearly a very old edifice dating back to the 14th, 15th century. You can almost feel the warmth, can't you, Brian, from out the comfort, the relative comfort of our booth. You can just feel the heat on the road today.
It's the colour of the grass.
Yes, scorched earth, isn't it? Nils Pollitt leads the peloton. This is stage 4 of the Tour de France. From Carcassonne to Foix, 181.9 k's, run off in very warm conditions indeed. The situation on the road, if you are just joining us, is the fact we have a very big breakaway, enjoying a lead of just over 3 minutes. As you can see, all the major Jersey contenders are back in the peloton, including Tadej Pogačar in yellow. Jonas Vingegaard is wearing green today, keeping that jersey warm for Tadej Pogačar, who does lead the points competition as well. Alex Baudin, the King of the Mountains, safely in the peloton too. But we have, 34 riders up in front. I'm going to whiz through them very, very quickly indeed. Otherwise, we'd be here for about half an hour. We've got 2 from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe in the form of Nico Denz and Jan Tratnik. 3 from Lidl Trek, Mads Pedersen, Quinn Simmons and Matej Vácek. 3 from EF Education Easy Post. As we take a look at our race leader, Tadej Pogačar, back in the peloton. Quinn Steinhauser and Volgren. We've got a couple of riders from Bahrain victorious, Rob Stannard and Vlad van Mechelen. One solitary figure from Netcompany Ineos in the form of Kevin Vauquelin, who you would imagine would like this sort of finish today. Pascal Acorn and Jasper Stuyven are there for Soudal Quickstep. Ramses de Bruyne, Jasper Philipsen, Ed Plancart, all there from the other Belgian team. Alpecin at Premier Tech. Then we've got Michael Matthews for Jayco, Torsten Train, who's the best placed rider in this move. He's there from Uno X, a man that's used to leading Grand Tours, spent quite a few days in the red jersey of leader of the Vuelta. We've got 2 from Innocent Cycling, Biniam Girmay and Marco Frigo. 3 from Movistar, Pablo Castrillo, Raul Garcia Pierna and Nelson Oliveira, the Portuguese rider. We've got 1 rider from Intermarché, that's Georg Zimmermann, the former German road champion. Jon Izagirre and Alex Kircher there for Cofidis. Quentin Hermans and Brent Van Moor are there for Pinarello Q36.5. As Tally takes a bead on. It's good in yellow, doesn't he? Full yellow logos on his ND wheels as well there. We've got Romain Quigra and Ewan Costieu, the French champion, there with Costieu for Groupama FDJ United. Alexandre Delettre, known as Ad to his teammates, is there from Total Energy. Just trying to listen actually, if we can discern what Tadej is saying. about the sound. No, we are getting pretty decent audio from the road. Frank van der Broek is there for Picnic Post-Nel, and then we've got Alex Molina and Joel and Nicolau from Caja Rural. Take a breath, that's your breakaway. I've been joined by John Mould. You all right, John?
Hey up, Matt, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm enjoying another interesting stage. Me and Brian were talking about yesterday's stage, how the door was left open for Tadej to seize the opportunity, and he duly delivered. And we've still a fair way to go on today's stage. The door is definitely ajar still, isn't it? You know, the way that they're riding. It suggests to me, I'll be interested to hear your take on it, suggests to me they're happy for the break to stay clear, but they want to keep the jersey. What are your thoughts?
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The best place was at 5 minutes.
Yes.
So it seems like they just want to control it. They're happy for the breakaway to take stage honours, but they definitely want to keep that yellow jersey. It's interesting. We're going to get to those 2 big climbs coming up, 2 second category climbs, tough climbs as well, long ones. So it's interesting how they'll ride through those sections.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, 3:08. Just under 15 k's to go to the intermediate sprint. That little group that went off the front with Molinar, they've been brought back. Brian was saying that they probably did think better of it. As we look at Kevin Vauquelin. Do you want some water like that? I think the cameraman's going to be very happy that he's got water on his lens, but there we go. Kevin Vauquelin clearly in good spirits, bitterly disappointed on the opening day when he suffered a mechanical, I think it was a puncture, rear wheel puncture, wasn't it, in the team time trial. And the way that, to be fair, Netcompany Ineos reconfigured and still managed to finish up there on the day with Ganna's ride was incredible. It was supposed to be set up for Vauquelin, but certainly looks composed. The only problem he has, or I guess it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You know, he's the only rider from Netcompany Ineos. There's some teams only with 3, others with 2. There's a smattering of riders with 1. It's good on one hand because it means you can just back off a little bit, but you're outnumbered on the other. So Vauquelin's going to, and out of the riders that are here, on paper you'd fancy Vauquelin amongst maybe the likes of Matthews, maybe the likes of Simmons. They're the kind of riders that rise to the surface here, but you're going to need good legs, but also you're going to need to be really tactically switched on, especially if you're on their own, because you can see a split happening today on the flat, and one of the strongest riders being left behind and not being able to battle it for the stage win. You can just feel that happening today, can't you?
Yeah, you really can. It's one of those points now in the car behind. You really try and pick riders for if you're in the Netcompany Ineos car, you try and pick the key riders that you need to follow.
Yeah.
You can't follow everyone. So, of course, you look at Little Trek. You can easily say Mads Pedersen's the fastest finisher there, but are they going to have someone with Vatsek to go?
Yeah.
Let's follow Vatsek or even Jan Tratnik. Because you're thinking, just pick 1 or 2 and say, Kev, you need to mark those guys, those riders out.
It's going to be a fascinating battle. Still a long way to go though today. 101.5 kilometres, 181.9 k's in total. And just dropping back now is Ewan Kustier. Gap bouncing back up. There's a Nico Denz. Unsurprisingly, riders constantly dropping back to make sure that they're fueled. And they've got ice. It's talking about some of the what we've noticed from EF Education, EasyPost, and Brian was saying they actually brought a vehicle on just to bring ice to the teams. They've clearly thought ahead. They've looked at the temperatures and the ice cubes that they're putting down the back are the ones you fill up from the tap, and you've got like maybe 12 or 16 little cubes that normally pop into your gin and tonic, but it lies really nicely on the back. I could see that's a bit of a trend that might start.
Yeah, it's a really nice idea. Actually, first thing I noticed when I saw it, I thought, well, that's a good one to take to some future races as well, because you obviously have the ice socks, and they take a lot of time to make actually. So typically it's just a pair of women's tights, and you stuff them with ice, cut them into size. So normally one leg probably gets 5 ice socks or 4 ice socks, and it's actually quite a lot of work for the staff. Just not hard work, but just time consuming.
Yeah.
And with that little ice pack, all you're doing is filling up things, putting them in the freezer, and they lay flat. They don't take as much space up as an ice sock. Might be ones other teams might steal.
Yeah, I can see that definitely catching on. There's seemingly we're just getting, well, let's be honest, the planet is just heating up, isn't it? And sport has to adapt, and it was interesting hearing the views of Matteo Trentin, and also it was Jasper Stuyven we spoke to, who was interviewed at the start of the stage. He was asked by Anders Mielke, our man on the ground at the Tour, about the conditions, and asked if there were, you know, there was any stand, and he did use the words, a little bit sad really, he said that, well, I don't think we have a voice. And that was, did you hear that interview, Moldy? It was quite, you know, it was a bit of a shame, because they do have a voice, but it's had the impact of that voice, isn't it, in these conditions. And also clearly the organisers and the UCI have allowed a lot more feeding to take place, understandably, for health reasons. But when the weather's just getting hotter, do we shorten the stages, or do we have to redesign the parkour of a Grand Tour in the height of summer due to the high temperatures? It's definitely a really legitimate discussion that's going to have to be ongoing, isn't it?
It really is. It's so difficult and so complex to have an easy fix for it, of course. The schedule of the whole season is set out, and it's been that way for so long. And it's not just because the Tour de France needs to start or needs to be in July. It's fitting all the other races in that UCI calendar in that season. If you move the Tour de France to a different part of the season, that affects, the knock-on effect would be further down the order, and that would be the really detrimental thing to do. I think the biggest races in the world are always going to survive, everyone's going to go, but what you do risk if you start moving the calendar is losing those smaller races, those races without the same budget or the backing of those big groups. So it's difficult.
It is difficult. I suppose one of the other solutions is to have slightly earlier starts, because as you move, if you have later starts, I mean, it's still warm at 7 o'clock in the evening, is have earlier starts and slightly shorter stages. But this year's Tour, we only have one stage over 200 kilometres. I actually think that's a healthy thing. I think we're seeing brilliant racing when the stage distance bounces between 130 and 180 k's, you know, especially over difficult terrain, rather than these, I wouldn't say processions, but there's still room for the monuments, of course, at 250 plus, and the big long mountain stages. But I think we get far more riveting, open, exciting racing when the stages are just that little bit punchier. You're looking at the very familiar sight of Nils Pollitt of UE Team Emirates XRG on the front, plying his trade, doing what he does best, and that is basically essentially matching the pace being set out front by 34 riders, and that it will be interesting to see what his whoop score is at the end of the day, or whatever kit he's wearing to measure his metrics. The composition of the group out in front, because it is so big, there will be a lot of riders biding their time, and because of the mix of riders, especially teams with multiple opportunities, there'll be some guys who are just going to be looking after one particular rider, but also they'll be acutely aware of the risk of leaving yourself exposed. So that generally has a slightly dampening effect. It makes Pollitt's job maybe that little bit easier than maybe an 8-10 man group who are far more committed. But still, the work rate that Pollitt is putting out here, John, you know what this kind of thing takes. You're managing teams at the highest level. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, just based on what we've seen now, he is going to have spent probably the most calories today, isn't he? It's just as simple as that. He's pushed that much wind over such difficult terrain.
Yeah, he really is. It's going to be a real big effort. It's kind of, in a way, he's able to control his pace.
Yeah.
Try and stay in the aerobic zone all the time.
Yeah.
As soon as you start going in the red, or you go into that anaerobic, the zone, you really start to do damage.
Especially in the heat like this. Yeah.
Especially in the heat. So it's all about the big thing actually is then teammates making sure they come up and give him bottles, food, ice, because obviously, as we've seen, he hasn't left the front of this peloton.
No.
So it's teammates making sure they come up. We need to keep looking after him. It's not just he's doing a great job for us, but we need to look after him as well and make sure he's fed and watered.
Great shot of the peloton taking a left-hander through this small village. The sprint is coming up shortly. Quite looking forward to seeing how this sprint unfolds. Remember, we've got three of the fastest men in the world in this breakaway. Jasper Philipsen is the standout rider alongside Biniam Girmay and, of course, Mads Pedersen. That's Sylvain Dillier, the back of the peloton, dropping back, no doubt. to maybe get an ice pop or something like that. And just a quick one as well on the Alpecin Premier Tech team, especially with Jasper Philipsen in the move. They've got a cracking YouTube video out, John. I don't know if you've seen it. And a lot of the teams, of course, have their own YouTube channels, as does yours, one of the most popular with the Unibet Rose Rockets. But yeah, check it out. Expect the unexpected. It's on the Alpecin Premier Tech YouTube channel. Give it a watch. It's a really warts and all insight into their pre-tour preparation. With a lot of Jasper Philipsen, there's a clip that I saw when he was moaning and complaining about the fact he had to train with these riders and put them in the red all the time. It's quite interesting as we take a look at the 40 degrees being measured on the motorbike there. So 3:53 now. The gap has started to go out a little bit now. So stage 4 of the Tour de France. It's been such an active race so far. It really, really has. When you take a look at the general classification, I think everybody would agree it feels like we're either at the end of week 1 or the beginning of week 2. Some of the time gaps in just 3 days of racing. We haven't even completed the 4th day yet. It's incredible. It's been a tour like no other. But I've liked it, John. I really have. I think it's one of the most unconventional profiles of a tour, weighted towards the end. I think there's an overall balance, but with a lot of the hillier stuff coming at the back end to, I would imagine, shape a real climax this race to try and keep the tension in relation to the general classification later. But I love the new team time trial format, especially with the hillier finale, and have a lovely couple of punchy stages thrown into the mix. I think it's just the sprinters who feel a little bit left out, but I've really enjoyed the way the tour has been designed and ridden over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it started with a bang, straight into it. It was sometimes you have that bit of build-up. Of course, you can go through every alternative. There's always going to be something better. You're never going to keep everyone happy. But yeah, I agree with you. I really enjoyed how the racing's just got straight into it. No messing around. It's actually really nice to see that. Well, it makes those GC riders. Some of the riders in a few years ago, I think people always used to ride into Grand Tours. You get through the first week and then you start to feel the legs and then you come round. But nowadays, yeah, especially at this Tour de France this year, you had to come in perfect shape, ready to go from the word go.
Yeah, I think Tadej Pogačar gave a very similar interview, because he was asked, like, nobody, if you think you can come to the Tour and bed yourself in and ride yourself into week 2 or 3, you might as well stay at home and ride the Vuelta. There's opportunities on every single day, and as multiple riders have said, Tadej the most, I don't know when my last win's going to be, and it is. Some people might think, well, maybe just spread the love out a little bit more, but why should you? If you've been blessed with this talent, this commitment, this dedication, this ability, you don't know when your last win's going to be, so you've almost got a duty to win when you can. I mean, whether you like it or not, it's there we go, and that is the close-up of Tadej Pogačar, just cruising along right now at 34 k's an hour. And there we go, a bit of an acknowledgement that it is very warm out there. Let's hear from Jens on the moto.
Riding behind the first group of the race here, I used the chance to talk to the sport directors of Team Uno-X Mobility and also of Team EF Education EasyPost, because they have the 2 best placed riders here. Same question, are you dreaming of a yellow jersey? Uno-X said, nope. We take it as a bonus, but we don't expect it. We don't believe in a change of a jersey. We go all with Thorsten Train. We go all for the stage. Same question for EF Education. And he said, look, Jens, there's a reason why they keep it at 3 minutes or 3:30. They keep it close. No way Pogačar wants to give away the jersey today. So we all in for the stage win and nothing else. That is what they told me. They don't believe that Pogačar gives the jersey up today. Back to the commentators.
Always great to hear from Jensi. Also great to get that insight on the road from the DSs. I think that's a pretty fair take. I'd agree with that. Speaking to both the EF Education, you've got Sean Quinn, who's up there on the GC, the second best placed rider in the move. He's got Steinhauser and Volgren with him for company. And also Train is the only rider from his team there. I think that's a healthy way, isn't it? First and foremost is do it just enough to conserve energy and think about going for the stage win. And then if the jersey comes, it's just a cherry on the cake, isn't it? But there's a lot. There's 92 Ks of racing. A lot can happen, but with the gap at 4:06, it does seem that is the case. They're just going to not allow the gap to go above 5 or 6 minutes at the moment, and if they do, they'll bring it back to maybe 3 or 4 minutes at the finish. It does seem, although I'd never want 100% bet in this race at the moment, John, but that does seem to be the case with the gap now at 4:09.
Yeah, from the beginning, when that break established, I think if they were willing to give that yellow jersey away, they would have allowed the gap to go to 5 minutes or 6 minutes straight away to allow it. But they've held it at that 3 minute mark. Niels Pollitt started riding. There's no reason for them to give the yellow jersey away. They've got a strong enough team. They're happy, and also I think Tadej really enjoys wearing that yellow jersey. And exactly like we said, he relishes bike racing. He wants to win as much as he can, and it's an honour for him to be wearing that yellow.
Yeah, and I think the more that you look at, what you've got to look at as well is Tadej's appetite. It looks like whoever this is has got a bit of plastic caught in their rear neck and the jockey wheel just at the back. That's a little bit annoying. Looks like it's Izagirre actually. It is indeed Ion Izagirre. He might not even be aware of it, to be honest with it, or it might not be causing him too much of a hindrance. But I tell you what, if you go towards the back end, I want a bit of a change there in case that did get caught up. But yeah, you're talking about Tadej there and the team wanting to. It's not just honouring the jersey. It's Tadej is used to being in the jersey, and it's his right at the moment, isn't it? And why on earth would he give it away when tomorrow will be relatively easy? And I use the word relative because every tour stage is hard, but it's a bumpy stage tomorrow, but it should be one for the sprinters. And if a break does go, the slack will be taken up by the sprint teams tomorrow for the first clear opportunity. And then, as you say, the following day we have the Tourmalet, a big stage, and invariably Tadej would keep the jersey there, maybe even extend his lead. We do have a hilltop finish, but it's more of a long valley road, so that's a big stage. But given Jonas Vingegaard's run into this race, back-to-back Grand Tour wins, Tadej, not that he needs to step up at all, but it's just the psychological advantage, I guess, in terms of momentum, is being with Jonas, isn't it? And he's now the only rider of this generation to win all 3 Grand Tours. So, winning at will when he can, staying in the jersey is just a reminder, as if we need it. These are small details, John, aren't they? But they don't. Why would they give the jersey away? It's Tadej Pogačar. It's just no reason, is there? And it's just they're strong, and they just want to keep reminding people that we are here, we're the best. And so it's psychological warfare as well as physical warfare, isn't it?
It really is. And Team Visma Lease Bike came in and took the first battle. That
Yes.
team time trial.
Yep.
They showed up and they executed that team time trial to perfection. And we were all, I think, everyone in the press, everyone watching, all the fans were saying, "Wow, what a team Visma Lease Bike have this year! Definitely one of the strongest, etc." And has that played a bit of an effect on the UAE? No, we're actually one of the strongest. We'll come and show you. And that's what it seems to have happened.
Yeah, they certainly came out fighting with Isaac Del Toro taking stage 2, and then well, we're going to have a look at the sprint coming up. So 1K to go to the sprint. Now let's focus on this. This is going to be very interesting. There's your points tally. Previous years it's been 20 points for the win, still down to 15. But there's a bit of a hefty tally. This is getting pretty tactical, isn't it? The gap up to 4:23, no worries there. But riders now looking around. Now, there's a possibility here as well. We've seen this before, that after the sprint, that's when a split's been caused, isn't it, as well? The riders will carry the momentum on. So it does look like Alpecin Premier Tech are starting to pick things up a little bit here. Remember, they've got Philipsen. Edward Plancart is just moving. He's in 4th wheel at the moment. So this could be a fascinating sprint. So it's almost a little bit of a standoff. Pascal Enkhorn is on the front. Quinn Simmons out of the saddle there in that Captain America-esque kit. And they are now opening up the sprint with 250 metres to go. The camera's at the back of the bunch. Let's have a little look at the front. They're rounding the corner. Can't quite see who's there or who's got this one. Hopefully we'll see. an interesting angle for the sprint, but it looks like it's Girmay, Pedersen, Girmay, Philipsen at the last, Girmay, Philipsen, Pedersen. Whew. We did get the angle in the end, John.
Yeah, that was a bit of a long wait, wasn't it? But yeah, it looked like Biniam Girmay from NSN took that win. Close with Philipsen though. Philipsen just coming up, and Pedersen again in third.
It was up a slight rise, which again would have favoured Girmay, wouldn't it? Just that 1 or 2% incline is just going to fall in the favour of Girmay. Clearly he's on good form. He won the sprint on the opening day, didn't he, as well? I seem to remember.
Yeah.
Or the remnants from the breakaway. First blood in the green jersey competition to Biniam, and there's a nice little fist bump. That was a fair sprint, a straight sprint, and Girmay taking maximum points there. The former green jersey winner from a couple of years ago. What a year that was for the Eritrean. An absolute national treasure, a wonderful, lovely lad. He really is such a talismanic figure within the team, and a delightful guy to speak to on and off the bike. But and here we go. What's going to happen now? So Pedersen just wheeling over the road. Michael Matthews just drifting off. Remember, Michael Matthews is one of the riders in this move that does not have any teammates. But you do not want to let this lad float off the front. And Quinn Simmons is straight on the wheel. And the gap now up to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And this is where we commence the climb, though, John, isn't it? So we're up the longest climb of the day. As you can see, bottom left there, 10.5 Ks. This is the second category climb of the Col du Coudon.
And interestingly, in that sprint, Michael Matthews, who's probably one of the fastest in this group, didn't compete at all.
Yep.
And that's exactly why. So that really sexes, his flag to the mast. I think he's going all in for the stage victory today, and that shows you what his whole plan is for this Grand Tour as well. I think he's after stage victory. He's come back from that really awful crash in training at the start of the season. But for today now, and then you go to the other guys, Girmay and Philipsen, instantly hitting that second climb and straight out the back.
Yeah. No doubt they could have hung on, but why would they? It's not a stage for those guys. And the way the sprint was placed on today's stage, they've infiltrated that move. That would have taken a lot of work. Tomorrow is our first big opportunity for the sprinters. But there will be other riders who will try and foil that, that's for sure. I'd imagine a break will go, but a big salute there from Binny. Salutes the camera, and it is basically mission accomplished. They will relax a little bit. And actually, they can take it pretty easy here, John. Although they've still got to ride this climb, they can actually ride it, relatively easily, and hopefully get caught by the peloton with a 4.5 minute gap. They'll get caught in the next few Ks, and then maybe join the gruppetto. But they can have a relatively easy ride. Make sure they're fueled up, keeping cool. But for the next 5 or 10 minutes, they can cruise up this climb, can't they?
Yeah, they really can. It'd be nice for them just to be caught. I think just stay in the peloton at the top of this climb, over the top, and then they get over the plateau that we have, down the descent, and then we hit that final climb, and that finishes with 35 kilometres to go. And then they're once they get distance on that climb, they've got an easy ride in, way inside the time cut, and they can really recover, ready for a chance tomorrow.
Indeed, with one of the other big sprinters that was here. Sadly no longer in the race, Anna Deli, as many of you will know, pulled out yesterday after that real battle. So Binny Girmay we're focusing on.
And just as they have really good, and how they now you can see how many team cars, of course, behind that group, with a group of 34. You get a nice replay of that sprint as well. Girmay confirmation on the screen there, taking the win. Philipsen second, Mads Pedersen in third. Michael Matthews picking up just the 8 points, but if you can see in the replay, just following the wheels.
Yeah, Nico Dems meerkatting just behind him as well, just to make sure, but we are well onto the climb. It's 6.5 Ks to go, and still the best part of 10 Ks to the top of this second category climb. There were 34 riders out in front. At least 2 have dropped away. 2 of the big sprinters, so we showed 32 riders up in front. Biniam Girmay has dropped back with Jasper Philipsen as the peloton being led through, still by Niels Pollitt, but the gap has drifted out even more now, 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And you do wonder how long Niels Pollitt's going to ride this one, and whether they are happy to ride harder on the flat and just easier on this climb, and then pick it up over the top and down the other side, because it won't be too much more time until one of the men in the breakaway, Torsten Treen, moves in to the virtual lead of the race. So 4:43 is the gap. Girmay now at just over half a minute. It looks like that's Isak Del Toro bringing up the... it is indeed Del Toro in the white jersey. Yeah, best young rider, of course, in this race. He wears that jersey, offering Pollitt a couple of bead-ons and a few words of encouragement, telling him he's doing a good job as well. So real generosity there from the Mexican champion with that debut Tour de France stage win just a couple of days ago. Still fresh in his memory. What a performance that was. And I think for me, John, you know, that firstly the way, you know, he shut down the move on the descent of Mateusz Skelmos, and then secondly the way he cornered, and then also the way that the power up the finishing straight to lead out Pogačar, but then the utter surprise and joy when he realised he'd been given the win as well. When I say given the win, he'd earned it, but obviously Tadej was just shepherding everybody else. Tadej could have won, we all know that. So there was that. Just the delight and surprise on his face was wonderful to see, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Just that, the joy. You, as a young rider, as any sports person, you just dream of those moments in any sport. Just to put your hands in the air in cycling, even if it's a small race, it's an amazing feeling. So, yeah, for Del Toro on his debut Tour de France to pick up that. Yeah, didn't have to wait long, did he? He did 2 stages and he picked up a stage win.
Indeed. Well, 4:55 now, so it does look like they're easing a little bit. The tempo is being set out the front now. By the former Dutch champion Vacek on his wheels, so Enkhorn leading for Soudal Quickstep. 8.5 k's to go. Now, one of the riders in the move, who's won big in the past, is Georg Steinhauser of EF Education EasyPost. He was spoken to ahead of the race. We're going to hear what he had to say now. He's coming up now. Yesterday I felt super good, so that was a pity. But if I've learned anything in the Grand Tours I did the last few years, it's that opportunities will come. If not now, then in the second and third week. You shouldn't hang your head and hope for better times.
Wir stehen jetzt hier gerade
schon bei weit über 30 Grad.
Ist das für dich noch irgendwo im Rahmen oder sagst du, allmählich muss man mal über größere Maßnahmen nachdenken?
For me it's okay. In smaller races we already had these kind of temperatures. Here the stages are longer, so you're happy with every single drop of water. Our team car even had to stop yesterday, so there was no water anymore, which was, yeah, wasn't great. But the situation is the same for everybody. We heard you did a lot of extra heat training at home, wearing winter clothes indoors. Do you feel the difference now? Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at adapting to the heat, to be honest with me. Thank you. Good to hear from Georg Steinhauser, stage winner in the Giro d'Italia, remember? His father was a very, very good bike racer indeed as well. Yeah, so many riders doing this heat training, and the heat training, as you all know, John, it was funny enough, I got a little message the other day. It was Tom Schoen sent me a little video message, and it was actually on his home trainer with one of those heat suits on. So I wondered what on earth I'd been sent, but it was quite funny. But it is very common now. But it's not just getting your body used to training, it's actually that the physiological benefits are there as well. Can you just explain that a little bit? Because it's not just getting the body used to perform at these temperatures. It optimizes training as well, doesn't it? If you just explain that.
Yeah, so there's adaptations that happen. As we all know, altitude training, simplify it really. If you train and put your body under more stress, then your body adapts to deal with the stress that it's under. So one example of that is going to altitude. At altitude, there's less oxygen in the air. So then that puts the body under stress. The body then creates more red blood cells, platelets, everything to allow the more oxygen to be carried around. And actually, heat training does exactly the same thing. So it creates the body, if you put it under more stress of heat, it then needs to create more red blood cells because simply the body temperature is higher, so the blood is doesn't have enough red blood cells to carry the oxygen around.
Right.
So if you keep doing that, then the body creates more red blood cells, and you have a similar benefit as of going to altitude.
Yeah, this is I think one of the companies that makes them. There are several. One that springs to mind is Core, isn't it? It's who have these the monitors. They measure glucose, things like that, but they also measure your core body temperature as well. But they do have these suits, very, very much like a medical suit or a hazmat suit, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And then you also have that, and then some people are also training. You can do it through saunas or really hot baths if you don't have the suits and you're not training in it. And there's of course acclimatization, heat tents with humidity added. If you see the footballers at the World Cup at the moment, they're using that to prepare ready for the World Cup.
Well, we've got Ondas at the top of the Col de Coudon, which is this climb.
We're standing at the top of Col de Coudon, the third climb of the day, the first Cat 2 climb. And welcome to the French oven. It is super, super hot. We just had a pit stop in the bottom of the climb. 38 degrees, and it feels like there's a hairdryer constantly in your face. This climb itself, it's long. It's not that hard looking at the gradients, though looking at kilometer 4 of the climb until 6.5 of the climb, it's quite hard with 7-8%. Otherwise, it's quite regular with 3-4 and 5%. One thing which is very crucial about this climb is how exposed it is for the sun. Barely any shadow. You can sense here, this is actually one of the first places with shadow on the climb, so it's going to be super, super hot. One thing noticing coming out of the car up here, it has dropped a little bit. Temperatures right now 32 degrees. We're standing here at the Polka Dot family. Look, this French fan, his frame of his giant bike is Polka Dot. Even the stickers of his Mavic wheels, it's Polka Dot. The car, for now, is Polka Dot. And look here, he even has a tent that is Polka Dot. And he is, of course, Polka Dot. Monsieur Polka Dot? Yes. Yes. Can I try these? Look, all the gear, this gear he has. Even Polka Dot. Glasses, helmet, jersey. His kit is even Polka Dot. Monsieur Polka Dot.
That was slightly surreal from Anders there. Oh, bless you, mate. Wonderful. It just shows the effort that a lot of the fans on the side of the road go to one of the Tour de France. There's some strange and wonderful and weird sights out on the side of the road. It did look like some of that kit there from that gentleman was the stuff that Julien Alaphilippe was wearing a few years ago. I think that was maybe he's friends with Julien. I'm not too sure, but great to see the fans at the side of the road embracing the race. If you've never been out and you're watching this to the Tour de France, both myself and the whole of the team here, Mouldy included, would advise that you go. It is very special, especially these days. We can watch HBO Max, you can stream the race but sit at the side of the road, then put down your phone and just watch the race come by. Find yourself a bit of shade, but it's wonderful, isn't it? I don't know if you went as a kid, John. I did, and it's one of the things that inspired me to hop on a bike and give it a nudge. It really was.
Yeah, it's amazing actually. Everything that comes before the riders even comes through. I remember the first time I went and seeing the amount of helicopters that turned up even before the race, and I was just like, whoa, it's amazing. So yeah, and of course next year the Grand Depart in the UK, both men and women. So if you're in the UK, make sure you get out for that.
Yeah, definitely. Both the Tour and the Tour de France fan Avik Zwift, as Mouldy was saying, on a UK soil next year. As we look at the UAE team members, XRG squad: Pogacar, Del Toro, Grosjean, McNulty, Pollitt, Vermeersch, Wellens and Adam Yates. That's some lineup, and they're going to have a lot of work to do over the coming weeks, regardless if Tadej Pogacar decides to relinquish the jersey today. From what we've seen so far, I don't think that'll be the case, although we are getting near that point, that little threshold. If the gap goes just over 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 7 seconds of an advantage is all that Torsten Traim will need. But then and we'll see what happens towards the back end. It does look like Pollitt just leaning on it again. There's definitely a few Ks back then where Pollitt was just feathering it a little bit, letting the lead go out. I think it's clear that the brake's going to stay clear today, and by the way that Nils is riding this climb, I do think they want to keep a lid on it. And of course they've got more resources to make sure near the back end, especially the likes of Grosshartner and Wellens. They probably won't even need to use that many other riders. As we see, is this an attack? I think no, this is struggling at the back. This is one of the riders, of course, normally a lead-out rider, Ed Plankart, who was looking after Jasper Philipsen a minute ago, and he's just fighting to get back on terms here. Swings left, uses just the berm of the climb to swing back in. That was smart. That was just a little detail there, the way he used the angle of the road to get a bit of added momentum. That's experience right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and keep that speed as well. He was coming up at a faster speed, didn't need to slow down, and just use the whole corner properly. As we see out the front of this breakaway, just slowly have ridden off, haven't they? Not really gone into an attack mode or anything. It's Jan Tratnik and Matthias Vacek.
These are two riders. Yeah, we saw it. They just literally, I mean, Tratnik just went to the front and just gave it a gentle squeeze, not even going anaerobic, just literally lifting the pace a little bit. But in these sorts of temperatures, John, it's hard enough on a long climb. You know the sort of pace you can ride at. Of course, you know, most riders can follow most attacks, but you know, if you do follow for too long, you're going to implode, put yourself into the red, and then completely go backwards. So there'll be a few riders, given the mixed composition, that wouldn't have matched it. But they've got 20 seconds now. Tratnik and Vacek, of all of the riders in this group, I'd be looking at like Matthews, maybe Vauquelin, Volgren, and Simmons, maybe Costier on his day, Gregoire as well. This is a very dangerous move that's gone clear. I mean, a long way to go, but they are two riders over this sort of terrain that, if they did make it to the finish, and again, it's a long way out to go, but it's quite a dangerous move to let clear.
Yeah, it seems like Little Trek now are rubbing their hands together.
Yeah.
You've allowed, everyone before would have been looking at Little Trek, at Mads Pedersen, Quinn Simmons and Vacek. What a three to have.
Yeah.
Vacek now has gone up the road. Same with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe now. Now Nico Denz, he just sits on, he follows. But straight away you then go to how the script then flips. Now EF Education Easy Post. They need to start looking after how they hold these in that little split in a manageable gap. Still only 20 seconds, so it's gone to EF Education Easy Post and Movistar really. Do they now need to use one rider up just to make sure that those two riders now of Vacek and Tratnik don't get too far away?
We're looking at Lenny Martinez at the back, or Lenny Martinez should I say, slightly different pronunciation than his Colombian colleague. Savabian, he looks pretty easy, doesn't he? One of the lightest riders in the race, makes climbing look very easy indeed. Such a talented rider, and certainly looks to be in very good spinning spirits, just flicking the pedals round on this relatively benign gradient, especially compared to what we still got to come in this Tour de France. A long climb, a second category climb, but nothing too steep, and as you can see, they are moving quickly. But the riders moving the quickest at the moment are our two leaders, Jan Tratnik and Matthias Vacek. Two very talented riders indeed, two big engines. Vacek, a very fast finisher indeed, and of course Tratnik has one big, and he's riding for Visma Lease, like took Omloop Newsblad as well. So both of the riders out in front, as well as being good on climbs, they're just versatile, aren't they? They're really, really versatile riders.
They really are. They're just solid, I'd say. It's one of those, they're just perfect teammates because they can do so much and they're just there and they're always consistent. But of course, when they do get that opportunity to go, they're race winners themselves. And I think that's what makes the best teammates in the world, actually. If they're race winners and able to adapt and ride for their teammates, they know exactly what they need to do. They ride, they help those little micro accelerations, everything that goes with it. If you know how to win races, you know how to protect yourself, and then you know how to protect your leaders and your teammates.
Well, both riders, as you were saying, with all of those attributes, John. They are great teammates, but both at completely different stages of their career. Jan Tratnik now, one of the most experienced riders in the peloton. I think it's fair to say one of the elder statesmen, but form clearly not diminished whatsoever. 36 years of age now is the Slovenian. Got a 2-year deal with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, and is looking good. But by comparison, Matej Vacek from the Czech Republic, he's only 24 years of age from Billund, and there's got a long-term deal with the squad that he's running for at Lidl Trek. I do love that bike, by the way. That's a heck of a design. I'm very, very keen on that. But yeah, 36 seconds now. And look at what's happening behind. Steinhauser is having to work on the front. So you called it. It's a numbers game here. Mads Pedersen sat behind. He's not going to do any chasing at all. But Movistar are another team with 3 riders in this move. And if they want any success out of this bike race, they're going to have to commit riders on the front. And they're looking around. And this is a real standoff. There's so many other riders here that I think are just completely pinned as well. And also looking to other teams. This is one of the problems. It's great to have a lot of riders up the front because there's opportunities to rest. But, John, it gets complicated as soon... That cohesion is zero now, isn't it? Everybody's looking at each other, and the lead is ballooning for our 2 riders out in front. Meanwhile, the peloton are relatively distant now, 5:54. And the virtual race lead is now on the shoulders of Torsten Train.
Yeah, you could see the bit of frustration from Georg Steinhauser as well. Just wave his arm to bring someone up.
I don't blame him. Looking at the other teams, Movistar with 3 for crying out loud. You've got Bahrain with a couple as well. It's quite strange.
Yeah, this is where it's key in the team cars as well. They need to go speak to the other director sportives in the cars behind, try and get a bit of a coalition together and understand what people want.
Yeah.
You go to Movistar straight away and ask how are you going to win today? Do you want to ride with us? Try and make sure that this group now, only 2 riders I know, but at 42 seconds. But then you go to EF Education Easy Post with Steinhauser. At some point you're stuck in that situation, and you can only control what you can do. And at some point you just have to commit to riding and take that risk.
Yeah, it is a fascinating situation. It really, really is. This is Josh Tarling. Again, no real surprise to see him just being distanced on this climb. One of the heavier riders, very powerful rider, of course, on tour debut. And tempo being set at the front by Nils Pollitt, just doing his own thing. They're not going to be panicking at all. I still think that they want to keep the jersey on the shoulders of Tadej Pogačar, but with 78.3 k's to go and some still pretty difficult terrain, and having used only 1 rider, there's still plenty of time to bring the gap down, to allow the break to stay clear, and also to keep the jersey for yet another day. But only 1,200 metres to the top of this climb, and the gap now 47 seconds. But yeah, just looking through the breakaway, no wonder there's frustration from Steinhauser there. We've got Stannard and Van Mechelen from Bahrain, Acorn and Sturven from Soudal, De Bruyne and Plancart. 3 from Movistar, 2 from Cofidis, and also we've got 2 from Pinarello Q36.5. It's I can see the frustration there. Tom Schoen's having a conversation with Nils Pollitt. Don't know exactly what's been said. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, just saw Tadej Pogačar maybe having a look in his musette. This is Magnus Kort, riding his last season now, John, isn't he? And the first time, I think it is the first time he's been Danish road champion, isn't it? Yeah. When he said it, well, when I found out it was the first time, it didn't quite seem right. He's won big, won in the Tour on several occasions in the Vuelta too, and he's won in all of the Grand Tours. But I thought he'd been Danish champion before, so what a way to cap off a career for that man.
Yeah, it was like the only thing missing actually for Magnus Kort, and it was. I think he actually announced his retirement just before the Nationals as well, and then went out and won it, which is, I don't know whether that's changed anything. Maybe he wants to get a full season in the National Champs kit.
That's it, or unless he retires on the eve of the National Championships next year, so he's got another 5 or 6 months to use it before the end of June. He might be tempted, we shall see. As we look at the head of affairs now, Jan Tratnik leading Matej Vacek, a Slovenian and a rider from Czechia on the front now. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe in tandem with Lidl Trek, and they are pressing on 52 seconds to the group that they left on the lower slopes of this climb. No big ferocious acceleration. Just a little, we call it a little stealth move off the front, and nobody really paid any attention apart from Vacek. He was just drifted across. And one of the interesting things about riding in these sorts of temperatures, we heard from Anders saying it's still 32 degrees at the top of the climb. You get this heart rate float, don't you, by as much as 10% in this heat, some riders even more. And if you do push yourself into the red in the warm, it's even harder to recover from. You don't quite have as much range, do you, or opportunity. So the points go in the bag. There's a crash behind. This is a crash from the peloton. A couple of riders involved in that. Sylvain Dillier on the deck. That looks like Jake Stewart as well.
Yeah.
Jake Stewart has crashed along with Simone Velasco, the Italian Forestano, who's already hit the deck previously. So again, maybe a moment of inattention. Not too sure exactly what happens there. That's on the uphill. All it takes is a little bit of relaxing, and they've come together and crashed. So the best part of a minute now for our two leaders. John, it is, well, action stations here. Molinar's going to try and take some more points towards the King of the Mountains. But in terms of the stage win, although we have a long way to go, it's firmly in the hands now, or falling in the favour of two of the classiest riders in this breakaway, Tratnik and Vacek.
Yeah, and it's really suiting them, actually, the way they've gone about it. Because they're two riders who are going to commit together. They're going to share that workload. The only thing is also Mads Pedersen now. He's excited and wanting to go.
That's interesting that he's counter-attacked. It is. He'll probably ease in a minute, one would imagine. We shall see. Yeah, he doesn't want to drag. Definitely have more than two options up in front. But counter-attack straight over the top. Quinn Simmons also in the mix there. Van Mechelen, 43 seconds now. It's that acceleration over the top and that little bit of a false flat. And now there's no descent off this climb as well, John, is there? We basically stay on the plateau for the best part of 15, 16 Ks.
Yeah, we stay over the top, and interestingly here now, little track. Also, Quinn Simmons is in this little move of 5. So, yeah, okay, you talk about numbers at the front, but if they're happy to go like this, and they're able to now just slip away from that rest of the breakaway, look how many they'd have 3 in a group of 7 riders out front, and that's a lot better than what they started with 3 representation in a group of 34.
Yeah, meanwhile behind, relatively calm. 6 minutes and 44 seconds now to the peloton. Grimay still hasn't actually been caught. And then the group containing Mads Pedersen and the rest of the breakaway at 40. So Thorsten Trein comfortably at the moment in the virtual lead of this race. As we look at the former Belgian road champion and the winner of the Stage of the Tour last year, Tim Wellens, dousing himself in water to keep cool. So calm, relative calm in the peloton, and a real flurry of activity at the front of the race. And looks like some little sutures being applied to the chin of Jake Stewart. It's clearly hit the deck quite hard. He'll be checked out by the doctors. Looks pretty pragmatic, clearly cheesed off as well, but just making sure he's looked after. But might not see the peloton again by the looks of things.
No, it looks like he'll be in the group Pato in that sprinters group. We saw Merlier dropped a little bit earlier, so there should be a group forming behind. But it's amazing how much time you lose when you're stood at the side of the road.
Well, just under 75 Ks to go now. The gap to our two leaders, Jan Tratnik and Mathias Vacek, 37 seconds. Grimay still not been caught, and his teammate Jake Stewart, the man from the Midlands in England, is back on his way. His chin has been patched up, and hopefully he should get in some sort of group and finish safely. Right, I'll throw it to you, John, to give us a bit of an assessment, and then it's John Harris who's back again after me. I'm going to nip back and have some lunch, as you can just admire that beautiful view.
Okay, enjoy, Matt.
Cheers, mate. Catch you tomorrow.
Some good lunch. See you tomorrow. But interestingly, still, no, last time check, to those two leaders was around 45 seconds. And of course, multi-view is option on HBO Max. Great tool to see where everything is. Back of the peloton, front of peloton. Nice to cover it, and you see all the angles that are available. It's also quite nice to see the activity at the back of the peloton. Riders constantly going back to the cars behind to pick up bidons, pick up ice socks, gels and food. Just a constant merry-go-round at the back of that peloton. But at the front it is still Niels Pollitt setting the pace. I think with Team UAE, Emirates XRG are quite happy now just to keep Pollitt there, use him for as long as possible. I think at the bottom of the next climb, which begins at kilometre 42, the next second cut climb, he will then pull to the side and he's finished his job.
I say hello, John. Sorry.
Hello.
Thank you very much for guiding us through all of that bit.
And he's nice, back up on his bike, Jake Stewart, which is really nice to see.
I just wanted to make sure that I'd understood all of the points that have been taken on the climbs. The Category 2 climbs are, as we're just seeing now, 5, 3, 2 and 1. So Alex Molinari still with some work to do if he wants to move back into that polka dot jersey, because he now has a total of 10 points in that competition, that Alex Baudin is in the lead with 12.
Yeah, so he needs to get over this next second category climb. So the next time as well, that's 5, 3, 2 and 1. If he wants any hope of taking that jersey back. There's two riders out front now, Vatsek and Tratnik. 38 seconds, and we were talking earlier just before you joined us how it's now on EF Education, Easy Post and Movistar to really control things in this breakaway. They're the ones with the most numbers. So there's 3 riders each from their teams in this group.
Have you been at all surprised by how things have panned out today? Were you confident it was going to be one for the breakaway?
I was confident one for the breakaway once we had this set up with that 34. But surprisingly now, the gap's gone out to 7 minutes, which is now bringing in that yellow jersey. Do Uno X now reporting to try and now think, oh, now we've got yellow. Do we start to ride for that? Jens went and spoke to them, and them and EF Education Easy Post with Sean Quinn only at 5 minutes 34 down. They were both saying the same thing. We're going for the stage victory. That's the main objective for today. And if the yellow jersey happens, it happens. It's a bonus. So they're still, of course, thinking just about the stage victory.
We've had a lot of chat over on our sister channel about the heat today. I'm not sure how much you've been discussing it, but a lot of conversation between this is Robbie Keown, who was saying that he definitely remembers competing in conditions like this in the Tour de France, doesn't know why such a big deal's being made about it. From my perspective, it's the sustained heat. I think we haven't had a summer that's had sustained heat like this since 1976. That's 50 years worth. And with all of the talk about global warming and the difference in UV levels as well, and the warnings that are put out on that, surely the riders' safety does need to be taken very much into consideration.
Yeah, it does. I think for Robbie as well, he's speaking like a true Australian there. They're a lot more used to that heat, aren't they?
Yeah.
It really is a common thing compared with what it's like in Europe. Obviously, he has experienced for so many years as well, but something that really starts to be a big attention point.
Well, you're watching stage 4 of the Tour de France here between Carcassonne and Foix. And we are well into the stage, and a huge breakaway, 34 riders in the breakaway. We've just seen Jan Tratnik and Vasek go up the road. They've broken away, and now we're starting to see a little more fracturing of that big group. Alex Kirsch managing to... Well, he's actually, I think, has he been left behind, or is he managing just to he's managing to pull away here?
He's just in front of the, what's left of that main breakaway. He's only at 17 seconds. See what happens with those little counter-attacks. Suddenly, that group to the gap to the two leaders just comes down ever so fast. Kirsch signalling for a bottle from neutral service.
And that has been one of the elements that has been, I think, softened today by the UCI, was the feed zones and refreshments available throughout the whole of today's stage. Do know that several people who talk about the fact that they actually feel that this is probably, I think Jens said that the only time he'd experienced temperatures up around 40 degrees was when he had done the Tour of Down Under.
Yeah, it really is. That's what I mean. 40 degrees in January at the Tour Down Under is very common, actually, especially in Adelaide, in those Adelaide hills. Yeah, probably one of the warmest places I've ever raced a bike as well. It was, where I always classed it, if you start sweating out of your shins, that's how you really know it is really hot.
Oh, fantastic. The other element of it must be that when you're on these climbs, because the air's so hot, when you're descending, you're not cooling down at all.
Yeah, there is a bit of that as well, because it's not the air temperature. Yeah, it's crazy. We heard from Anders at the top of the climb, and even Anders said, it's cooler up here. It's 32 degrees. But imagine saying, okay, it's going to be 32 degrees all day. We'd be talking about the heat. And it really does play into effect, and that's why it's so busy at the team cars. This is why you can see the feed bags given out by the team staff on the side of the road. So that will have exactly as Florian Vermeersch has showed. So he has an ice sock full of to cool himself off, then 2 bottles in every feed bag. A nice little some food. That's an ice gel. So that's what Van Meersch has now got in his mouth is a gel. So it still has the 40 grams of carbs, but it's frozen. So that again helps cooling.
But when I was speaking to Brian earlier of today, he was asking me if I've been doing my recipes over on TNT, and I said I have been. He said, well, we're feeling very lonely here on International, not having your recipe. So with fear of getting in the way of the race, which I don't think I'm going to at this particular juncture, I will share my recipe for today. Although it is not a frozen gel, it's actually cassoulet, which I think is probably most people's idea of hell on a day which is 40 degrees. But I would suggest people save the recipe for cassoulet to the autumn and winter months, and maybe attempt to do it there. But if anyone is interested in seeing that recipe or any of the other recipes that I do during the tour, they're all at JHB Foodie Cyclist on Instagram. Are you a fan of cassoulet, John? Not on a day like today, I'm suggesting, but just in normal times.
I wouldn't say on a day like today, but especially towards as you get to autumn and winter, it's nice pick me up, isn't it?
Yes, bit of comfort food.
Yes, that's exactly what you want.
Kirsch makes it into Tratnik and Vasek's due up here, and they are 25 seconds now over the chasing group, and that looks like Gourmet, who is now just about to be rejoined by the main yellow jersey peloton. Good result for him, getting the 25 points at the intermediate sprint. With his job done there, he's just taken his foot off the gas and slowly but surely made his way back to this main peloton.
Yeah, perfect for Gourmet and Philipsen, actually. Picked up the points in that intermediate sprint. They knew the stage wasn't going to be for them, and then they've had quite a easy or steadier ride to get until they got caught by the peloton. they should be able to sit on the back until the start of that next second category climb, which begins at 42k to go, and at that point they can sit up and cruise into the finish.
We're going to take a look back to the last time that the Tour came to Foix, which was stage 16 in 2022, and it was a really poignant victory for Ugo Hull, and he dedicated this victory to his brother in a very emotional finish, and that was his brother Pierrick, who had been killed by a drunk driver 10 years beforehand. He's had some remarkable stages finishing in Foix over the years. Before that, he finished 2017. Warren Barguil won on 14 Juillet, the last Frenchman to win on 14 Juillet, I think. He ended a 12-year wait for the home nation. David Moncoutier had been the previous man to win 14 Juillet. Just before we went away, there are 4 types of vulture you get in the Pyrenees, and that looked like quite a sizable one. I think it was a griffin vulture. I know someone will write in to correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, 64.7 kilometres left to run in stage 4 of the Tour. We've been going along this plateau after they reached the top of the Col de Cudon, which was the longest climb of the day, and then they will have a short sharp descent before the final climb of the day, which is the Col de Montségur, which will take them up to an altitude of 1,059 metres. It's a 6.9 kilometre climb at an average gradient of 6.6%, and then it's largely downhill all the way to the finish in Foix. So they are looking to get through what, John, it's an interesting day, so because 2,700 metres of climbing, but the riders, because of the heat, will have found it really unrelenting.
Yeah, they really will. It's a really tough day to be in the breakaway, even with a big group of 34 like we had at the start. It's almost quite a stressful tactical day as well. So you really need to stay awake. You can't be switching off and yeah, just like we've seen now, a little group of 3 now at 23 seconds. So before you know it, if 1 or 2 riders chip off the front, suddenly this front group becomes 5 or 6, and then they really join together. We're really going to see the selection from this breakaway when we hit that final climb of the day. 6.9 kilometres, averages just over 6%, and some steep ramps towards the end of the climb as well, which means there's going to be some attacks. We see Michael Matthews still with his hand up at this moment, the back of that breakaway for Jaco Alula, but that means he's going to have to really fight to stay in this group.
Starting to get a little bit more active now. Guys will look to start to move forward before the climb. So we just have to be eyes peeled now, following the flow of the race here.
Well, and almost backing up those exact words, it really is getting more active at the front now as some of those riders think about the need to get up front with the 3.
Yeah, that was exactly that. Start with the flow, follow the flow of the race in this group. There's riders here now who aren't going to be the strongest climbers, who are trying to get a bit of a gap before they start this final climb of the day. That means they have that leeway, those big accelerations from the better climbers. They can miss them. But it's a time now for Rigo from NSN. He's just trying to get his hand up, get some last chance to get bottles, maybe some ice, and get ready for that climb.
slightly more menacing clouds high up in the sky as they move towards more undulating pastures, but this has been quite a lovely parade along the plateau that they reached after their previous climb. Not all work is done. More ice for Tadej Pogačar. At present, he would not be in the yellow jersey come tomorrow.
What we talked about for a while, wasn't it? We expected them to keep the yellow jersey. Still, I think on this second category climb, if they do want to keep yellow, I think they use the likes. They even use Tim Wellens, Grosschartner. They even have Florian Vermeersch still riding on the front. He sets a really hard tempo just to bring that breakaway closer and within that 5-minute mark. Because just to remember, the virtual race leader now is Torsten Trein, the Norwegian. He's 5 minutes and 6 seconds down. Second best place in that breakaway is Sean Quinn, the American from EF Education Easy Post. So if UAE Team Emirates XRG want to keep Tadej in yellow, the gap at the end of the day needs to be, well, it needs to be less than 5 minutes.
It's tricky to know because in the past years, the UAE have taken the yellow jersey sometimes earlier than expected and then held it for either huge amounts of time or held it for 5 days, then let someone else have it for a couple and then taken it back almost without having to overthink things. So I just wonder what their current process of thinking is. Their team is frighteningly strong here at the Tour de France this year. You mentioned the names of those who are still involved and unable to be emptied in order to bring this breakaway back. And with that advantage, it's just a question of, well, when do they want to burn their matches? Because they don't, if they can rest those riders a little bit and take some pressure off them for a few days, it's surely worth it.
Yeah, I think it's the same as what we saw yesterday. It's actually really on Tadej's mindset, what he wants to do. I think that was similar yesterday. The door was open for a stage victory, and then they made the call to say, no, let's go and win. We've got a chance to win today. And I think if Tadej turns to them and says, I want to keep yellow, then I think the whole team will go, okay, we ride at a solid tempo. We don't need to worry about the stage, but we'll keep you in yellow. It really is on Pogačar's shoulders if he wants to keep this jersey or not.
Some wonderful images with the main yellow jersey peloton well strung out here. 7 minutes and 22 seconds behind a trio of riders, including Alex Kirsch, who has gone up the road. Alex Kirsch along with Jan Tratnik and also Matis Vasek. But they are being chased, but, John, interestingly, no real impression being made on them. In fact, they look, that trio, as though they're pulling further ahead.
Yeah, it's one of those things with three riders, you share the workload and you're really committed together. So even though it's a smaller group than what do we have behind now, 29 riders, but three riders who are pulling and being consistent together actually hold the speed and share that workload, whereas still in that group behind of 29 there's a lot of riders who are sat in the wheels, some riders who have no interest in chasing at all, so there's not as much cohesiveness, and that's why that gap now is just slowly ticking up. 45 seconds now, there or thereabouts, to the leading three.
This is the chasing peloton. So in change département once again, this time into the Ariège. And here is our lead trio, Tratnik, Vasek and Kirsch, with Kirsch in the middle, Vasek at the back, Tratnik in front, at present working well together, as we can see by the speed that they're travelling.
And three similar riders as well, which makes a difference. Three strong men. As you can see, Vasek is not contributing at the moment. So he's got Pedersen and Quinn Simmons behind, so that's giving him a bit of a free role to sit on the back. So we were talking about three working well together. It's actually the other way around. It's Tratnik and Kirsch now who are setting the tempo, and the national champion of Czechia, Vasek, just following the wheels.
All of this making it just a little harder. But first of all, the riders from that original breakaway of 34 who are still trying to chase, and also this main peloton who, if UAE wants to protect the yellow jersey, have some work to do. Saw a limited number of people in the last 40 kilometres yesterday. The advice was given out by the gendarmes that the crowd should not try and amass near the finish line over those last 40 kilometres, and that was more to try and protect the emergency services from being called on site to the Tour when they could be elsewhere helping people involved in the forest fires that were around 70 kilometres away from where the actual Tour route went yesterday. No such issues today, and forest fires a long way away from where we currently are now. But this is a part of the world that is prone to them. And you've been able to tell just by the colour of the grass all the way along the route so far today, just the lack of water that they have had in this part of the world.
Yeah, it's looking like the lawn in my garden actually. Worked so hard to make sure it was green, and now it's back to that yellow. Not much you can do.
You're watching stage 4 of the Tour de France, Carcassonne to Foix, 181.9 kilometres in today's stage, and we are entering the last 55 kilometres now with three riders up the road. Matis Vasek, the Czech national champion, alongside Alex Kirsch and Jan Tratnik, and those three riders working well together to pull away from the rest of the remains of a large group of 34 who broke away after 20 kilometres today, or they were trying to break away for the first 20 kilometres of the stage, and it was at 20 kilometres in that the barrage came across the front of the remaining peloton. That peloton then held them at around 3 minutes 30, 3 minutes 40 for a while. It dropped down to 3 minutes on the second climb of the day, but then pulled right the way away again. And as things currently stand, Torstein Train of Norway would be going into the yellow jersey if the time difference remains the same here. And I think Tore Hushovd is the Norwegian who holds the record for yellow jerseys worn, 10. I think Alexander Kristoff has worn it once. So it would be a huge moment for Norway if he were able to pick something up. Led the Vuelta for 4 days last year. That's In fact, courtesy of Brian Smith. Thank you, Brian. Eventually finishing 9th overall. He took part in his first Tour de France 3 years ago in 2023, where he finished with a fractured elbow, so not necessarily the fondest of memories in La Grande Boucle. However, you'd have to keep an eye on that number 2 column, the poursuivants, the followers, and the peloton, because that means the advantage that Tren currently has over Tadej Pogačar is 6 minutes and 48, and he started the day just over 5 minutes down on the man currently in yellow.
Yeah, it really is up to UAE team members if they want to give away that jersey now. I think if they want to, they can close that gap 2 or 3 minutes and make sure Pogačar stays in yellow. But it seems with Vermeersch now riding, they're quite happy at this stage with the situation, happy to allow the yellow jersey to either go the way of, like we said, towards the shrine of Uno X, but of course Sean Quinn is there for EF Education Easy Post, the American. He is only at 5 minutes and 34 seconds, so just not too far away from Shrine. So that battle might become quite interesting on that final climb of the day.
Saw a little can of fizzy pop tucked into the back of one of the riders there. How lovely was a treat like that, John, on a day like this?
Yeah, really nice. Really, if it's nice and cold, a nice little cola or even like a Fanta. I was always like a lemon Fanta, so nice little treat if you don't expect it as well, especially when the team car comes up and gives it to you and you're like, whoa, yeah, really happy with this.
I mean, to be really happy with it today, you want it straight from the freezer, because
straight away, yeah.
You want it frozen into a block of ice because it'll probably melt within about a minute.
Yeah, it really will.
Another thing that Anders pointed out earlier about some of the climbs, and it's in spite of the fact you're looking at these big fir forests and yet there's no shade at all on the road.
No, there really isn't, just completely in the sunlight, and it makes a huge difference. Just the UV, the and in some ways then you're putting sun cream on to obviously prevent, you don't want sunburn because that's going to take more out of you, and as we all know, sometimes the sun cream then blocks a bit of the sweat, and then you're sweating and the sun cream's running off your forehead and not going over your glasses. Yeah, it's really quite uncomfortable. You get to look at those 3 leaders, and it's still, what I can see is Vácek is just following the other 2, really not contributing in any way at all.
Good to see the crowds out in force. And good to see the majority of them wearing what I imagine was some hats that were handed out by the caravan that passed through here a few hours ago. We're just mentioning Anders, and we're going to hear from the radio first.
Today, mate. Anything is possible. Come on. The whole of France is watching you today. You've got your family at home watching you today, Kevin. Everyone is watching you, and we are believing in you, okay? I don't want any doubts. I don't want any regrets. I want 100% Kevin Vacklin today, okay? 100%.
Well, I know we've been having a good laugh at the expense of the insight of race radio, well, the radio that's been passed through to us so far on the tour, with some things really not overly insightful. But that actually is really interesting. That's a huge pep talk for Kevin Vauquelin, and they've had pretty poor luck so far, his team, in this tour, so you feel that they possibly deserve something. And also, should Kevin Vauquelin manage to do something today, it would lift that the spectre that hangs over the tour every single year, John, of when's the first French victory going to happen.
Yeah, it really was. You could see Kevin Vauquelin earlier on today in really good spirits, and I think that's his director sportif, and that would be Daryl Impey in the car. I recognise that South African accent. Really just getting behind Kevin, just giving him a bit of confidence. Almost that pep talk as well is in perfect timing, ready for this climb. Now everyone's watching, and go show them. And yeah, just giving Vauquelin that big pat on the back, virtually over the radio, but showing that they're there and they believe for him. They completely believe in the Frenchman.
The sun is still shining and it is still very, very hot. I'm standing at the top of the last Cat 2 climb of today, the Col de Montségur. From here, it's only 35 kilometers down to the finish line in Foix. And driving up to the top here in the car, it is harder than I expected before when I looked into the road book, looking into VeloView and all these things, because the gradients constantly changes. Some places is 8, 9, 10, 11%, and some places is 3 and 4. So this is the climb, the final, where you can do some real damage before the finish line in Foix. It's hot right now, 35 degrees, much hotter than the second last climb where we were standing. And another thing is the tarmac. If you look down, the tarmac here is rough, it's old tarmac, and driving up we also had some loose tarmac we could hear and sense on underneath the car. So that's another challenging object and thing for the riders. So heat from the top and boiling tarmac underneath.
I mean, just what dreams are made of, John. I mean, I should imagine that any riders overhearing the analysis of what this climb's going to look like will be just over the moon to hear the conditions that will lie in wake for them.
Yeah, it's one of those sayings, I think, in cycling, when you feel like you're stuck to the road. When you've got bad legs, you just feel like you can't go forward. And yeah, maybe there is a bit of sticky tarmac today, which won't be that nice.
I always find it extraordinary to hear an analysis of what a climb is like that from Anders, when we've got all of the technology in the world to map these things out. You've got the parkour laid out in front of you, and yet it can often be so very different when you go out and drive the course and see actually what lies ahead.
Yeah, this is why the importance of still, even with all the technology we have, your own eyes on a recon are still the best, in my opinion.
It is a stunning part of the world, stunning scenery, glorious surroundings for these riders to be going past, but at the same time no break from the sun, and that is going to have made it such a hard day. Rare moment of shade on this particular stretch of road. Lies ahead, 46 kilometres more. Interestingly, John, just looking at that, the group that is chasing the trio up front have started to close the gap, and we heard Daryl Impey chatting to Kevin Vauquelin. Kevin Vauquelin is part of that group that's chasing, still in the mix very much for a stage win, and with a handsome advantage over the yellow jersey group of over 7 minutes at the moment. So things starting to look better for those in the second group at the moment, as they have closed that gap from around 55 seconds down to 30.
Yeah, I think this is the point now. So I think we had a glimpse of it of Georg Steinhauser from EF Education Easy Post. He's now gone to the front. He's doing his job for his teammates. Firstly, for Sean Quinn, who's at 5 minutes 34, trying to maybe have an eye on that yellow jersey, but also for Michael Valgren, looking for stage victory. And then at this point now, you start to have riders who can sacrifice their chances for all their teammates to make sure this leading three are in touching distance or brought back.
It is fascinatingly poised into the last 45.2 kilometres. 45 kilometres still to go, 30 seconds between that second chasing group. The remnants of the original breakaway of 34. 3 up the road. It includes Jan Tratnik, Alex Kirsch and Matis Vasek. At the moment, Torsten Tren is the virtual yellow jersey wearer. And with all of that in mind, I'll hand you back over to Declan.
Cheers, John, and we look forward to hearing again from Jonathan Harris-Bass and indeed John Mould as well. They're going away for a quick cup of tea or lie down, or maybe an ice cream. I think it's definitely an ice cream kind of day, isn't it? Brian Smith's on cans and ready for the conclusion of this event. And if you thought things were hot today, well, it's only set to get hotter. The main peloton is out of contention for stage honours today. We've got two major considerations: who's going to win the stage and who's going to claim the yellow jersey. There's a total of, what, 32 riders clear of the main peloton at the moment, all with hopes, dreams and ambitions of Tour de France stage honours. And we've two riders in a scrap for that yellow jersey, with Torsten Tren, the Norwegian rider, seemingly in pole position. He's got a 28-second advantage on general classification ahead of Sean Quinn of the EF Education Easy Post squad. However, Train is the only representative of the UNIX squad in that breakaway group, whereas Quinn has a couple of teammates. But who's got their climbing legs on, and will the climb play a major role in the destination of yellow jersey honours today? We're assuming they're not going to speed up in that main peloton behind. There's so much to ponder, and this thing is only going to get more intense and more interesting from here to the finish line, Brian.
Yeah, exactly that. I can't see them, UE Team Emirates, XRG, investing in this one. Of course, they need to treat Torsten Tren with some respect. Finished 9th in the Vuelta last year after finishing 2nd in the stage, taking the leader's jersey. It was actually Vingegaard who took it back off him in stage 10 last year. But you know, a decent rider, so a bit of respect there. It was noticeable that Niels Pollard did most of the work today. Vermeers came up for a little bit. I think maybe about 5-10 kilometres ago, if they wanted to keep hold of the yellow jersey, they would have invested a little bit more. They didn't want to do that. It was one of these sapping days because of the weather conditions that I think they've made the right choice. We've been speculating pretty much all day what they were going to do, and I think the right choice has been made for them. I think get Pogačar to the finish, get him back to the bus, get back to the hotel, and just forget about all the kind of protocols and things like that come with it. So it does look like it's highly likely that Torsten Tren is going to take or become the third Norwegian rider to wear a yellow jersey. I'm saying Torsten Tren. We do have Sean Quinn for EF Education Easy Post at 5:34, 28 seconds behind. But I think Torsten Tren is going to follow him, not let him do anything. And of course, it looks like Sean Quinn and of course Michael Valgren maybe trying for the stage, having three riders in there. They've just used up one of the riders, Stenhauser, so leaving up to Valgren for the potential stage. But I'm very unsure that Sean Quinn will be able to get rid of Torsten Tren at this moment.
Yeah, nicely summed up. And that was an absolutely massive turn there from Georg Steinhauser, who has dropped off the break at the moment. He's in the cars. He might try and recover a little bit, but he's got a hill to climb now and a mountain to climb for these three riders as well, who invested to try and accumulate as much time as they possibly could over that breakaway group on the approach to this final classified climb of the day. Final climb worth mentioning. We have got a couple of drags from between here and the finish line, but it's more downhill than up, and a little bit of a resigned look over the shoulder there from Jan Tratnik of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, looking to make it 2 Slovenian victories in succession, looking slightly less likely, although he's looked strong today. A superb job done indeed as well by Alex Kirsch as the Cofidis man raced across to this group. The Luxembourg, tall Luxembourg rider cruised across to this, was a duo, Matthias Vacek in there as well, the Czech rider for the Lidl Trek team. So what is going to develop here as that breakaway group, or what's left of it at any rate? A few riders grimacing and pulling faces by that turn by Steinhauser, which pulled them to within touching distance of this breakaway group of three. And now what's going to be, who's going to develop the legs or show what they're capable of on this climb, because it's not by any means an easy one. 7 kilometers, 6.5% plus. The Col de Montségur, especially in the kind of conditions that were described to us there. Anders Milke describing not just the fact that it's intensely hot today, temperatures approaching and indeed exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. It might just have cooled a little bit as we get closer to Foix, but it's still north of mid-30s. It's cruel heat for the riders, and of course relatively old tarmac, and the tar in between the stones starting to bubble up a little bit in these conditions. And Kirsch, as we might potentially have expected, not really got his climbing legs on today. He needed a little bit more of an advantage over the rest of the breakaway riders approaching this hill. And it's Tratnik, who we've seen do this kind of work in the past. He is actually a really accomplished climber. Vacek's on flying form, and they're not yet back among those breakaway riders. So when are we going to see a big push from them?
Yeah, well, Tratnik at the front here for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. He did win a stage in the Giro in the early breakaway of the day back in 2020. Vacek, well, he's not been doing much in this breakaway of anything at all. So, potentially he's decided that, they want to try and ride for potentially Pedersen. If Pedersen can get over this climb, that changes the strategy. Although, when we go over the top of this climb, there's still 35 kilometres to go, and once we come off the descent, it is rolling towards the final. So, Lidl Trek happy with the situation that potentially, a win from Mads Pedersen. It kind of looks like that at the moment. I would think that with Quinn Simmons and Vacek here, it would be better to possibly go on to the attack and try and win, but who knows? Only the team themselves will know what the scenario is and what it will play out. But there's a few riders in here that will want to take advantage of this climb. They cannot kind of hang about and allow some of the faster guys to get over this climb to battle it out in the final.
Yeah, there's much to be pondered and enjoyed about this one. Didi the Devil there, part of the first big campervan park we've seen of Tour de France 2026. There was a smattering of campervans here and there during the Barcelona Grand Départ, but now it's into France proper, and it's into the real Tour de France, you might say, in some ways, as Tratnik and Vacek are being closed down here. And
just looking here, Declan, sorry to jump in here, I'm just looking at Michael Valgren now riding on the front here, so that's a little bit of a change. So potentially, Quinn is their man today.
Still a lot to be decided here. Stage and the overall race lead in prospect from the breakaway today. Tratnik and Vacek about to be overhauled, and as you say, somewhat surprisingly, Michael Valgren is having a terrific season. He's got great form, and he's built and designed for this kind of a day, looking towards a first stage victory in Tour de France. Fourth, his best result to date in his career, but he's pushing hard to try and close this one down, and that would suggest that the man fourth in line here, Sean Quinn, has good climbing legs on. Any chance that he can go toe-to-toe with a rider of the calibre of Torsten Trein? As you mentioned, he's got a second place finish on a very hilly Vuelta stage from the breakaway, also won a stage of Tour de Suisse a few years ago. Quinn has performed with distinction in Critérium du Dauphiné, as it is now formerly called. Which of these two riders is going to have enough to be able to fend? And they need, presumably as well, to stay in a decent-sized group all the way to the finish line in order to stay that 5+ minutes ahead of the main peloton, to guarantee that they're going to vault up among the above the favourites and into the top two positions on general classification. That's the situation at the head of affairs. Best placed riders, naturally enough, are illustrated. Trein and Sean Quinn separated by just 28 seconds. That's Quinn, fourth in line here. Train just a few riders further back in the red jersey with the yellow helmet. And how critical is it that he has no other team representation?
Yeah, but the looks of things that they will be first and second in the general classification, but I don't think they'll have maybe too much to say about the outcome, because there's a stage up for grabs now. So it's not going to be Visma or UE Team Emirates. It's, you know, we're going to see a new winner in this year's edition of the Tour de France, and you know, where's it going to be? There was a few teams had 3 riders in this original breakaway 34, and I think for me, looking at it, Movistar have been on the back foot a little bit. They've used Nelson Oliveira, so I think they've kept back Garcia and Castrillo for potential here. And I think I said, you know, a while back now that Castrillo was possibly, you know, one of the kind of dark horses of this, you know, rider that won the National Time Trial Championship. And I think, you know, he is a man to watch. But I think something will definitely happen on this climb. I think it has to, because you really don't want to allow Mads Pedersen to get over the top of this climb.
Yeah, Mads Pedersen's in flying form in the sprints. Michael Matthews there as well. He was at the back of the group as they approached the climb they're on now. I wonder what his legs are like. We didn't see him get involved in that intermediate sprint, and that was instructive, wasn't it? Because a man who knows how to win the green jersey competition in Tour de France clearly is laser focused on the bid for the stage. So we'll keep an eye on that purple jersey further back in the line from the Jaco Lula squad. He'll be hoping that he's got climbing legs at least equal, and I'm not sure he has. Is he? Well, we keep an eye out and see if he's thereabouts at the moment. But this group is starting to thin out. Valgren really is twisting the grip here a little bit and putting a lot of riders under pressure.
Certainly is. Einkorn being one of them, but you just noticed that Torsten Train, he's moved up onto the wheel of Sean Quinn, expecting something to come from him. A lot of the riders, you can see they're kind of head going down a little bit. This is a strong ride here up this climb by Michael Valgren. We said previously, you know, won a nasty accident, came back, won a stage of the Giro this year in fine fettle, but this is tough now for a lot of these riders.
Yeah, we saw Brent Van Moor going backwards, hasn't he, to Pascal Einkorn, and this is Georg Zimmermann, who's the sole representative of the Lotto Intermarché squad. Valgren can do this for a while, and he's going to have to, by the looks of things. There's a small matter as well of the mountains competition, the potential for a change in jersey. At the moment, Alex Baudin back in the main peloton still has a 2-point lead in that competition, but Alex Molinard, who looked as if he was suffering a bit on the approach to the climb, this time we heard he was still in here for the Caja Rural squad. Well, he's there, but only just about there. As riders go backwards and dropping like flies at the moment. That's Ewan Costu. He'll be hoping that the French champion Romain Gregoire has good legs today.
Oh, he's a classy climber, as Ewan Costu, but look at the gaps that are starting to appear at the back now. And I think what it comes down to is how you've been able to look after yourself.
Here goes Quinn. Valgren's done his job. Now it's up to Quinn to see how much further he can thin this one out. And Torsten Train pulls out of the train just for a moment, but seems as if he's able to hang on in there for a little while at least. But that's a great job done by Michael Valgren. He'll get on the blower and wish Quinn well.
Yeah, that was obviously the tactic used. Stenhauser, Valgren and now Quinn. I think Torsten Train, he never made the acceleration. He just set his own pace, but there's a lot of riders starting to struggle now, including the French champion, which is a surprise. It's how you've managed the day, really. How much energy have you got left?
Well, Quinn pulls off to see what sort of damage he's done. Significant is the answer. The most significant rider, of course, is Train for him, and Train looks as if he's suffering here, struggling a little bit to follow the wheel, and that could be absolutely key. Just 28 seconds between them. Train is having to bury himself, and as you say, managing the day. Who has been able to handle this level of heat? It's not just the form that they're bringing in, nor indeed the outright class they've displayed in their career to this point, but also how the day has affected them. Vlad van Mechelen going backwards. Well, Quinn back in the front.
Lidl Trek are not pushing on here, and I think it's for one reason, and it's one reason is Mads Pedersen. You know, we've seen this happen in other stages, certainly in other kind of one-day races, where you try and help one leader. Of course, it doesn't always become successful, but it does look as if they're trying, Lidl Trek are trying to ride for Mads Pedersen today, because they're getting to the front and not kind of pushing on. And so, yeah, we've seen the EF Education Easy Post with the riders in this breakaway riding for one man, and it does look as if Lidl Trek are riding for Mads Pedersen today.
And he's flying. And Michael Matthews, his biggest threat in terms of a group sprint finish, is struggling. But he's such an experienced, classy and intelligent bike rider, and he will manage his effort as best he possibly can and hope that he can limit his losses across the top of this hill and maybe, just maybe, rejoin in what's a long drop to the finish after that. This is Castrillo, is it? That's gone?
Yeah, Castrillo, he can recognise that it's the double stage winner of the Vuelta a couple of years ago, and you know, he was always one of these riders that was always going to have a crack at this. Movistar were in the back foot a little bit, but they've got Garcia just behind as well, Castrillo. But Quinn Simmons just following. It'll be interesting. He looks around, sees where Mads Pedersen is. See what I was saying, he doesn't press on. Looks as if they're riding for Mads Pedersen today, because that was, if Quinn Simmons was given the green light, he would have went over the top there.
Castrillo pulls across and sees two mighty Quins. Less than 2k to the top of the mountain. Castrillo not willing to persevere with that one, or not capable, or not after such a hot day. That's understandable. But Quinn Simmons knows only one way, goes to the front, not to be found wanting. And they're not going to let the likes of Nico Denz
I was just about to say him. He is a huge danger. Traknik already tried, but we've seen, especially in the Giro d'Italia, what Nico Denz can do. So he's just waiting to go over the top of the hill and go on the descent.
The latest salvo fired by the Movistar squad. They've got the old 1-2 going between Pablo Castrillo and now Raul Garcia, who has also got some skin in the mountains game as well. The polka dot jersey potentially for him after taking points, although to be honest I think it would be difficult for him. But at any rate, we'll focus on the battle for stage honours, which I think is the main focus here. That group is thinned out significantly, but Nico Denz is hanging on in there. Boxing clever, perhaps, or is he? Well, only he knows just how much he's feeling it, but he's still there. And he's got a teammate in Vacek there, sorry, no, they're not teammates, but at any rate, Denz is there, and Tratnik has gone backwards.
I'll tell you what, Lidl Trek are doing a good job here monitoring this, just trying to keep Mads Pedersen in check here. Nico Denz, but it's just a little bit too far for him. Frigo, also NSN at the back here. He's another danger, a rider that can go from far. But yeah, we're getting closer to the top now. 1.3 to go. A lot of riders in their last legs here, including this man here, Voikelin.
Voikelin, they managed to get him in, and Zach Dempster trying to keep him as motivated and G'd up and energised as he possibly could from the team car. But Kevin Voikelin, well, the legs will answer the question. It's Ramses De Bruyne, though. It looks as if he's moving with great ease and facility. Once upon a time, they had 3 riders in this breakaway group. Jasper Philipsen took some points at the intermediate sprint, and now he's gone back to the sanctuary of the main peloton and left it up to Ramses De Bruyne to represent Edward Plank a little bit further down the mountain.
This is incredible here from Lidl Trek there. Quinn Simmons, he's just wanting to set a tempo that's trying to stop these attacks. Vacek has gone back to help out Mads Pedersen to close any gaps. Still got 2 riders in here from Movistar, but we're getting ever closer to the top of this climb, and Lidl Trek are playing a blinder today.
Mads Pedersen still in this bike race. Don't rule it out. Castrillo goes again. But is this a weary attack? And how quickly and easily will Quinn Simmons be able to move it up onto the tail of the Movistar man? Well, he moved up there for a moment, but Castrillo sets himself to the task once again. 800 metres to the top of the climb. So they're running out of road to make the difference, or to use this climb to make the difference.
Yeah, it does look now that Mads Pedersen is going to get over the top of this climb with 2 teammates, 2 very, very strong teammates. Castrillo, well, this is just his style. It looks as if he's all over the bike, but you know, he's ridden like this all his career, but Ludo Trek doing a great job here. Voigtland, well, he's just trying to kind of hang on and give himself an opportunity here. But I said right from the bottom, the last thing you want is Mads Pedersen to go over this climb in the front group with you.
Yeah, and they're all going to look at Quinn Simmons and Vacek to ride, but then Mads Pedersen has Quinn Simmons and Vacek to ride, and what a major asset that is to a sprinter in this group. Up over the top of the climb, 5 points on offer for the leading rider in the battle for the polka dot jersey. Volkanen has managed to stay in touch here. Torsten Trein as well, after that mini moment of crisis, is still very much nestling in amongst a group that includes his GC rival in the battle for that yellow jersey, Sean Quinn. Pedersen, Quinn Simmons, Vacek from the Lidl Trek squad. Quinn now the sole representative of the EF Education Easy Post squad. Volkelen's just about hanging on there. Ramses de Bruyne looking good for the Alpecin Premier Tech team. Torsten Trein, Marco Frigo, as Brian has mentioned, the rider from the NSN cycling team.
Well, he has to go.
Here comes Frigo. Yeah,
he has to go alone. Garcia looking now as well, but the thing is that they're not going to have enough. I think the trio of Lido Trek are going to bring this all back together again. So they're only going to have 50, 100 metres over the top. And then over the top, the Lido Trek riders will bring them all back. It's
Trein's put a bit of a daylight between himself and Quinn for the first time.
He has, but this is going to come back together. I can't emphasise this enough. What Lido Trek are doing to help Mads Pedersen is immense in this climb. You know, they're sticking together. They're very aware that Mads Pedersen is here, but over the top, it's just not going to be enough for these guys to distance Mads Pedersen on the way to the finish. Lido Trek have got the riders there to help Mads Pedersen, and they'll come back.
Frigo takes the points, I think, from Castrillo, and then Ramses de Bruyne, Torsten Trein, Raul Garcia joins in for the fun, but it is just a matter of meters, and Vacek and Quinn Simmons will sort that one out for Mads Pedersen, who is climbing like a mountain goat and going to sprint like a cheetah at the end of the day.
Well, it looks that way. They've got the firepower back here. Nice to see Kevin Voigtland managed to kind of hang in there. Quinn, well, he get carried away a little bit at the bottom. He gets set up by his team, but you know, he's gone over the top of the climb, slightly behind the group in front with the Trein. He's adversary when it comes to looking at this yellow jersey. But Lido Trek will manage to bring this all back together. They'll go to the front and hopefully hold on for the last 34 kilometres for Mads Pedersen to potentially sprint to victory.
And that'll be good news for Sean Quinn as well in his bid for that yellow jersey, because he needs to get back on terms with Torsten Trein. Trein, though, will still be in command with a 28-second advantage at the beginning of the day over the man in pink here. Trein for the Uno X squad, potentially going to be the third Norwegian to don the yellow jersey in the first for a little while. Big moment for him in prospect. A lot of work to be done, and we saw the group of Michael Matthews, almost desperate look over his shoulder as he came to the top of the hill from the Jaco Lula man, hoping that there were riders in that group that were going to be able to assist him to rejoin on this descent. It's a decent gap, 40 seconds over the top. It's not going to be easy to close, especially with a super injection of pace here by Matthias Vacek to rejoin that group up front.
The problem all the other riders have got now is how they try and win the stage. With Lido Trek doing what they're doing, and they've got two of their potentially strongest riders here with Mads Pedersen, and you know, going up against Mads Pedersen in a sprint like this, it's not going to be a contest for all of them. So they're going to get a bit of a free ride, but I'm pretty sure the attacks haven't finished. But I think for Torsten Trein, he really is in a perfect place to take yellow.
Got about another 8k of descending. It's hotting up nicely towards the end of this one. Peloton are out of it now, almost 10 minutes down, but while they cruise towards the finale today, there's going to be no let up in the action up front. Still, well, I wonder how many riders are realistically in contention for stage honours here. gap would suggest for Matthews and his group that they are instantly
47.
continuing to lose time. It's a crisis moment here.
Yeah, look, there's still a possibility. 31 kilometres to go, 45 seconds. They could potentially coming back. It's, you know, it's who's there in that group, who's prepared to ride. I know there's a few teams that had multiples here have kind of missed out in this one, but we now have, what, 10 riders in front here now that they've all come back together, and I think the job of Simmons and Vacek are to ride all the way towards the final, and these 30 kilometres will tick off quite nicely for them.
Disappear pretty quickly. We're downhill now for another 5k or more, and then we've got a short ramp with about 24.5 kilometres to go, just matter of a few kilometres and just a couple of percent, then another descent down.
You can make it. Have a look.
I think that might have been just on that climb there before, so that was maybe slightly delayed there, because we could see Quinn Simmons looking around just as on the climb as we got into the kind of last kilometre. So yeah, they're in a very, very good position now, and Niels Pollitt back to the front again to do his second stint of the day. But Lidl Trek have been sitting at the front pretty much all day, so they've been confident for a while.
Yeah, the overall race leader for now at any rate, represented by Niels Pollitt on the front of the peloton. What a shift he's done. Florian Vermeersch giving him a little bit of a relief for an extended period, and Tom Squinch, the head of the Lidl Trek riders, sitting behind and looking forward perhaps to stage victory today. Haven't quite knitted up, or have they? I think we probably say we had that this group has extended in number, and now we've got a 10 rider group clear of the field. Sean Quinn at the back, Kevin Vulcan happy to be there at the moment. What special thing could they do to create an unexpected stage victory? And what you have is an awful lot of riders in here who know that they will not win this stage if it goes to a 10-rider sprint. Are there opportunities for any attacks between now and the finish line?
There would normally be, Declan, but unfortunately it's probably the worst scenario that they've got themselves in, because Quinn Simmons and Vacek are there, so Mads Pedersen has got support.
All very cool, calm and collected for Isaac Del Toro in that white jersey. Probably the ideal jersey to have on a day like this, searing heat. A little bit of talk, not a lot of talk, but a little bit of talk online about the fact that the Visma Lease bike squad is their jersey is designed by fans, and the most popular jersey was a black one. But it's not exactly the ideal jersey to have in this these kind of conditions, and that there might be a minor performance deficit incurred by going to social media to get your jersey design assisted with. Meanwhile, up front, no surprise about the riders we're seeing on the front. Naturally enough, Quinn Simmons and Matthias Vacek will run turns. Torsten Train as well. He doesn't just want to be in this group all the way to the line and take a yellow jersey. He'd like to take as much time as possible to extend the amount of time that he's in the jersey.
Yeah, Movistar just, Castril just did a turn there as well. De Bruyne, also Voiklin as well. If I was in this group, I would just leave it all up to the team of Lidl Trek. What else can you do? You've got one of the fastest sprinters in the world here, especially in this sort of day. So I'd be saving as much as you can, and hopefully getting and looking at maybe a launch pad, trying to do something. But it's always going to be very difficult if Quinn Simmons and Vacek are going to be riding at the front, but they seem to be happy to ride along and kind of help. And of course I totally understand why Torsten Train is doing this, because he wants to gain as much time as possible, because last time this happened, I think it was stage 6, he finished second in the Vuelta last year. He held the red jersey for 4 days. He still finished in the top 10, so he's still a very strong rider. This is his second group now with Michael Matthews, Nico Dines, De Lettre, Jon Izagirre, Frank Vanderbroek, Zimmerman. I think it's Nicolau there at the back. Is it at Molinar? It's still in the for Caja. They're working well together, but 50 seconds. I don't think they're coming back, Declan.
Forlorn hope, you'd have to think really at this point, isn't it? It's a relatively small group. They're motivated, but they didn't quite have the strength on the climb. And what they're facing up front is a juggernaut. It's got the strongest riders, and they're super motivated. It's not like everybody's looking at each other beady-eyed. You've got riders in there who will dedicate themselves to the pace setting. So tough one for the likes of Michael Matthews and Nico Dines, Zimmerman, Izagirre, all super experienced riders. Captain Hermans as well. De Lettre. That's the eyeball distance. They'll see the cars, they'll see the hubbub and the noise and the colour and the confusion of that group up front, but they'll be able to calculate without hearing it on the radio just what this distance is in reality and how challenging a moment it is for them. Meanwhile, the peloton now over 11 minutes back.
Yeah, I think it's just we discussed this earlier on today. It's just the conditions. I don't think it's worth the candle. You know, we talked about this, it seems, a couple of hours ago. Although Neil Sparlett was doing a very good job of keeping them about 3.5 minutes, it was only a matter of time before, you know, they made a decision. And, you know, the group in front of 34 originally, they weren't really kind of pushing on in the middle of the stage. Now they clearly are. And, you know, Little Trek are getting a little bit of help now, so it looks as if Torsten Train and Sean Quinn will be first and second by a considerable margin.
Most recent stage win success for Denmark was of course Jonas Vingegaard on day one. Do we count that one? Going to go back to 2024 for stage win in Tour de France. And of course, Mads Pedersen himself has a brace of stage victories. And a big glory for Denmark. On stage 4 of the 26th edition. Main peloton will be grateful for this. It's a really hot day. It isn't easy. It's just not quite as difficult as it would have been. And so much conversation about the heat today. It's all we've been talking about. But I think it bears repeating. This is a 3-week race. And one of the few teams not represented in the break and not involved in the GC hunt. Tudor Pro Cycling with Julian Alaphilippe down at the back of the peloton. It's his characteristic spot when he's not on the attack. Not to be for him today. He'll park it up and think of opportunities in days to come. Tomorrow, of course, is nailed on for the sprinters. Surprised to see the likes of Mads Pedersen, William Girmay, Michael Matthews, Jasper Philipsen all going up the road when they've got the first proper nailed on opportunity for the sprinters tomorrow?
No, because they backed out of it straight away. They got themselves in the breakaway thinking of getting some points in the intermediate, but as soon as they had the climb, Declan, they backed out of it. For Mads Pedersen, well, this was always going to be a stage that suited him a little bit better than tomorrow, so he's invested in this. So I think he's done the calculations that take some green jersey points out in the routes and then take the maximum at the finish. That's, you have to play to your strengths, because he knows that the other top sprinters would not be here, and they aren't. So I think for Girmay and of course Philipsen, who was in the original breakaway, they backed out it straight away. But yeah, you have to make an effort to get into the original group, but it was big enough for them to kind of duck and dive and save a little bit of energy and take some points. So otherwise they were going to get no points today. So they've got some points, which is a positive for them. But unfortunately there's nothing they can do about Mads Pedersen gaining a lot of points. So, you know, the scenario set, you know, this is a group of 10 that are going to come to the finish. I'm pretty sure there's some riders in here, especially Frigo at the back here. He's notorious for trying to go solo. He'll definitely try. I think for Torsten Train, he'll be more than happy to take a lead of a general classification, a Grand Tour for the second time in his career. Castrillo and Garcia, well, they're going to need a climb or a mountain, to go over before the finish for them to be successful. So it's going to be very difficult. Same with Voigtland. He might decide to kind of wait. He was dropped in the climb, came back over the top. He can be quick come the finish, but not as quick as Mads Pedersen. So there'll be a couple of riders, especially this man here, will be thinking, how can I win this stage today? And I think he is going to have a go at some point in the run-in. But when you've got Vácek and Simmons, it's very difficult to get any distance, because you know that those two riders for Lido Trek are going to chase it down for a sprint victory for Mads Pedersen.
Movistar have numbers. In a relative sense, they've got two riders in this move. Pablo Castrillo, as you said. Some riders you can't tell when they're in pain. And Pablo Castrillo, you can't tell when he's running easily. Gap to the Matthews group hovered, came down to 42 seconds. Quinn hit the front again, it's gone back up. And this is the moment where we hit a little bit of a drag. It's not the most demanding climb they'll face all day, but maybe in some ways it is. It's coming at the back end of the stage. It's a relatively short drag, just sort of 2 to 3%. One of those days when, as John Mould was saying, you feel like you're stuck to the road. Quinn still running turns here. No rider found wanting, and that's certainly useful news for Mads Pedersen.
Yeah, any help is good. I don't think I would be helping too much in this group, knowing that Mads Pedersen is here with two teammates, and two very strong teammates. I'd have pretty much left it all up to them. Of course, they're going to finish well up in this stage today, but you have to think of how you can win the big race. Can totally understand Torsten Train. Well, he's looking to gain as much time as possible and to have that advantage. Even for Sean Quinn, another day, maybe in a couple of days' time, if he can hang on, because it looks as if they're going to have a substantial lead. And we're talking about, at the moment anyway, of having a lead of potentially near 6 minutes.
Yeah, with 6 minutes over the superstars.
Yeah, and that's significant. And with a couple of days' time, when we got a mountain or hilltop finish, second category finish, we've got a horse category before that. Sean Quinn could be looking at yellow in that stage if he outclimbs Torsten Train. So yeah, today we focus on the stage one. We know that the yellow jersey is going to change, and it looks as if Uno X are going to have their first ever yellow jersey in their history, as they've stepped up this year to the World Tour for the very first time. So my good friend Thor Hushovd, he'll be jumping for joy. But for the stage one, I cannot look past Mads Pedersen in sprinting to victory here.
Yeah, Thor Hushovd himself, of course, one of the few riders from Norway, one of two riders indeed that have led Tour de France, led it for several days.
Nope. Puncture, is it? Mechanical. Tom Pidcock.
So at the back of the peloton, the Pinarello Q36.5 Pro Cycling team leader. Tom Pidcock has a teammate and a team car. Ought to be routine. Peloton aren't exactly crawling along, but they're not. There isn't an intensity about things.
You can just see with the speed of the cars that they're not hanging around. It looks like Damien Howson just waiting up for Tom Pidcock, the Australian. He won't panic. As long as you're in the team cars, you've got no problem whatsoever.
Never waste a good crisis, such as it is. Very mini crisis for Tom Pidcock, but he'll go to the team car, collect bottles.
That's the problem you've got.
Meanwhile, Howson's
when you drop back and help out. I was never in favour of this. Whatever team I work with, just sit on the back of the peloton. If I need you, I need you. The best place is to be in the bumper of the car, not on the person in the bumper of the car. And Tom Pidcock getting the help required.
Meanwhile, Damien Howson having to work twice as hard just to stay there with his team leader. Tough to help him when he's to the pin of his collar. Momentarily, at any rate. Cap out to a minute to the Matthews group. They must be shortly, not too far indeed, from having to make a key decision. Meanwhile, Torsten Trein is motivated to extend his advantage. Every second gained here is potentially another day in yellow. Yellow seems nailed on here. Needs to be mindful of Sean Quinn, I suppose. Any sneak attack, if there's a split in this group of any sort, and he's on the wrong side of it with that pink jersey further ahead of him, that could be crisis mode. But with just 16.5 kilometers of the stage remaining, surely the battle between them is pretty much done. Meanwhile, Vacek, and to have a rider of the caliber of Mattis Vacek there, of course, as they continue to pile on the coal, they have got 3 riders in there, 2 to assist Mads Pedersen. They need to be mindful and watchful of any attack. The best way, I suppose, to cover an attack is to prevent it in the first place, and that's what Vacek is doing here.
Yeah, just keep it rolling along. As long as it's rolling along at the moment at a fair speed, everything's good. You know, when we looked at the breakaway here, we saw Mads Pedersen, Vacek, and Simmons. That was perfect for them. But where they're going to deploy the tactic of, you know, they've got potentially 3 winners, 3 scenarios. Quinn Simmons solo, Vacek from a very small group, Mads Pedersen from a sizable group sprint, but it's clear, and I said it on that last climb, it's clear they're working for one man. I think Vacek and Simmons were very capable of winning the stage themselves, but it just shows you the commitment of the team when they've got this plan that's all in now for Mads Pedersen, and they're going to deliver it in my book. That's if nothing happens, no puncture or anything happens in the run-in. You know, Mads Pedersen has got. I'm always as confident as I was yesterday with Pogačar winning the stage. But for the other riders, it's about, right, how can I win this? And even Kevin Voigtland, I'm pretty sure will go. Castrillo, definitely another rider here that will have another crack. So we haven't seen the last of the attacks, but Lidl Trek have got the numbers, and the way they've ridden today has been just class in my book. You know, the way that this stage has evolved, they've done what they've sat in the bus this morning. They've delivered. So you know, it couldn't have gone any better for them. There's still 15 kilometres to go, of course, but it couldn't have gone any better for them so far.
Yeah, not quite slam dunk, but they put themselves in prime position, and they're red hot favourites now for stage honours. Damien Howson has got command of the job of taking Tom Pidcock back up through the cavalcade. He'll be back in that main peloton pretty soon. Cap out to Matthews continues to extend, not too far from the top of this final unclassified climb of the day. Again, not a mountain, not worth classifying, but that doesn't mean it's not hurting. By my calculations, 12k to go, so still potentially a couple of kilometres of this actually. That's when the road will start to plunge down again. And pretty much a flat road all the way to the finish.
You can imagine what some of the Uno X riders are starting to think of in the peloton now.
Yeah,
they've
a few days of defending to come up.
They've got some duties. They came here with Tobias Johannesson, who finished 5th last year, and now they're in a situation where they're going to have yellow, and they could have the yellow for quite a few days.
Pidcock almost back in the sanctuary of the peloton. It's been up and down a couple of days for Tom Pidcock just yet, but plenty of opportunity for him. They did have representation in the break today, the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. And really had the opportunity to express himself about both Brent Van Moor and Quentin Hermans going backwards. Here's Castrillo, or is it Castrillo? Yeah, it's gone on the attack. Pedersen himself covers this one.
Yeah, you have to. In this scenario, you can't just leave it up to your team. You have to invest yourself in a little bit, and that's the case when you've got, you know, 3 riders in 10. Just follow them, and you know, this is always going to be the case in the run into towards the finish. That we're going to see the attacks. The only one rider that is prepared to ride is the rider at the front from Uno X. He's just thinking of yellow. I don't think he's thinking for one moment that he's got a chance of the stage win today. So he's just thinking a bit more about gaining as much time as possible.
Well, a little unclassified gripper here, potentially offering an opportunity for Raul Garcia. Moves up on the tail of Mads Pedersen. Meanwhile, Little Trek teammates back towards the back of the group at the moment. Quinn Simmons and Matthias Vacek, after that little bit of excitement, will move back up and hope to try and cover this one. Frigo immediately on the latest salvo fired by Castrillo. Well, as softening up goes, it's potentially effective, but they've only got about another kilometre before the road starts to plunge downwards again.
They're in almost a no-win scenario here, and it's, you know, a very difficult situation. So, you know, they have been kind of rolling through it. They're doing the right thing and trying, you know, even now, because the bar is open for another 2.5 kilometres. So, you know, they're trying to get as much in as possible, as many fluids. But Castrillo, he's tried a couple of times, and you know, that's what you have to do. You have to keep on trying, and unfortunately for them, they're just in a race scenario where they've got you know, 2 very strong riders from Lidl Trek to help Mads Pedersen, and Mads Pedersen is not shy and you know, helping out as well.
Drilling it on the front, stretching this group thin and tempering the enthusiasm of all of the riders in there. Quinn Simmons, big pull there. Vacek there to follow up. And you know, only those riders know just how intense that was and how difficult it is to imagine attacking. Vauquelin leaves a gap in the line. And Vauquelin has been adopting the Brian Smith approach. You're surprised, I think, that more riders haven't thought, well, we just leave it up to the Lidl Trek riders. But Vauquelin certainly is trying to save as much as he can. He didn't look to have the same legs as the other riders on the climbs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the late show if you're going to have any success. But I've seen this scenario before, and I think at the Giro d'Italia, where Mads Pedersen just kind of chased it down and finished it on his own come the end. If you try now, you've got 3 riders that are just going to chase you down. So you're hoping that you get into a scenario in the last few kilometres that if you can try and surprise and try and go all out, and I think that's what maybe Vauquelin is thinking about. Just a last ditch, almost a kind of last kilometre, maybe a last kind of couple of kilometres. We do have a corner with about 300 metres to go where it turns right, so in the run-in, not too bad, but the run-in slightly kind of downhill, and then we kind of turn right with 300 metres to go. So I think in this scenario, you're thinking a kind of late show, because going now, it's always going to be very difficult to hold off the Lidl Trek riders for the last 10 kilometres. You can do it for maybe 1 or 2 kilometres, but not for 10.
Wow, we'll settle back and wait for that to happen. Who's going to have the legs to try? Sean Quinn needs 18 seconds plus the bonus.
With Pedersen there, we have to look to get away in the final.
Wonder what the reply was.
Well, you can have a look, but you know what the opportunity here. It's easy for the sports director just to go, yeah, you have to look at getting away, but I think if I recognise that Marco Frigo is a sort of rider that would do this, and there's another couple of riders in here that would do exactly the same thing, I don't think trying to get away at this moment is going to help, because Vatsek and Simmons will just ride you down. Mads Pedersen will do a turn as well, so I think you're going to have to kind of try and leave it as late as possible, because you can ride it maybe 55, 56 kilometres an hour for a couple of Ks, if that, but not for the last kind of 10 kilometres here. So all these riders, apart from Lido Trek, are in a very, very difficult situation. You can tell them as much as you want, but they're in a very, very difficult situation. John Mull, what would you do in this circumstance if you were at the back here?
Yeah, exactly like you said. Lido Trek just in command of everything. I agree with you, Brian. I wouldn't be riding. You want to take an opportunity when it comes, and if you want to go too early, this is it's quite nice at the moment. You see a Movistar rider attacking, you want to follow, but it's just trying to save one for late on when they're really going to be on the back foot. You know Pedersen's going to be the fastest in this group, so you want to try something maybe in that final kilometre.
It's Garcia that's gone for this one. It's Quinn Simmons that has to close the gap. First little bit of daylight between these riders since they were on the last classified mountain a while ago now, and he's been given enough rope to examine his opportunities, and it's mostly downhill, but that's not good news really for this attack for Raul Garcia. Quinn Simmons, Vatsek combine just to ease back up onto the tail of Raul Garcia, and they don't mind easing back there either.
Exactly what we expected, wasn't it? Lido Trek just in command. And it's one of those attacks now you keep making with Simmons and Vatsek there to bring riders back. You really are at the mercy of Lido Trek.
But Brian, you reckon late show, lastminute.com for this attack?
What else can you do? You know, Garcia goes, now Castrillo goes, Vatsek is straight after him. What you're hoping for, if I was a kind of Kevin Voigtland, I would hope this continues. Let the other riders, we've already heard it's expected, go on the attack, and try and tire out Vatsek and Simmons. But as we see already, he just looks at him, he goes, like, what are you doing? I'm in control here. It's been a dominant display, and it's not finished yet by Lido Trek here, but you just have to hope that you have got a last chance effort, late show, and try to kind of hang on to a very, very limited time attack. But
got to admire it though.
Yeah, you have to. You cannot stop them.
Yeah, you've got to love it. And Castrillo, they're just going to go 1-2ing the whole way as best they can. Yeah. You know, ideally Garcia goes immediately now, but
another look.
The Lido Treks are just stronger. It's as simple as that. Not only are they more numerous, but they're also stronger. Vatsek could have gone clear there and made someone else do the chasing. Mightn't have suited Mads Pedersen in his bid for maximum points for the green jersey, but that's another way of playing for stage honours.
I'm kind of surprised at the moment that Quinn Simmons and Vatsek, just the two of them, just go to the front, Mads Pedersen in a way, and say, right, that's it. We can ride the last 6.5 kilometres at a good tempo to stop this.
Attacking for the front. This moment, it feels like there's an element of desperation about it all.
Yeah, you really just want to wait, I think. And the final, there's a right turn with 300 metres to go. Just before that, the road kind of goes flat alongside the river. And I think if you want to try something, almost just 500 metres to go, try and steal a bit of a march on Pedersen, get through that corner and go all the way to the line. It's they're for sure at the moment, in my opinion, it's Lido Trek's race to lose. But there's a lot of riders wanting to win.
And if your teammate, and I'm looking at you, Movistar, because it's the only other team with a teammate, if he's up the line as well and kind of in amongst the Lido Trek riders, just at an inopportune moment for them. letting the wheel go. But it's a small group. It is just 10 riders, and they are going to the line now. 5.5 kilometers. They're continuing to drive it on the frontier to nullify and neutralize and prevent these attacks as best they can. And that's having the effect of continuing to gain time for Torsten Train. So his yellow jersey will be a comfortable one, at least over the Tadej Pogacar, Jonas Vingegaard and the rest. Potentially, if he saves his legs for the finale as well, there's the 6 and 4 seconds. I mean, who else can sprint a bit in this group? Have we, you know, is there anyone that could, in their wildest dreams, imagine that they could challenge Mads Pedersen in a sprint?
No. I think one of the fastest guys here would be Kevin Voigtelen, but by the looks of things, just pulling out the line, he's not going through. He's starting to think late. He's got the speeds, he's got the power to deliver something, but he has to leave it late because he knows that they'll be on him straight away.
Train arrives at the front just as there's the merest hint of a little bit of a stall. The Lidl Treks are probably grateful for a moment to recover because it has been a tough day for them. Textbook so far. Our teammates back in the main peloton close to the front. They'll also be grateful, I think, for the fact that it hasn't been quite as intense in such heat as it might have been, or indeed as it was yesterday for pretty much everyone in the bike race. Down to the final 4 kilometres of Tour de France Stage 4, heading to Foix. Here we go. Here comes Frigo. Frigo attacks, and it's a little leg stretcher. I don't think that was more of a shadow attack, hoping someone else had come.
Did you see that?
Thundering off his wheel.
Voigtelen was following that one, but he knew that he's playing this one smart. Whether it comes off for him, he's definitely playing this the smartest of the bunch here.
Yeah, and Voigtelen desperate to get to the back of the group, and Frigo knows the man to cover. In a way, he's kind of, you know, riders revealing their hand as if it was too complicated.
And of course, this also works for Lidl Trek. Torsten Train always thinking about the yellow jersey, and he's happy just to come to the front and keep the pace going. So it's almost
extra teammate.
Yeah, it's just like an extra
minutes
teammate.
Now. Over 7 minutes, he's going to lead this race.
Yeah.
He'll have it for a while, won't he? It's a big day coming up on Stage 6, the first major mountain climbing day of this race. Tourmalet, Aspa and other hills to be dealt with. That's Stage 6. We've got one for the sprinters tomorrow. Today is a breakaway day. Could be a sprinter's success as well. And Movistar desperate to try and get something from the day. They know how difficult that is. They know that they're the only team with multiple representation apart from the Lidl Trek squad.
I think Quinn Simmons has been told to follow Voigtelen now. He's went back and got on his wheel. He knows he's pulling out the wheel the whole time. He's waiting for the and you see Frigo here. He's backing off. He's waiting for that moment of surprise. Don't look so worried, Tor. You've got it. You've got yellow. You've had it 10 days.
It's going to be an amazing moment, isn't it, for Alexander Kristoff, of course, the other Norwegian rider who's worn this yellow jersey, which is destined for the shoulders of the man in that red jersey and the yellow helmet, third in line at the moment as we approach these final 2 kilometres. Matthias Vacek will keep the chain tight.
We're
getting
getting into
stretched out.
Last opportunity now, and I think Quinn Simmons knows that. He's going to the back to kind of mark out kind of Frigo and Voigtelen, so they've got all bases covered now.
I do want to give one mention to De Bruyne, the young 23-year-old from the Alpecin Premier Tech team. Just having to look through some of his results. Picked up 2nd place in Tour of Honor on Alps recently, but before actually a 2nd place in a Youngster Coast Classic, which is a under-23 race. Quite a hard, punchy race, a lot of crosswinds. So he's been ducking and diving. So maybe a rider that we're not too sure about, and you never know what can happen at the end of a race.
Honestly, we've barely mentioned him since the climbs, and that's probably an example of what a great job he's doing of hiding, keeping his powder as dry as you could possibly do, and on a day like this, not that difficult. Well, it is difficult, not that difficult in other ways. Onto the kite and into the final 1,000 metres. Vasek, his ears are burning now. He can feel the heat on the back of his neck because he knows that something's going to happen. He'll wind it up. Mads Pedersen's going to get the lead out from second position. He'll be able to cover anything that's coming from behind. No doubt Simmons will give him a roar. Vogeland has at least got the wheel of Ramses de Bruyne, and it's Quinn Simmons though that's now going to roll around him. Vogeland dive bombs into that bend as we'd expected. Will he be able to maintain an advantage? No, because it's Mads Pedersen out of it, and he's going for a long one. Here comes Mads Pedersen. Vogeland is opening up and moving behind because it's Mads Pedersen that's going to win this one by a mile. Slam dunk from the Lidl Trek squad. It's a third career stage success, and Mads Pedersen gets the glory into Foix as he takes stage 4 of Tour de France. And what does that mean to him? The stress and the tension suddenly explodes from his chest as Mads Pedersen delivers at the end of a long, tough, but absolutely brilliantly executed day for the Lidl Trek squad.
Yeah, slam dunk, as you say, Declan. Well played, and you know, you couldn't have done it without you know, his two teammates there, but you know, the plan just came into place. They rode for Mads Pedersen. He delivered. Terhushoff there, well, he is one other happy man today.
Handshakes all round the Lidl Trek squad. They're celebrating as well they might be, and when the clock goes beyond 5 minutes and, well, actually 4 minutes and 5 minutes and 6 seconds, then Torsten Trein will be celebrating that yellow jersey. That's inevitable. Now he's recovering, and we wait for the moment when it becomes official.
The smile is already coming, isn't it? But what a ride from Lidl Trek. They had everything to do. When we were in that position, they just took control of this breakaway almost from when it established. It's that replay now. Vatsek did everything. Vakulan made the little dive bomb underneath, but all that did actually was set up Pedersen. As soon as he kicked, look at the gap that he opens up with that acceleration.
Gone.
Absolutely gone, and it looks like Quinn Simmons kind of sprinted behind to make sure they got a 1-2.
Quinn Simmons delivering a 1-2. What about that? What a way to celebrate. And the Movistar squad at least picking up third on the day, but it's Mads Pedersen that takes the glory on stage for relief for the Dane. Well, relief and joy and equal. I mean, I say relief because, I mean, we were talking about it and they'll have been thinking it, but they were nailed on to win the stage. Meanwhile, from the group behind, we'll bring them home. Zimmerman looks to try and prevent Michael Matthews. Not going to happen. Matthews frustrating, really strong day for the Aussie comeback man, but Bling is going to have to make do with, I think, 11th on the day. Nonetheless, fine performance from all the riders in that group. Found their way into the break.
Right, we've got another 5-6 minutes to discuss.
Yeah, to ruminate, discuss the affairs of state. They've had all day to chat about it. Tadej Pogačar up and down the line, chatting to teammates, keeping everyone motivated and thinking about the big push coming up on stage 6 2 days from now. They'll have been grateful, I think, for a slightly easier day in albeit really tough, hot sunshine. They'll have a little weather eye, if you'll pardon the term, on what's coming up on stage 6. Tomorrow's stage, of course, is one for the sprinters. It's going to take us from Lannemezan to Po, 158.3 kilometers, relatively short stage, 1,600 meters of climbing, which for these guys is not much, just one classified climb. That'll be dealt with 25.5 kilometers from the finish line. After that, unless something remarkable happens, they're going to go to a sprint, and remarkable things often do happen. So we make no assumptions, but there are plenty of sprinters teams. They're going to want that, and then we look towards stage 6 coming up on Thursday.
I want to confirm that on that one, Mads Pedersen will be the new green jersey wearer.
Yeah, Not his first time in that jersey either. Now three-time stage winner, reprising his previous victories in 2022 and 23. To San Etienne in 2022, his maiden success. Now he's got a hat-trick. It's Mads Pedersen leading in his teammate Quinn Simmons. 1-2 for the Lidl Trek squad. Raul Garcia gets up for third ahead of Frigo de Bruyne, Vauquelin, Sean Quinn. Torsten Trein celebrating yellow jersey in 8th. Castrillo and Vacek also giving a great account of themselves on a long hot day in Aude.
Sean, first of all, being up there after all you had to go through and the last year and a half, I would say, I think it's already huge, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just, I'm grateful for the people I have around me to get me back to here. But it's where I think I belong, and it should be the normal. So, yeah, I've had a few tough years, but it's nice to be in the mix. I'm disappointed. I mean, the boys committed for me, Valgren and Steinhauser. Those guys are true legends, but yeah, I didn't have it on the climb to get rid of Uno X guy, and yeah, he deserves a jersey if he's going to get it, I think.
Mats took the win, actually, and Torsten Trein is the new yellow jersey. But actually, again, tell us more about the long day today, because you were up there, you were fighting, you had pretty great legs.
Oh, I felt like I had great legs, but in the heat, it's really hard to keep them. I mean, the boys did a great job giving me ice and water, and yeah, I just kept going to the car, and in the end, yeah, I don't know. You're overheating the whole time just battling that, but I think I managed okay.
But with these legs, you can give one more try in the upcoming days?
I would hope more than one, but let's see, one day at a time.
Best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet moment. Wonderful performance by Sean Quinn, 7th on the day, one in front of the man who claims the jersey. He also has had an interesting few years. Heavy quotes, interesting. We got to look at this again. Vauquelin did what he could, but went dive bombing and was pretty much stood still on the apex, wasn't he, of that final bend. Nice little setup for Mads Pedersen, as if he needed it.
I think everybody else is stuck on what they were trying to do. It's okay getting message from the team car to say that you have to try and do something in the running, but what can you do when you just get brought back by Simmons or Vacek? Just hearing that Castrillo for Movistar was given the most combative award today, so that's with all these attacks in the run-in towards the finish.
Huge moment for 2019 world champion. And Pedersen, as you say, is into the lead of the points competition. It's pretty much a very productive day indeed. Take maximum points in the intermediate sprint, but have the legs to get over the climbs. Meanwhile, Pascal Encorn from another group of riders who were clear of the fields for much of the day. It's confirmed, by the way, in case, we're now in official yellow jersey status, and now the clock continues to run, which will measure the advantage that Torsten Trein, who, as we're pointing out, his story was so difficult. We're going to hear from Quinn Simmons now very shortly. He's going to be absolutely thrilled. Wonderful team performance today from the Lidl Trek squad. Mads Pedersen delivering, and he certainly played a huge role in that, and we can sort of think as well about the performance of Torsten Trein, not just today, but the journey that he's gone through in his career in recent years. But for Quinn Simmons, the US champion, celebrating stage glory for the Lidl Trek squad. This train ruminates. Let's hear from Quinn Simmons.
Quinn Simmons, congratulations. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, I think you saw we have, it's no secret anymore that we had three of probably the strongest guys in the bunch with Vach, myself, and Mads. I think when the three of us are on a good day and the course suits us, this has to be the solution. Anything less would have been a loss.
How was it to race like that as a unit on the last climb, watching you and Vácek always looking back and following where Mads was?
Yeah, it's a good thing we have a lot of confidence in Mads, or else I'd be a bit nervous not trying on the climb. But I was quite sure once we got him over, he would win the stage, so it's nice.
Thank you, Quinn.
Power play today, Quinn, and you made it happen.
Yeah, job done. Long day preparing for a beautifully executed sprint by Mads Pedersen. Meanwhile, Torsten Trein is enjoying this moment. Clock's continuing to run, and we're expecting it to run for another, 3 or 4 minutes at least. As Tim Wellens heads to the front. His uncle won a stage out of Foix back in the 1970s. And Torsten Trein, well, what a journey he's had. A lot of riders see doping control as a bit of a chore to be got through. For him, it turned out to be a lifesaver back in 2022 because the doping control detected testicular cancer. And he made his debut in Tour de France in 2023. Finished with a fractured elbow. Finished 9th overall in the Vuelta last year, led it for 4 days, and now is at the head of the Tour de France standings. Well, the report back to...
And Quinn, just to be sure, he took the point for the sprint.
Yeah, so that's just by confirming that they were all in for Mads Pedersen today. There was no question of sending Quinn Simmons or Matthias Vácek off on solo attacks, which might have been another way to play the stage for the team.
There was two scenarios, and both of them would have been just as good. Vácek and Simmons would be just as good winners of this stage, but it's clear that the sports director just said, it's all for Mads today, and why not? It would have been maybe easier for them to do solo with Vácek or Simmons, but they decided that Mads was capable of getting over that last climb. There was always a bit of a question mark over whether he could get over the climb, and he didn't get over with the first group, but he was only about 100 metres behind them. So, yeah, it was well manoeuvred and manipulated, and a well-deserved victory.
And the considerable carrot of those points for the points competition, John, had to be useful, and had to have directed their thinking a bit there.
Yeah, I think eventually when that break was established, you always go after those points, but I think as soon as they had those three, there was a clear goal of winning the stage. They came here to have their hands in the air, and that's exactly what they got. It's actually Mads' first win of the season, which has come quite late for someone of the calibre of Mads Pedersen.
It's going to have added to the sense of relief that we saw from him. That was as much relief as joy on the finish line, wasn't it?
Yeah, had a lot of illness early on in the season. Started a few races and had a DNS. So it's been coming for Mads, and he's worked really hard to get here, and that's why you see.
Well, he crashed in his first race of the year at Bessèges and broke bones in his hand. So yeah.
Well, the UAE Team Emirates squad's leading team, and also leading the race, but that yellow jersey now is destined to change hands. Tadej Pogačar will hand it over without too much stress or worry. He'll be relieved in ways. Much less stressful day for the riders of the main peloton than they experienced yesterday. Let's remind ourselves, it's Mads Pedersen that gets the glory. A 1-2 finish for the Lidl Trek squad ahead of his teammate Quinn Simmons. Raul Garcia salvages a third place for the Movistar squad. Prigo, De Bruyne and Volkelen all giving great account of themselves, as indeed did Sean Quinn, but it's Torsten Trein that's also the big celebrant, you might say, from this particular stage. With his 8th place finish, he goes up and into the lead of Tour de France. Glory for Mads Pedersen. Torsten Train into yellow. Tour de France heads to stage 5.
So over 300 days since his last victory, Mads Pedersen delighted with that win. And Tadej Pogačar out of the yellow jersey, but looking very content. So, Mads Pedersen, one story. Obviously, the other big story of the day is Torsten Train of Uno X Mobility going into the yellow jersey. Let's hear from Christian Andersen, his DS.
Christian Andersen, what a day. A yellow jersey for Torsten Train. How incredible. What does it mean to Uno X Mobility, and how special is this for a Norwegian team to have a Norwegian at the Tour in yellow?
It's the biggest day we had so far, so we can just say it's outstanding.
Can you try and describe what this would mean to Torsten Train after such a difficult few years with his cancer diagnosis, how difficult that must have been? And there's something special about Foix here.
Yeah, for him the day has been perfect from the start to the end, and he actually did more or less the same in the Vuelta. So now he also did it here in the Tour, so now he just needs to do it in the Giro.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Talk me through the day. What were you telling him, relaying to him? Obviously, Sean Quinn was the key rider to follow.
Yeah, we just need to keep calm and then let them close the gap, because they had to do it, because there was 3 riders from them there, and yeah, then we just play the game.
Incredibly special, incredibly special. Thanks, Christian.
So let's take a look at the new jerseys then. Into the Maillot Jaune, Torsten Train. Into green, Mads Pedersen. Alex Boudin stays in the polka dots, and it's Matej Vácek, the Czech national champion, who moves into the white jersey. Pedersen, the winner of the stage, and Castrillo, after all of those digs at the front, all of those attempts to try and break Lidl track, it's the Movistar rider who ends up as the most combative. Let's go and hear then from today's stage winner.
Mads Pedersen, you've won 61 times at the professional level. Would you say that this one is a masterpiece in all terms, in terms of climbing, in terms of sprinting, in terms of teamwork?
For sure. This was, I would say, masterpiece in teamwork. You know, maybe not climbing. I was suffering a lot on the last climb, but but with Quinn and Vacek there, it was incredible day, and they did incredible on the climb to pace it well for me, and make sure that we didn't lose too much time over the top, and then they were just machines from there to the finish line. So what a team effort and what a team win today.
You had noted this stage this morning. It said Mads Pedersen all over it, this stage.
Yeah, I had a good talk with Luca, our team manager, before the race, and he said, please win me a stage, and please do it early in the race, and he said this would be a good one for me. So I would say that this stage is for Luca and all the good years we had together. I'm really thankful for everything he has done for me, and also to point out and give me a lot of pressure to win today. It's still nice from him.
Whether it rains in Yorkshire, you're a world champion, or it's sunny, extremely hot today, the weather doesn't have any effect on you, apparently.
Yeah, at one point you just have to live with it and then do what you can to cool down today. And honestly, to be in a breakaway with the car that close all the time, it makes it easier to cool down. And again, when we are talking about team efforts, it's not only on the bike. We have so many people on the road with water and ice as well to cool down. So I think we went through a few bottles today to cool down, but it definitely helps to have a good team.
It's also a perfect day in your quest for the green jersey.
Yeah, not too bad. It would have been lovely to beat Grimay and Jasper in the intermediate sprint, but at least I'm picking up 50 points here on the finish line as well. So it's another really good day for us.
Enjoy your third podium.
Thank you.
Well, Quinn Simmons was delighted, came home in second place, a Little Trek 1-2, a third Tour de France stage win for Mads Pedersen.
De l'autre côté de notre podium pour pouvoir démarrer ces marches du Tour à l'issue de cette quatrième étape, donc deux étapes catalanes. De l'autre côté de la frontière, arrivé hier du côté des Angles. Là, donc...
Let's get some more reaction from down at the finish line.
Lo hemos intentado, pero bueno, tampoco.
Well, we've tried. It just at the end, we just didn't have it to get the win.
Así que espero seguir así. Normalmente la segunda y la tercera semana.
I'm feeling okay. I've been feeling pretty strong so far in this tour. I've always been trying my best, and we'll have to wait until weeks 2 and 3. Was it impossible to win today? Yeah, pretty much. I would say it was. Well, I have the same freedom as I have done throughout the whole of this tour so far, and if I keep good legs, I'm going to keep on trying. You were doing really well in the breakaway, weren't you? Yeah.
Entre comillas pudiese ganar, quitando que arrancase ahí en el puerto y bueno, creo que también lo más inteligente es al final lo que han hecho, no dejar el maillot y que otro lleve la carrera. Así que
I think they were really in control, and well, they've done well. And these are the new yellow jersey standings, with Dawson Tren in the yellow jersey, 28 seconds lead over Scott Quinn. Vacek up into third, and then Tadej Pogačar, Jonas Vingegaard, De Bruyne up 31 places, Vacek up 28. Some staggering changes in the general classification, and Remco Evenepoel, Isaac Del Toro and Juan Ayuso rounding out that top 9. So riders continuing to come across the line. Four and a half hours in the saddle for this lot. Beautifully controlled day by Lidl Trek. Kevin Buckler, he went round that bend. And front we'd heard him conversing with Daryl Impey, but just couldn't find the power. And Pedersen, well, he went for the sprint from a long way out, but that wasn't to matter because he was completely in control right from that minute when they exited the bend.
Ça me fait très fier parce que c'est une équipe.
I'm very proud to talk Ubisoft.
10 ans même pas.
The team was only created 10 years ago.
On n'a pas de budget comme les
We started with a very young team.
On travaille différemment et maintenant le résultat se montre c'est possible.
And now we have this sort of result which demonstrates just how far we've come and how much we've improved and how serious we are as a team.
Oui, c'est clair, c'est quelqu'un. Oui, il a eu
a very symbolic win today for Torsten Trøen because he suffered with cancer. He's a strong man, but he really deserves it.
Il va le porter longtemps, non? Ouais, il peut, oui.
And is he going to wear that yellow jersey for a long time? Well, we'll see. Second ever time that Lidl Trek have achieved a 1-2 on the Tour de France. First time was when Andy and Frank Schleck finished first and second on the Col du Galibier back in 2011.
Montrer bien que le Tour de France va partout, absolument partout, et notamment dans les terres, bien sûr, qui aiment ce sport à nul autre pareil. Voilà, on attend toujours que Mads Pedersen se présente sur notre podium protocolaire. Il doit être en train de se préparer. Voilà, mesdames, messieurs.
So, time for us to look back and have a look at the highlights. So, stage 4 of the Tour de France, and taking the riders from Carcassonne to Foix, 181.9 kilometers, and there was a 20-kilometer long fight to get in the break, and in the end 34 riders managed to get into that breakaway. Really good representation for the majority of teams as they came through to the intermediate sprint. It was Gamay who was first across the line with Philipsen in second. Mads Pedersen got 16 points in third. Gamay and Philipsen then sat up and allowed things to drift back towards the peloton. That main breakaway turned into 3 riders up the road. Alex Kirsch, Jan Tratnik and Mattis Vacek were those 3 riders, but then they were reeled back in by the remainder of the chasing group on the final climb of the day. Climb points going to Alex Molinar. He picked up 1 on the Col du Bedos, 2 on the Col du Paradis, and another couple on the Col de Cudon, which puts him onto 10 points. Still not good enough to overhaul Alex Baudin in the polka dot jersey. But in the final climb of the day, Quinn Simmons doing great work. 3 riders from Lidl Trek controlling things, or 2 of them controlling things for Mads Pedersen. Vacek the other one, and they made everything very easy in the end for Mads Pedersen to claim victory. Kevin Vogler had a little snipe off the front as they turned that final corner, but no one able to get anywhere near Mads Pedersen. He accelerated away. First win for over 300 days, third stage win on the Tour de France.
Le vainqueur de l'étape du jour, c'est Mads Pedersen.
Mads Pedersen.
Félicité évidemment par les hôtesses et hôtes continentales en présence de Jérôme Mathéos, le
the winner of the day, and
créateur de contenu invité par Continental. Et là, bah écoutez, il traîne pas, hein, il va très très vite, Mads Pedersen. Il va vite sur le vélo, qui ont privilégié la vitesse effectivement à la lenteur. Et dans le domaine du sprint, c'est évidemment un atout. Et il fallait pas louper la photo. Hein. J'espère les copains que vous avez su saisir le bon moment.
So a really impressive win from Mads Pedersen. Let's get some reaction from down at the finish line.
Today's Mads Pedersen win reminds me one of the stage one last year in La Vuelta, a masterpiece by the whole team, including Mads, of course, who, I mean, Anders, this was basically a solo win. It was not contested even in the sprint. What a success for Lidl Trek.
Yeah, what a team Lidl Trek today. It reminds me of Matthias Vacek in the Giro last year, how he helped Mads Pedersen. He said, to race with Mads is like playing PlayStation. And it looked like that. Of course, it's not easy not to win on this level. But speaking with the DSs this morning, they all marked the stage. They were top favorites with Mads. It's never easy to win when you're top favorite, but chapeau.
And Torsten Train taking the yellow jersey for Uno X. It's an historical moment for the team. Also, you had a long day on the bike. This guy was very strong in the breakaway looks. He had a very good legs today. We know how strong he is as a climber. And actually, also, this is another masterpiece somehow.
It is really another masterpiece. He kind of like sneaking in there all by himself in a 34 rider group. By the time he realized he's the best placed rider, they were out there, and he never wasted a chance to actually make sure he is in the first group to gain as much advantage as he can. And remember, he did lead the Vuelta a España for 4 days last year and finished still in the top 10. So don't underestimate him. He will keep that jersey, I guess, for a week probably.
For sure, even because tomorrow is going to be a Sprinter's Day.
Well, we're not going to have a look at tomorrow's stage just yet. We will do in a moment's time, but instead we're going to look at Torsten Train, a remarkable story. Uno X Mobility getting their first ever yellow jersey, and well, the joy is clear to see.
Fabrice Deotto, directeur régional Midi-Pyrénées-Corrèze chez LCL, et Christine Tecky, présidente du conseil départemental de l'Ariège. Et oui, on est heureux de féliciter ce coureur qui évidemment regarde ce petit lion, regarde ce bouquet jaune, il n'en revient toujours pas, mais il est bel et bien le marqué d'une pierre jaune et non pas blanche pour ce coureur talentueux, évidemment, donc qui a su prendre la belle échappée. Il était le mieux classé au général de tous ceux qui avaient tenté la fugue aujourd'hui, et donc justement récompensé par ce maillot jaune de leader au classement général. On devrait voir du vert dans quelques...
Here are the standings then. In the yellow jersey, Torsten Train into yellow, 28-second advantage over Scott Quinn, Vasek in third, and then Tadej Pogačar and Jonas Vingegaard, 7 minutes and 53 seconds down.
Last year we met in the protocol where you were wearing red. Now in the yellow jersey. How much does this mean to you, to Norwegian cycling, and for you to bring the first yellow jersey to that team where you become a pro cyclist?
There's a lot of questions at once here, but yeah, I think it's quite hard for me to understand how big it is. But you can see the face on, like my old coach. You can see the face on the Swan year. You can see everybody how special it is. For me, at the moment, you don't really understand what's going on. So I think like in a couple of days, maybe it will sink in. But Tour is the biggest race in the world, and then yeah, now I just have to enjoy it.
What is it with you Norwegians these days?
I think we are so inspired by Norwegian culture. You can see it now in the football, how much rowing it is, and now we are just a group of guys who has been friends for a long time, who is enjoying every day.
You're going to bring yellow jersey home to the dinner table. How do you think that's going to be? How excited are you to get into the boys?
Oh, I saw them already on the podium there, and they looked pretty stoked. So I think it will be quite a nice atmosphere to see them again.
Was it emotional seeing them?
Yeah, of course. You can see how happy they are. It's always emotional.
And a change in the green jersey as well. That victory for Mads Pedersen, along with a decent 16 points picked up as well at the intermediate sprint, means that Mads Pedersen moves into control of the point standings.
Félicité par l'hôte et l'hôtesse Skoda. Wait a little, Max, please. Un tout petit peu peut-être. Voilà, Félix, 4e étape. Un rêve pour Mads Pedersen. Alors, il connaissait déjà.
And there is the new standing. So Mads Pedersen with a healthy advantage now of 48 points over Tadej Pogacar. No real changes below him, although Benny Girmay, with his 25 points today, manages to augment his position to 6th, and Jasper Philipsen, who got 20, is up to 9th. Christian Prudhomme grabbing a selfie with the new green jersey holder and the winner of today's stage. Been a change in the white jersey as well.
Le meilleur jeune de ce tour à l'issue de l'étape numéro 4, c'est Matthias Vacek.
Matthias Vacek goes in to the white jersey, and teammate Mads Pedersen's right in front of the podium to get a picture.
Qui remettent le bouquet blanc, le maillot évidemment et le trophée Chris. Matthias Vacek, mesdames, messieurs, le sourire du meilleur jeune de ce tour à l'issue des 4 premières levées. Ah, Mathias est heureux, lui prend son temps, il a raison, il se dit voilà, j'y suis, j'y reste. Voilà, on a un Français également, ce qui ne gâche rien. Et puis le combatif du jour, eh bien on va pouvoir l'accueillir. Encore un autre pays représenté sur le podium protocolaire avec une autre team qui sera Movistar. Avec Century 21, on retrouvera Cédric Reguenas.
So these are the new standings in the white jersey then. Vacek and De Bruyne up 9 places each. Vacek into first, De Bruyne into second, and Isaac Del Toro sees his advantage eradicated for the time being. Juan Ayuso into 4th, Paul Success in 5th.
Voilà, mesdames, messieurs, dans quelques instants, remise donc du prix de la
Matthias, let's start from the masterpiece. As a team today, everyone is talking about a masterpiece. From your point of view, it is a masterpiece, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it differently than a masterpiece today. For sure, as a team, and everything was so perfect today, it couldn't be better. We didn't expect it even that good, and yeah, it feels so nice to be here in the finish and take the green jersey, white jersey, stage win, and even first and second in the stage. It's unbelievable, really. And today the commitment from the team and Mads suffering so hard in the last climb, and yeah, I can only say it was amazing today.
Yes, you had incredible legs. Don't misunderstand my question. You did the perfect job, the job you had to do with Mads there. But you could win the stage if Mads wasn't around. The way you rode.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had three really strong guys there, and yeah, I mean, we had to leave the ego in the back and just try to make a plan. And today Mads was feeling also really good, so the priority was to go for the points in the intermediate, but then we knew if Mads can survive the last climb and hang on, he can win the stage for sure, because he was the best sprinter in the group, and yeah, the group was really small in the end. So yeah, the plan was to bring Mads to the finish, and yeah, I was there with Tratnik in the break, but I knew I cannot pull because I had Mads in the back, so yeah, it was still good. I was up there and controlling the situation, and in the last climb they went really hard, but we paced it good for Mads, and yeah, then we knew we are 80% going for the win today, because I felt really good. Win was also really good, so yeah, we kept it together, and in the end, super good performance from everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the order of 37 minutes and 37 seconds brings the end to today's time limit, so hopefully no one in there and missing out. So let's take a look at stage 5, and the first one that's really been chalked up for the sprinters at this year's tour. L'Année Maison through to Pau. Only 1,600 metres of climbing in this one. And nothing really of any major description for the riders to take on until they have the intermediate sprint at Vic-en-Bigorre at 113.5 kilometres. One Cat 3 climb that comes at 132.7 kilometres, 158.3 kilometres in total. So that's what lies ahead. Let's hear from Louis Aski.
Louis Aski, a big day for teams with a sprinter tomorrow. You've got Biniam Girmay as your teammate. You'll be hoping for a victory for the Eritrean. Talk me through, as being part of his lead-out train, what to expect and what you're looking forward to the most.
I think I'm looking forward to starting this race, properly for us. We've suffered around a few days already in the heat, and yeah, I think the tour really starts properly for us tomorrow. I think Binny's already shown that he's flying at the moment in the races leading up to this and already at this tour, so I think we're all pretty confident. You know, we've had guys that the spirit's super good, and I think yeah, tomorrow's going to be an important opportunity for us.
What have you been working on coming into this Tour de France in terms of the lead-outs, in terms of the sprints, to make sure that you arrive here in top shape and well gelled as a unit? Yeah,
I think, well, we all, a lot of us have raced together all year, and then in Balois Tour a couple of weeks ago, that was kind of the last, how do you say, like, putting everything into practice with the team we were supposed to take here. Unfortunately, G crashed out, which was, yeah, always a risk doing a race with so many sprints just before the tour. But it was really good for us to kind of find a few things that we didn't do right and be able to work on them and improve them before coming here. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we get it right.
What were those things that you worked on then, sort of to get right?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
Go on, give us a little insight. Go on.
It's top secret. No, just I suppose things like timing, which timing and who goes when in the train, and just sometimes, you know, you can get in the heat of the moment and panic and different things like that, which happened, and just kind of let those guys know that that's not the moment to do, and you see what happens when you do panic, and just, yeah, little things like that.
Thanks, Lewis.
So, stage 5, Luna Maison to Pau, 13:45 Central European start time. And then, don't forget, on Friday we've got the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series from Pal Arinsal, women's and men's cross country there. There's the Chamonix Speed Finals in climbing on Saturday from 9 o'clock CEST, and car racing, the Endurance World Championship, the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, 16:30 on Sunday.